Welcome to Friday action from the premier meet in the country here in upstate New York. It's Saratoga Racecourse, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun is shining, gorgeous. Friday afternoon on the eve of the Alabama for 3-year-old fillies. Big one on Saturday. Terrific card as well for this Friday action. Muddy, sealed track off the turf today. And good to be with you. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Like to be with this crew. It might be the first time this foursome has been together this afternoon. Obviously, these races coming off the turf going to change things a little bit today. Some big names, though, we see coming back early on to this Linda Rice runner that has run 2 sensational races on dirt.
Yeah, you know, it's always interesting when the races change up surfaces and we got to readjust our thought process, our handicapping, but I'm with the right crew here. This is like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
We're going to have fun today.
No, JK and I kind of similar. JK plays off different numbers. I play off certain numbers. So different numbers, but right styles that we kind of complement with each other. And, yeah, you have to change everything when it comes off the grass and kind of key certain horses. I think a lot of people, JK in race number 11, are going to lean on Linda Rice and Paddington.
Well, the thing
in
about
the early pick 5 at least.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Paddington looks tough, but the thing about these off-the-turf races is, you know, sometimes horse players can be a little grumpy, like to complain about things. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You can't control the weather. We love to have big, full fields for the turf racing, but in my opinion, these off-the-turf races actually provide a lot of opportunity because they're not always bet correctly. That sometimes they'll still bet a horse that's been running on the turf, assuming that form is going to transfer to the dirt, and it doesn't always happen. And there's also the mistake people make that just because a horse is MTO doesn't mean he has to win or she has to win either. So I think there is some opportunity on days like this.
Yeah, Paddington, the one I was referring to, you brought that horse up. That's that Linda Rice horse. Huge effort last time out. Should love the off-going as well. That's race 5, the 11, who was a main track only. That's just a 3-horse field now. Take a look at the field that will kick things off on this Friday card. 6 furlongs, maiden special weight. Fillies and mares, 3 and up. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And we have a few interesting first-time starters in this opener, Greg, and we'll take a look at 2 of them, starting off with the 3, Corey and Quinn, debuting for Brad Cox. Now, this one does come in off the back of a gate work, and it was over at Churchill Downs, so unfortunately can't take a look at that workout on XVTV, but this is a big, good-looking horse and does debut here sprinting out of a multiple graded stakes winning mare, and all 3 of the foals have won, nothing special as of yet, and there is a little bit more distance in the pedigree, and I wouldn't be surprised if down the line this filly would like a little bit more ground, but she's been so professional. She warmed up beautifully away from the pony under Florent Giroux, and as far as not even just the firsters, but even against the ones with experience in here, she just looks best in all the preliminaries, and I just really like the way that she's acting as well. Another firster is the one, La Gervina. This one sold at the OBS June sale last year as a 2-year-old after working 10 flat, though was trying to lug in a little bit in that workout, and this one actually has a really big pedigree in the bottom side. Not only is Gervin been a really productive sire, but the dam is sister to champion sprinter Roy H. So there's a big pedigree, a big sprint pedigree in particular on the bottom side. Now, Linda Rice not known for winning first time out, and I do think that this horse is going to need a race, not necessarily to tuck up or anything, but just to add muscle, to bulk up. Could be stronger across her flank and across her top line in particular. She was also very quiet. I like to see a little bit more intensity with my sprinters in particular. I think that she'll benefit from having a start. Now, one with experience who's taking all the money, the 6, Vivid Dreams. Second time off that layoff for Todd Pletcher. You have Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, Mike Rapoli. It's just the formula for taking attention at the board. Now, broke well last time out. Was about 3 wide. On the left lead, the winner was drifting a little bit, lost the bob. I thought ran fine in that effort. She too had a big warm up out there. She's very fit. You can see that she's run before. My question with her is that she just hasn't run particularly quick so far, and maybe she can build up for sure off of that last effort. I like her better on the track than I did back in the paddock, but I prefer the first time starter, who's now your favorite, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. That is Brad Cox's Corey and Quinn, the 3. Who's your favorite? But always helps to have experience. Let's go back to the firster. This one, a daughter of Uncle Mo, owned by Robert LaPenta, Matacat Stables. In this barn, especially when they take money seem to show up.
And a steady diet of 5 furlong workouts, so you know that she's well met, well conditioned for her debut. Good gate work coming into this. Obviously, the money is significant.
Yeah. So when you're looking at workouts, for a lot of the newbies that are out there, you want your horses to work probably, tell me if I'm wrong, every 6 to 8 days, somewhere in that area, and in a steady pattern. And if you look at this 3-year-old filly, she was every 7 days to 8 days, right on the pop, sometimes 6 days. You know, you got to go on weather to 8 days to when she had to ship over here. So she, like you said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 8 or 9 works, a lot of foundation underneath her.
Yeah, and I love when you don't see, varied spacing between works. It tells you a horse is healthy. They're doing good.
Yeah.
There's no interruptions in their training.
And that can happen a lot of times, especially with a horse who hasn't started, didn't start as a 2-year-old. She clearly had something that kept her from getting the races as a 2-year-old. So whatever that thing might be, to see this consistency in works leading up to this, you'd like to have a little comfort in knowing that that has probably been resolved.
I'll say this, though, Wolfie. These Gervins have been firing, and Linda's having this monster meet with Jose. So is the one a little cold on the board here?
Well, Keisha mentioned now that is not Linda Rice's strong suit first time
true,
out, but
true.
we'll see what happens here. 9-2, morning line 6-1 right now, and this muddy sealed surface making things a little murkier on how to handicap today's card. We're set for the opener. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Here's Take Time to Dream, the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Vivid Dreams is hustled hard on the outside. Spun Special, the gray, is down at the rail. Also in the mix is Corey and Quinn racing in between rivals, and Crushed Ice up and on the pace too. Vivid Dreams now 4-3 lengths off the lead. La Gervina was off a step slowly, is now second to last, and Take Time to Dream is at the back of the field. They passed the half-mile pole. The opening quarter went in a crisp 22 seconds flat. Spun Special, Corey and Quinn, and Crushed Ice, 3 of them across the track. A length and a half back, Vivid Dreams is in 4th. Another 2 back to La Gervina and Take Time to Dream. Corey and Quinn takes the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Crushed Ice up alongside to challenge, and in between, Vivid Dreams has a seam at the rail. It's Spun Special, and in the center of the track, La Gervina is starting to pick it up with 1 furlong to go. Corey and Quinn, tenuous lead. La Gervina on the outside moves into second. Vivid Dreams in third. It comes down to Corey and Quinn and La Gervina, and Corey and Quinn is strong, turning away all challenges to win at first asking. La Gervina was second best. Vivid Dreams third. Take Time to Dream was 4th.
The money was right. The favorite, first-time starter, daughter of 2-year-old champion Uncle Mo, with the win and the debut for the barn of Brad Cox.
Yeah, the money was there, and it was right. Corey and Quinn, good works coming in. It looked like at one point the other first-time starter, La Gervina, had dead aim, but Paul, Corey and Quinn found a bit more.
Yeah, La Gervina, her worst own enemy. She's got a bad beginning, but then got a great ride for Jose Ortiz after that. But as soon as this filly took the lead, you could tell she just had a ton left. Her ears were up at the end. And like you said, La Gervina at one point got that split. Looked like she might be able to run her down, but not to be had here. And 7-5, JK, end up going off as your favorite.
Yeah, and on a racetrack like this, being the ability to be forward, I think is an advantage. And you can expect that from Brad Cox runners. I mean, he's one of those guys, when he has a horse that has speed, he's never going to get in the way of that speed. Very similar to Tom Amos, who sits on this desk with us. And look, this horse popped, went to the front end. And even here, it kind of always felt like there was still a little bit more under the hood for Florent Giroux.
Make a day like this with that wet stuff coming back at you, can that discourage a lot of these horses?
Absolutely, and if you've got speed, it is a good thing to kind of meander. Drift, if you're clear, drift, throw some dirt at everybody. Kind of try to discourage as many as you can. I would go to the gate, Paul, pull my silks out, undo my armband if I had speed, and then I'd go to the front. I want everything flapping. I want horses to look at me, to worry about all the activity, make a lot of noise, and just kind of serpentine.
Mig would have carried a smoke screen with him if he could.
You know, they would have allowed me. I mean, listen, jockeys are always going to do as much as they can until the stewards stop them from doing it.
Kind of true. I mean, listen, you look at it this way, like, I used to have pine tar in my glove, and sometimes I'd scrape it and throw it back. You get a couple umpires, hey, what's going on? And I would just throw the ball out. No rules going on here.
Interesting. Had
Sometimes
not
you gotta
heard
do
that
it.
from
Gotta
Paul
press
LaDuca
it.
before.
Sometimes you
Confessions today.
Well, here's the thing is, my job is to make a pitcher happy. And if mentally he can't get a grip on a baseball, I'm going to make him get a grip on a baseball. He's going to have a baseball like this on his fingers by the time I'm done. He's going to be able to hang it off. Because, like, it's all about the psyche. I mean, let's be honest.
Let's look ahead to the Skidmore taking off the turf, and this changes things quite a bit, obviously, in this race. Now 5.5 furlongs, main track, and D. Wayne Lucas with a 2-year-old son of Arrogate who broke his maiden at this meet on a sloppy, sealed track, probably hoping this track does not dry out too much more today after this performance.
Well, especially we just had another, downpour. It's nice at the moment. Hopefully the rain is cleared out completely. But you've got to upgrade this horse, obviously, for the surface switch. And Paul, that shown an affinity for off-going.
And beat Paul, a horse who is full brother to our Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, in the process.
Yeah, and we were hearing a lot about Mage. Obviously, co-owned by Jason Worth, a world champion, and somebody who I got to play with. And, Mage was well meant here in the half-brother, Dornoch, yeah. And I thought Dornoch ran well. I thought that was, to be honest with you, a loaded race. There was a lot of nice runners in that race.
What do you think of that performance, JK?
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of times when a horse is 16-1 and they win like that on a sloppy racetrack, you kind of ask yourself, did the track move them up? The horse is going to have to prove it to me here today, I think, but you do have to give a little consideration to a racetrack. This horse ran well on this racetrack that might look similar. I think it'll probably dry out by the time we get to this race, but, the horse did run well on a sloppy racetrack here.
There's no, with the surface switch, there's no standout in that race now, right?
No, I mean, I think like in any of these situations, you want to try to find a horse that has some speed. I think a lot of people will, like we talked about at the top of the show, will kind of defer to the 13 Antonio Avinis because it's an MTO. But this horse doesn't stand out on paper compared to some of the other ones. I think you want to try to identify who's going to find themselves on the front end.
Does get Arad Ortiz Jr., Antonio Avinis, main track only, who gets into that race. So that is coming up later today, race 8 on the card. Let's take a look at what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 2 through 10 still to come. And second race. Got a pick 4 coming up. Race 6 starts that late pick 5, and the Skidmore part of that. Our track conditions presented by John Deere. Beginning the day muddy and sealed as you look at that course right now on the main track and off the turf all day long. And as Jonathan said at the top of the program, don't bemoan the weather. Look at this as opportunities that could present themselves, and some races maybe getting misbet.
100%. 5-1 is 5-1 on any other day. So JK makes a great point. Sometimes these races get misbet. A lot of people look at the morning lines and just suggest here and there, well, the morning lines were set for a different surface, so you can find some hidden gems.
Play all the action at NyraBets.com. Get signed up started. Spot 200, that code to use for new members. Get that $200 deposit match sign up when you punch in that code. Brad Cox, first-time starter. Corey and Quinn with a win to kick off this Friday coverage. Let's go to Acacia.
And so happy to be joined by Brad as a first-time starter. Corey and Quinn, she was so professional in all the preliminaries, Brad. It seemed like she really knew her job.
Yeah, she did. She's trained very well. She's had 3 good gate works there at Churchill, and or one of them at Turfway and a couple at Churchill. But she just shipped in a couple days ago. She handled everything very well. Threw a lot at her over the last few days, and she performed well today.
She has some good size to her, too. Do you think she could even appreciate a little bit more distance?
Yeah, I do. I liked her today, but I was a little concerned that 3/4 could be a little short. Thought Florent did a good job of getting her out, getting her involved, especially with a muddy track, and she kind of cleared off there late. But she should improve with more ground.
A nice debut today, but of course tomorrow in the Alabama, we'll look forward to seeing wet paint back. What have you seen from her since that Coaching Club American Oaks win?
You know, 2 good moves over across the street on the Oklahoma track. Very happy with how she looks physically. She's schooled here the last 2 days and looks amazing. So, only good stuff from her since the coaching club, and I expect her to, move forward tomorrow. And if she does, I think she'll be right there.
I look forward to it. Thanks a lot, Brad.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
With a big weekend coming up for the Brad Cox Barn, Greg.
And a nice way to start it off. Thank you, Acacia, with a first-time starter getting a win to break her maiden in wet paint. We're all excited to see if she could pull off that Coaching Club American Oaks Alabama double. $4.90 on Corey and Quinn, and Florent Giroux aboard for the victory. We're going to have more with Florent a little later. I think he gets in a cart with somebody on the desk. Race 2 out of the Wilson Chute at a mile, condition $14,000 claiming race. T-Max, even money, morning line. Is this a cinch?
I was shocked at the morning line. I think David Aragona does a phenomenal job making the morning line. It's a thankless job, and it's silly that people care as much as they do about it. That's just a little aside. I think the 5 Luna Loca makes total sense in here as an alternative to the short price favorite.
We'll talk more about it when we come back. T-Max coming out of a lot tougher races, including some stakes, but did get beat as a short price favorite against condition claiming last time out. We're going to take a time out. Todd Pletcher looking for his 3rd in a row in the Alabama Malathot Nest, and he'll have plenty of chances to get his 3rd straight coming up.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
In Italian to win it. And here is domestic spending. And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch. Victoria Road down to the line. Will be State of Rest. And it is Nest who has asked for more, and she is responding here. Nest has a 4-length lead. Secret Oath in second. Here is Nest, and she is pouring it on here in the stretch. She is at the top of her class. Nest wins the Alabama by 5 lengths.
First half of last year in the 3-year-old filly division belonged to the Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath. Nest left no question who the second half of the year belonged to.
Gosh, what a great comeback for her. And, we knew how good she was at 3. You're always waiting to see how they make that step from 3 to 4 off an extended layoff. This was a terrific comeback performance.
Yeah, when you see horses like this, you see horses visually quicken like that on the turf, not on the dirt. And, wow, that was very impressive the way she leveled off.
Yeah, she was outstanding. Look, it's still the Alabama. but I'm not going out too far on a limb to say that there's no nests in this field.
It's our ABR race of the week. And, speaking of the filly we just saw win that race, maybe no better trainer to get a runner prepared to go a classic distance than Todd Pletcher. Can try and win this race for the 5th time. He'll have 3 chances at it. Wet paint, though, for Brad Cox, trying to win his first Alabama. And she's the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, trying to pull off this double.
And look, she did her job, and she kind of lived up to, I think, what most people thought she was going to do, at least I thought she was going to do in the Kentucky Oaks. She ran down a stubborn horse in Sacred Wish, who will also be running in the Alabama. My issue is that although it was visually impressive, it was classy, it was effort, it was all the things you want to see, it wasn't that fast from a speed figure standpoint.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and it was definitely more workmanlike, right? I mean, she ran a big race. She ground down a very game, loose on the lead, Sacred Wish, but more workmanlike than eye-catching.
I got to see her, all winter at Oaklawn, and the whole thing was, okay, she's living up to her name, because if it rains, you got no shot of beating her. Let's get that straight. And then she conquered the dry track. And I think, when she went to Ellis, she got put in the race too much. I have a feeling she's just one of those fillies, no matter if there's no pace or if there's pace, you just got to drop her in dead last. I think she likes to just sit in dead last. I mean, listen, I'm not putting her in the same like Zenyatta type, but she just likes to see all the horses in front of her and relax. And it just seems like Flo knows when to pull the trigger.
2-1 morning line. Grinded out effort, but she keeps coming, and we'll see if she appreciates a mile and a quarter. That's a big question, really, for everybody in this race on Saturday. Only time probably in their careers they're going to try this distance. Let's go to Acacia.
I do think will be the distance for all of them, and it is the great equalizer, Greg. But to piggyback on what Paul said about wet paint, no matter how the race materializes, you're going to see her come from off of it. And I wanted to touch on her here because I wanted to share again what Brad Cox had said to me in the post-race interview after that CCA Oaks. And we had discussed how no matter where she's positioned, she doesn't really care what happens. She runs through the kickback. And I think that had been a little bit of a question. Was she a horse that just handled a wet track better than others, that she just appreciated it? And I think it's just that nothing really phases her. If you watch her race last time out, the way that she was off, how much dirt she took versus the way the pace dynamic set up for some of the other contenders in the field, she comes from off of it, no matter how much dirt has hit her in the face. And to have a horse like that is really rare, and it's a huge benefit because you're not going to be worried about them being affected or be up against it, even if they are those deep closers. Can she get the same kind of trip? There should be plenty of pace on tomorrow in the Alabama, and it will be intriguing to see if she comes running late yet again, Greg.
She has big will, we know that. And Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt is the rider. And
thanks for correcting me, Greg, now. Appreciate it.
We got your back, buddy. As you said, and you said it correctly, you said you can't urge her. You got to let her just drop in and get comfortable in the race.
Do you agree with me, Mig?
Yeah, some horses have a very distinct style, and you can't get in their way. If you change it, they just don't perform the same. She just wants to get in a rhythm and then come with that relentless
But that's why I
kind of
understand JK's point, because you're playing that dangerous game,
Sure.
drop into dead last at a mile and a quarter. You know what I mean?
Right, but there's two thoughts. One is, I think it's a mistake to make the assumption that she's going to be just as good at a mile and a quarter. Her run might just be really good at a mile and a 16th and a mile and an 8th. It's just like the whole theory we see with the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, this assumption that because you were closing in the Derby means you're going to appreciate the mile and a half, not always the case. Right. The other thing is, I will say too, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, is that although her numbers are a little lighter than you'd like, her determination could kind of suck her along to chase down a horse that actually does get her to run those mid-90 speed figures. It's possible.
Sure. Can't teach heart. She's got that will to win. She showed that in the Coaching Club American Oaks. We have live coverage tomorrow. Big show on Fox 3 Eastern start time for, it's a short list of races that mean so much in the 3-year-old filly division. Basically, the Kentucky Oaks and the Alabama are the two at the top of the list.
Oh, I think they're definitely the two most important 3-year-old filly races we run all year.
Live coverage again tomorrow begins 3 Eastern start time. We're going to take a timeout. Chad Brown, pretty well stocked for a race he's done well in, the Lake Placid, seeking a 5th. He'll have 4 chances, including the undefeated and lightly raced Surge Capacity. We'll be back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is one of the country's earliest pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Alabama Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Back with you on Saratoga Live. I got to tell you, you go to Saratoga Lake and you got JK with like 25-person party boat. You can hear it all the way back in town. You go to Lake Placid. And the first time I saw it, this serene calm just comes over you. It is in the town, beautiful. It is something special.
Got to get to Lake Placid in the wintertime and then walk out on the lake and you'll hear that little crack of the top crust of ice and you think you're going through and then it's solid ice. But it'll give you a little thrill.
I haven't even been to Saratoga Lake. I don't appreciate that this year. I did go to Lake Placid though for my birthday last summer and it was great. It's a
Lake
really
Placid
cool
Lodge?
No, it's the old Mirror Lake Inn.
I've been there. Beautiful.
Yes,
Love the
Mirror
restaurant
Lake
too.
Inn.
Great
Awesome
hamburger.
up there. Really fun.
Great hamburger, did you say?
It's incredible. It is incredible. That's why I went. 4 for Chad Brown in the Grade 2 Lake Placid. He's going to try and win a 5th. He's won 4 of the last 5 runnings of this race. And Surge Capacity, off a debut maiden win, put into a Grade 3 in the Lake George, and now 2 for 2.
Yeah, and here's a horse that, started out at Monmouth, and I thought this was kind of courageous. I mean, going up the rail, second career start, I understand the horse got a candy trip, but you know what? A horse that's this experienced went into a stakes race and was professional and got the job done. And I get it. Now gets a completely different draw, but I still thought this was a good effort.
I think this is the one you play against off the perfect trip. I'm not saying she can't win. I'm just saying I think you play against her off the perfect trip. But I don't think Seth Klarman cares very much. She's worth a ton of money. She is a half to highly motivated, and she's also a half to another interesting horse, Ways and Means.
We're going to probably hear more from closing weekend of this meet in the spin away potential. pretty brave to come up the fence, so that move she made, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And to do that, with, as lightly raced as she is, just her second start. I love the fact that this is a homebred for Seth Klarman. It's one thing to go out and buy horses and own horses, but to actually plan the mating and have it come to fruition and have a horse this good, it's got to be extra special for him.
Pretty good list right there of winners in this race. Rushing Fall, Regal Glory went on to have just incredible careers for Chad Brown.
Oh, the consistency. That's one thing about Chad. Throughout the years, even Raging Bull, horses that got bricks and mortar to age 6, they stayed consistent for a long period of time on the turf course.
And oftentimes, Jonathan, Chad doesn't even know. That's why he puts all these horses into these races. Who's going to step up and who's best?
I made that point this morning on a podcast I did, that's exactly the case. If he's got a monster, he's going to just run the monster, and he'll find spots for the other ones. But when there's going to likely be some give in the ground, they're all lightly raced horses. Some are cutting back from 10. One came off a perfect trip. One might want a little shorter. One might want a little longer. He's going to put the 4 in there and give them all their best chance to win for their owners. I think that's a great point. I don't think he knows, and I don't think that's any kind of indictment on him. He's got 4 good horses. Let's see which one wins.
Listen, I remember when I owned horses with Doug, he always used to tell me, listen, I'm not playing any favorites here. I run my horses against other horses. If you got a problem, you got a problem. Now, if we have a horse that can really run, I'm not going to put you up against one of my horses that can really, really run. If I call them all even, Paulie, I got to run them with my other horses. So if there's 3 and 4 in the other race and they beat you, you got to deal with it. And I'm sure Chad has that conversation with a lot of his owners. Like, listen, I might ride 3 and 4 in this race, and if I beat you with another one, it's going to happen.
But, hopefully they look at it objectively. You got to think that he has beat Seth's horses with Peter Brant's. Peter Brant's has beat horses for Saul and Maddox.
Yeah.
Mike Dubb has beaten horses for Klarman. Klarman's beaten horses for Peter Brant. They take turns. It's not as if, one guy's getting the short end of the stick all the time.
As long as he shares that wealth.
And some of them own with each other.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I mean? But, as impressive a trainer as he's been and the resume that he's put together, maybe even more impressive was being able to keep everybody happy and not feel like they're getting slighted if they get beat by another Chad Brown runner.
It's got to be some sort of juggling act. I mean, it's a great manager to be able to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, and look, there's the other idea too, right? If Chad didn't have the horse, Christophe would have the horse, and they'd be running in there too, right? Or Shug would have the horse, or Todd would have the horse, and they'd still be in the race. So, I think I've heard Baffert say that before as well on the West Coast when he beats some of his other ones. They're going to be in the race no matter what. So let's just see who's better.
4 minutes from race 2. This is conditioned $14,000 claiming race out of the Wilson Chute at a mile racing colors at 8-1.
Yeah, this horse just hasn't really shown a lot from a speed figure standpoint in the last 6-7 starts.
10-1 on a filly stretching out. She's been going 6 for a long. Swedish Sugar.
This one for Lolita Shivmagal. I remember Dude Shivmagal. 10-1.
Redzilla. 22-1. Biggest price on the board.
Yeah, last 2 dirt races was beat a total of 46 lengths.
Guns N' Roses playing at SPAC September 1st. Axel Rose.
Yeah, and he'll be on the mic. This horse was carrying 110 pounds last time in a $7,500 beaten claimer race. It took a field gate to wire. This is a lot tougher here.
Linda Rice, Luna Loca, Jose Ortiz, they teamed up to win 3 yesterday.
Yeah, this is going to be my pick in here. I understand that T-Max took a lot of that early attention with the morning line. I think Luna Loca makes a lot of sense, and I think should go off as the second choice.
And here's the other Linda Rice. First off, the claim was even money morning line, Jose Lezcano on.
Yeah, T-Max, and a horse that, they bought for $10,000 at the sale. She claimed for $13,000. It's given this horse some time and is your favorite in the will pays when it comes to the multis, at least the double, the early double.
And Simple Sugar outside, Ricardo Santana Jr. They're all 2-time winners in this field.
Yeah, this horse ran an open 14 last time, was beaten. I think this is actually a little bit sneaky as a price to use underneath.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Linda Rice with the top 2 choices on the board. Luna Loca, the 5 on your screen now, and T-Max, the 6. Stay with us.
And they're off. Power is pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Early pick 4 beginning here of this second race on our Friday afternoon card. Let's go to Acacia.
We'll take a look, Greg, at the 2 for Linda Rice, starting off with Luna Loca. And I nearly picked this horse, but I do have some questions if longer is really better for her. I know she broke her maiden going a mile, but for maiden 40 in a slow pace, she's very sharp and just built and acts more like a sprinter. The 6 T-Max does take a drop in class. Fine going a mile. I didn't have any problems with her. Now, she was a horse that was just so precocious, and maybe just a drop in class will help her get back to the right spot. She looks very, very fit for Linda and is now your even money favorite as a new face. But the 7 Simple Sugar I found really intriguing, picking up Ricardo Santana, and this is a horse that looks like she wants every bit of the mile. Now, I know that she's had quite a few starts, but this is the lowest that she's run at this distance, and she's a generous price with that big rider switch, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Yeah, Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard 9-1 right now from that outside post. This field essentially non-winners of 3 life. Everybody in this group just with 2 victories, but these Linda Rice runners taking a lot of attention, and now T-Max is at that morning line of even money.
Well, and they're both taking, pretty steep drops in class as well. So, obviously they get in that class relief, and Linda is very good at spotting horses.
This filly, JK, she was second to Hoosier Filly in a stakes race. You can make the argument, Tom Amos thought she was the best 2-year-old filly in the country last year. Is she that same filly now?
Yeah, well, she was second to Hoosier Filly. Then she was 6th, 8th, and 5th. 5th beaten 16 for claiming 30. So although she has that in her past, she hasn't really necessarily lived up to that. I don't know if it's the fact that she's been working here at Saratoga that gives people a little bit more confidence.
I'll tell you what it is. The rest of the field trainers have 1 win. That's the thing. Rob Outrus has 1 win. None of the other trainers have either starters or any wins. You have the 2 Linda Rice horses. That's what's going on here.
Good call. I didn't even pick up that there was only one other trainer that had sported a win at the meet.
Yeah.
Being Rob Outrus.
I think that's...
Also has speed, though, against a lot better company. But, yeah, has not been near that same filly as she has early on in her career. Despite that, there she is, short price stepping in. Mile out of the Wilson chute. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
She goes in. They're in the gate. Any second. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Redzilla in between horses, challenged immediately by Luna Loca. Those two hook up, and they're joined on the far outside by Simple Sugar. So Simple Sugar is now moving up, and T-Max. T-Max is the new leader. It's T-Max opening up about 2.5 lengths. Redzilla is on the inside with Simple Sugar, who is deepest of all. As they straighten up, between those two comes Luna Loca. It's another 2 back to Axl Rose, who is followed 3 further back by Swedish Sugar and Racing Colors. They went the opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, and it's T-Max, quicker than all, trying to dominate on the front end. T-Max has built up a 3.5 length lead on Simple Sugar, who's in second. Down at the rail, Luna Loca third. A gap of 4. Axl Rose is starting to make a little bit of headway through a half that went in 47 2/5 seconds. Redzilla is losing ground at this stage, followed by Swedish Sugar and Racing Colors. It's the favorite T-Max by 2, with Simple Sugar a clear-cut second as they come past the quarter pole and turn for home. Luna Loca is moving up to the inside to try and chase down stablemate T-Max, but T-Max is home free. It's a 6-length lead inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Luna Loca is second, followed by Simple Sugar. T-Max was simply too much and ran accordingly. T-Max by 10 lengths close to the wire and wins by a little more. Second goes to Luna Loca to complete the Linda Rice exacta. Axl Rose up for third in front of Simple Sugar.
Linda Rice, 1-2. T-Max absolutely dominant against this group, and Linda gets her 22nd winner of this meet. She's 2 back of meet leading trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, and again, placing her horses aggressively, spotting them to win, and this race was really never in doubt once T-Max got so comfortable on the lead. And you could see Jose Lezcano, who continues to ride in terrific form, open up his hands a little bit, let out a notch on the reins around the far turn, and she started putting separation, JK.
Yeah, absolutely. She got comfortable on the front end, and you know, she was comfortable all the way around there. And look, I mean, this is one of those situations we talked about this meet, is that Linda's got herself in a position. I think she has some owners that really allow her to play the claiming game aggressively. They claimed this horse for 30. And you know, you'd imagine they lost the horse today for 14.
They did, sure.
But then they also got the purse, and you get to get your picture taken. It's a fun day at the races, and you could be aggressive and not get stuck with a horse that maybe could be going the wrong direction.
She probably lost
out, break even, and lose a little here.
Well, listen, like we've talked about this yesterday. Linda is the king of kind of cutting her losses. She's
Both
going to
her
lose.
horses got claimed, by the way, to 5 and 6.
Yeah, she's going to lose both horses. Now, the 5 she claimed for 40. Obviously, the 5's a tiny bit more of a loss than the 6. The 6, they claimed for 30. They had to sit on a little bit, but they got their money tiny bit back. But again, did they win money on these 2 horses? No, but they cut their losses a tiny bit, and they did get a W here at Saratoga.
No, it's the way I look at betting, too, here at Saratoga. If you have a lot of days where you're breaking even, that's a victory. Because it just takes one then to get you into the black, right? But if you're having a bunch of days where you're losing, it makes it harder. And Linda, whether she broke even or made a little bit or lost a little bit here, it's a win in the long run playing the claiming game, because you can get stuck sometimes and lose a lot of money.
Went to Churchill Downs. She went to Ellis, claimed a lot of horses that we're seeing showing up here. Her 2 runners in this race that run 1-2. Both claimed will not be going back to her barn. She gets her 22nd win of this meet. Started out, I mean, she was just on a tear, 38% early on of this meet with 13 winners. Cooled off quite a bit, but now she started to pick it back up again. Our coverage on FS2 coming to a conclusion here. We're going to pick things up back over on FS1 after a timeout. So a lot more ahead. Stay tuned. Again, coverage continuing. Top of the hour over on FS1 right after a break.
racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Corgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
For the Barraclough family of Saratoga Glen Farm, raising horses is all in the family.
I think it doesn't work if you don't have your whole family involved in what you do.
New York native Dan Barraclough and Kathy Barraclough, whose accent gives away her Australian roots, fell in love on horseback when they were leading trail rides at a resort in the Catskills. Even back then, they envisioned owning a horse farm and having children that would grow to share their passion for thoroughbreds.
We planned on it.
Not necessarily with me, but she planned on it for sure.
For the oldest, Taylor, middle son Shane, and the youngest Dean, the wake-up call comes early.
They'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start stalls, feed, bring in, work the yearlings, work the layups, and then...
They get up and work, then we get up and go have fun as well.
Taylor is already an accomplished equestrian.
For compensation for working here, I got to have a mare here. This is my 1,000 words colt. I'm really excited. Hopefully I get to sell him, and I don't know, I think he's really cool.
Shane excels at sports, but understands that his work on the farm is key to the family's success. How do you think this will help you?
Mostly the work ethic of like how I do things in school with like a timeline maybe, or what I need to get done in a certain period of time and how fast I need to do it. Staying focused.
Dean prefers training his dog for agility trials to riding. He's even started Dean's Delicious Dog Treats to earn money for his passion. But even he picks up a pitchfork when it's time to clean a stall.
I'm watering, I open doors, I mow lawns, I help Dad.
The Barraclough clan credits another family for helping them become successful, the family of New York breeders, who were generous with time and advice.
And we had a lot of help along the way. Joe McMahon was a mentor for us. He helped us, get our first clients. It's been a very good community for us. Ann Morgan and Tim, when he was alive, they were very helpful and accommodating.
When this War Dancer filly races at Saratoga someday, she'll carry with her all the love and care she received from all 10 of the helping hands at Saratoga Glen Farm.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. We get back to live action here. Race 3, meant for the grass, 1 mile now, main track out of the Wilson Chute, 50,000 starter allowance. And with everybody coming out, a lot of them in here, Western Lane, the 7, becomes a 4-5 favorite for trainer Ray Handel. Dylan Davis will be aboard. And actually, the win from this horse came on the dirt on a good track at Aqueduct late last year.
Was it 6.5 furlongs, about 4-1, and the horse had been running on turf before. Now 3 turf starts for Natalia Lynch. Now lands in the Ray Handel barn. Obviously, being a daughter of Candy Ride, they love the slop, and her best number was in the range. JK.
This horse deserves to be 4-5. I had to think about it a little bit harder, but if you look at the 7 Western Lane, 2 races back was a lifetime best. So this horse is in the best form that she's ever been in, based on her race 2 back. And then you look back at her 3 dirt starts earlier in the year and at the tail end of last year. All 3 of those are better than anything else anyone has ever else done on the dirt. So if she runs back to one of those, she's going to win. But we also have to take into consideration, like I mentioned, she's also in the best form of her life. She should be tough to beat in here.
Short price. Dylan Davis will be aboard. There's a look at the 10. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, you think the 4 is just second choice by default? I mean, a Temple City,
first time on dirt, 2-1. I did not expect to see this horse at 2-1.
This horse is the favorite in the pick 3s and the doubles, which I was surprised.
It feels to me like they're just looking for some other alternative, and you just don't know with Miss San Gabriel if she can handle the dirt or not. Now, the interesting thing is she's only run on turf, and she's only trained, at least in the form, on synthetic.
Yeah.
That leads me to believe that everything she showed Graham Motion, her former conditioner before George Weaver claimed her, that she doesn't want dirt.
9-5 right now. Yeah, the ultimate X factor in this race. Yeah, what will Miss San Gabriel the 4 do? There she is. So yeah, from what we see, as Mig brought up, yeah, good point. No works on dirt that we can even go off of, and all the starts have been on grass.
Well, if you claim a horse for 50, and it's a sizable investment for a claiming horse, and why not send her out there and see what happens. And I don't have any information. I'm not saying that I know that's what
Check
they're
the
doing.
box.
But just let's see. Let's just make sure. I mean, I'm sure that George is going to tell Manny, look, if she's not handling it, let's just save her for next time. There's no reason to get after her, discourage her. If she's not handling it, let's just, we'll go on to run in a turf race down the road a little bit. So it feels like they're just taking a chance to see what she wants to do.
And Mig, is there a chance too? I mean, take a swing in a race like this because maybe some of the others just won't like it at all.
Well, I think that's a very good point. There are other horses are going to be, some of them in the same boat as you. Plus, Miss San Gabriel does have speed. And if I was a trainer, that would kind of encourage me to give them a try because sometimes they get out in front, they run over the top of the ground, and they just continue or they carry. So I can understand why they're taking a shot, but I do think they're taking a shot.
So that's actually a good point, Meg. I never thought of that. So horses that stay on the turf, most of the time will have more speed on the turf than horses that are deep closers that will stay on. I mean, when they stay on the dirt, when they move from turf to dirt, more of the speed horses will stay on than deep closers.
Well, and especially in a situation like this, Manny Franco is going to allow her to go forward because she's also going to have to deal with kickback if she's coming from behind, which she's never had to deal with before being on the turf. You got to go with that filly.
And look, there's also 6 horses in this race. You beat a couple, you get a check, pays for training, pays for lots of different things. It's not the wildest idea to keep them in here in these situations.
Meanwhile, it's even money. Western Lane moving to the Ray Handel barn. What about any of these main track only runners? The 9, the 10, the 11, all main track only. Of that trio, who did you see, if anyone, making an impact in this race, you guys?
Well, that's a tough question. The 9 Pout does have speed. Just throw that race out last time on the turf. The other races are okay, but the horse had been backing up. Now, Duck Fat she kind of runs the same race. She's a Quality Road. Quality Road for $200,000. They paid $8,000 for her. I mean, they've tried blinkers. They've checked a lot of boxes with her. So I don't know. They just never really have dropped her, but this might be a drop in class because there's not much in here.
The answer to your question is none of them, for me, right? I love Nick Zito to death, but one for 31 as of late with a horse that hasn't really shown much as of late on the dirt. Duck Fat, a trainer who's 4 for 85 in their career, low percentage without much, to see on the track the last 2, and then the same thing with Dashing Della on the outside. You got to. I don't have a problem with trying to get creative with a horse that might jump up, but there's just not a whole lot. Oh, late scratch with the 11.
Yeah, late scratch 11. Dashing Della comes out. So if you did have that horse in multi-race wagers, you will get the favorite, and it looks like it's going to be the 7 Western Lane. Let's go to Acacia.
Late scratch of the number 11 Dashing Della, as you mentioned, Greg. But talking about a couple of others in here, we'll start things off with the 7 Western Lane for Ray Handel. Now, this is a filly with a very long body to her. She looks like she wants to go a little bit further. And so getting to go the mile, I love for her. She's the short price, but I think that she's run some decent races on the dirt. Now, she hasn't shown much speed, at least in her last race at Laurel, which was sprinting and going from the rail. Dylan Davis has been aggressive. We'll see how she warms up, but I would expect her to be a little bit more forward in here, and I think she's a very logical favorite. As far as the 4, Miss San Gabriel does go, she's by Temple City. As far as her siblings, one of the other 2 foals were winners, and that one was a winner twice going long on the dirt. She doesn't look like she wants to go long on the dirt. In fact, she actually looks like she wants the shorter is better. I know that she's going a mile on the turf. From an overall physical standpoint, she looks phenomenal. Her coat looks tremendous. She's dappled from head to toe. She's coming off in good form for a good, very sharp barn as well, who's having a tremendous meet. Now, she is just built a little bit more like a turf horse, but we'll see if she can handle it. And maybe she is just one that's kind of found her stride as of now, and we'll see if that speed transfers. And as far as leaving horses in, when races do come off the turf, when you go to enter next time out, you have a better date and you can have preference from that point as well. And so it can really help trainers if they're trying to get their horses in the future versus if you do scratch and you'll be a little bit lower on the preference list. So sometimes that's a thought process that goes into it as well. The number 9, Pout, is one of a couple of main track onlys in here. This one for Nick Zito, who did win on the dirt at Oaklawn back in February, wiring the field. She looks great. She's always been a horse that just carries a lot of weight in conditioning, and that's very much the same for her. She's definitely not a turf horse, and we'll see if maybe she just finds the right spot. I remember that she used to be a horse that was really naughty behind the gate. She's very laid back here in the paddock, and haven't seen her myself since last year, but we'll see what she does as she gets to the starting gate, and if she can kind of keep things together mentally, if she has matured now as a 4-year-old. But you know, it's always a lot of fun. We're rooting for Nick Zito to have a good horse, and this one just might find her spot in the right place. Greg?
Thanks, Acacia. She's used to have some sprint speed as well on dirt. Talking about Pout the 9 at 6-1. With the apprentice, Jamie Torres, does she try and pop out of there and take command of this race early?
I think it's a terrific strategy in races like these. If you go to the lead, sometimes you just discourage other runners, and she does have speed in the past. I think Pout would be well served, and Jamie Torres is not bashful about being aggressive. Just go on. And I saw Angel Cordero riding around yesterday morning with Jamie Torres, and the first thing out of Angel's mouth is, Miggy, you're losing too much weight. He says, you okay? I said, yeah, I lost like 10 pounds to be here. I feel good. He goes, okay, then I'll take your book.
I will say this about Pout. My man Angel, always working. The last 2 races, I think you can kind of draw a line through those 2. The problem is I think the previous races don't really get me going enough. But if you do want to make a case, the last 2 races got checked extremely hard in the last race on the turf. It was 40-1 that day, but did have some trouble. And then that race 2 back at Ellis popped the gate open. And we talk about that all the time, about how, you know, horses don't typically run well after they break the gate open. It's kind of a myth, but it's also, there's a lot to it as well. So you can kind of maybe draw a line through those 2 and look back to the previous races. I just don't think those are still fast enough. If the 7 runs the race, I think that.
But is it fast enough? I mean, should she be 6-1 and the 4 be 8-5, who's a total guessing game on the surface?
Well, the 4 has shown in their last 4 races that they want to try to win races. The 4 has shown some class, has shown some ability, while the 10, you know, hasn't really.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about Pout.
Oh, excuse me. The 9, excuse me, you know, hasn't really shown that as of late.
I'm going with Duck Fat. You know.
Love it on my fries.
Greg, you know. Duck Fat. We were talking about Duck Fat in the room earlier, and I think if
oh, there we go.
As a hunch play.
Sorry. It is a hunch play, yeah. Hopefully someone's not listening out on the West Coast. 5-1. Ricardo Santana Jr. or a barn. Doesn't even set out a lot of horses in here. We'll see this horse. 48-1 when that horse won.
Yeah,
48 4 out of 5 in the pick 5 that day.
Wow.
Wait, and you didn't include this horse?
I did not.
Hunch place.
Yeah.
Owes me one, right?
You know, every once in a blue moon, this mare throws in a race, and she comes from downtown. So if you like duck fat, I mean, she's probably going to be, she'll be 5 of 5 in here. She's going to be dead last. And she'll probably make a run like she did last time with Ricardo Santana. She's 1 for 21 lifetime. That's something you don't want to hear, but when you run into a field like this could be the right field. You never know.
There's Pout, one of the main track onlys. Jamie Torres for Nick Zito. There's Duck Fat, just talked about at 5-1. 6-5 favorite. Western Lane has remained the one to beat in this spot. We're going to have new audience join us here in just a few minutes. Want to remind everyone, you're the only winning ticket in a late pick 5 here at Saratoga every Saturday and Sunday. You play it through Naira Bets, you'll win that pool, and in addition to that, $1 million bonus as well.
There's nothing wrong with that. And look, if you hit the single ticket, I mean, you're likely looking at close to $1 million anyways, if not more, especially on a Saturday and a Sunday as well. So, hey, look, you might as well just play it through Naira Bets, because who has a problem with an extra $1 million?
Well, if you were away for the last 2 days fishing or on a boat, somebody did it on Wednesday. They took the pool. So if it was on Friday or Saturday, they would have got that $1 million bonus.
Pretty incredible.
Yep.
Judgment time just went by. Omar Hernandez Moreno, rider change aboard. And here's the 4, Miss San Gabriel, first time on dirt.
Yeah, for George Weaver, can this horse show the same speed?
Western Lane 4-5.
Yeah, I think this horse should be the favorite. Has the dirt races in the back.
Pout for the Nick Zito barn.
You can draw a line through the last two. Don't trust this horse, though.
And Duck Fat going to round things out. 6-1 here from the outside post. Ricardo Santana Jr. going to be joined by our FS1 audience here in mere seconds.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to those just joining us on FS1. You're watching Saratoga Live, coverage from the premier meet in this sport. Brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Look at this Friday crowd on hand with the sun shining here in upstate New York. It is going to be a fun Friday afternoon. Of course, Saturday, one of the premier races for 3-year-old fillies in this game at that classic distance of 1.25 miles. That is the Alabama. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. We have the third race here coming up. We're off the turf today, listed as muddy and sealed to begin our action as we're up to race 3.
Yeah, I mean, the weather is beautiful right now. We just had some, a lot of rain overnight and then another downpour right before the first race. But, hey, it's an outdoor sport. We can't control Mother Nature. Just got to enjoy what we get here, and it's great to be in Saratoga.
And we talked about it with our previous audience. Sometimes these races that come off the grass present tremendous opportunities for people to just bet these races wrong.
Yeah, and you can cash out on these opportunities. Like I said, 5-1 is 5-1 on any day, whether they're off the turf or on the turf. I think a lot of people are going to be leaning on a horse in the next race, and Paddington will be a heavy favorite. We have a heavy favorite in this race in the 7, so maybe there's going to be a lot of people playing that double 7-11.
Well, this is a perfect example, I think, right? To get started, to your point, Wolfie, about they're presenting opportunities on these off-the-turf races. The 4, Miss San Gabriel, who's the favorite right now, or right behind, excuse me, is 2-1 right in here. I don't think this horse wants to run on the dirt, but people are still betting because this horse would have been the favorite on the grass, in my opinion. And people sometimes have a hard time differentiating the two different surfaces, and it does present opportunities elsewhere.
It's strange to see that money continuing on this 4, who is, first time on the third surface. George Weaver, though, has had a tremendous meet, winning at 28%. You see that name recognition in a race that doesn't have a lot of name recognition as well.
And I'm not saying she can't win. I'm just saying she shouldn't be 9-5.
Agreed. Here's what's still to come on the program today. Races 3 through 10. It's brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Race 6. We'll start off the late pick 5, 2-year-old maiden special weight, the Skidmore. That comes off the turf, and maybe, as a result, becomes a little more interesting. Very wide open race in that Skidmore at 5.5 furlongs. This third race was meant for the grass as well. We're off the turf all day, so we move to the main track out of the Wilson Chute at 1 mile for this 50,000 starter allowance condition. There are 2 main track only runners that remain. There was a late scratch of the 11, the 9 Pout, the 10 Duck Fat, but Western Lane, the 7, 4-5 on the board, and has been the favorite throughout the wagering. There she is, 4-year-old filly that has moved to the Ray Handel barn.
Yeah, and look, we talked about it before we joined this audience, that if you look back at her dirt races, she's got 4 dirt races that are better than anything else has ever run on the dirt. And then you also add the idea that on June 22nd, that was her lifetime best race. It was on the turf. But it does show that she is in the best form she's ever been in, and she's probably better than all of these on dirt. You can expect a big performance out of her today, I think.
Post time coming up for this third. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And Greg, I like your favorite in here too, unfortunately at a short price. But to touch on the other horse that's taking money, Miss San Gabriel, I did get a chance to catch up with her trainer, George Weaver, and asked what his thoughts were on her potentially running on the main track. And he just said, I don't know. I didn't breeze her in between since I claimed her and now. And he said, look, no matter what, it's a short field. I'm hoping she can pick up a piece and get a check, and then we can go on to the next race moving forward. But in the worst case scenario, it'll be like a workout, and she's basically breezing over the main track. And again, they can go back to what she really wants to do, which could potentially really be the turf. But he said, I just want to take a shot. We'll know no matter what. And I told Manny Franco, if she's not handling it, just look after her. But if she is, maybe we can get a check out of this effort today.
So take a swing. Interesting philosophy. And yeah, it could be potentially just a paid workout here.
I know, without a doubt. And I think Acacia nailed it in that interview with George, that, you know, there's no consequence here. You know, as long as you tell Manny, look, if she's not having a good time out there, let's just gallop her around there like a morning exercise. You know, he's probably going to work her this morning anyways, or gallop her this morning if she wasn't running. So let's just save it for the afternoon, gallop around there. And, oh, by the way, if you happen to pass 2 other horses that don't want to run on the dirt, you get a check. And that money can be spent on training or going to claim another horse.
Yeah, versus $70,000 in this race.
Well, the horse is the most lightly raced horse in the race. So, yeah, this is the chance to take it in career start number 5, where you have, like, the 10, Duck Fat, who's 1 for 21, has seen a wet surface. So you kind of seen that movie, like I always say, a lot of the time. So that's why the 4 is taking money. I just think it's just an indictment on the rest of the field, to be honest.
Yeah,
But-
I agree.
But the point is, right?
Yep.
Is that what we've been trying to make is that she shouldn't be 9 to 5, based on everything we've heard from George, from her form, so on and so forth.
I totally agree, but sometimes you get pleasantly surprised too. So they're taking their swing, taking a shot, and no going in if she doesn't handle it. Hey, you know, protect her and bring me a horse back, and that's really at the end of the day the most important thing, that everybody comes back in good order. I went with Duck Fat completely because of the way she warmed up. She won me over in the warm-up, and I think that counts more in these kind of races when you have a clear-cut horse like the 7, but a horse warms up outstanding and you really like the way they look. Take a little bit of a shot.
You know, we're talking about the 4 being 9 to 5, Greg. Okay, the 7 was 3 to 5. Is 4 to 5 about right, or even money, you think?
Probably feels pretty right, doesn't it? 4 to 5 in here with a 7.
Oh, look, you can be shocked, but you know, if this is one of those races where what you see on paper happens in real life, I think she wins for fun. But it is Saratoga, and I've been wrong 98 times a day, so you never know.
More 3 to 5 even?
Yeah, look, I think she's clearly the horse to beat.
And she does click down to 3 to 5 now. Here we go, race 3, Saratoga. Mile on the main track off the turf all day long today on this Friday card. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Assistant starters and Duck Fat being guided into the gate. She goes up and in. And they're off. Pout was out very quickly, and so was Judgment Time, and these two hook up right out of the gate. And here comes Miss San Gabriel, as Judgment Time has shuffled right back to last. So it's Miss San Gabriel just in front, Pout racing in second, and then the other 3. Duck Fat is 3 deep. Down on the inside, Judgment Time is next as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch, and the favorite Western Lane is in between those 2, but they're covered by just 3 lengths. The opening quarter went in 24 and 4/5 seconds. Miss San Gabriel out where she likes to be, leads it over Pout by 3/4 of a length. Judgment Time together with Western Lane, who's only 2 off the pace. Duck Fat is just behind them. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, and it is still Miss San Gabriel. The half went in 48 and 2/5 seconds. A length and a half in front now of Pout in second, Duck Fat third. Western Lane is asked to pick it up at the rail 4th, 3 lengths off the lead, and Judgment Time has tailed off. They're coming toward the top of the stretch. Miss San Gabriel, Pout, Western Lane along the inside, trying to find a seaman, is looking for a narrow opening, coming through now. And Western Lane makes a decisive bid to square off on the outside with Duck Fat. Miss San Gabriel has come up empty. Pout is in third. They're in the final furlong, and it's Western Lane and Duck Fat. Western Lane just in front. Duck Fat on the outside. They'll come for the wire together. Duck Fat, Western Lane, Duck Fat. Here it is. They come to the wire. Photo finish that went to Western Lane. very narrowly over Duck Fat, and it was a long way back to Pout in third.
Duck Fat certainly fought here. Did she ever get a nose in front?
No, she never did.
I mean, I think she did at some point in the stretch, but I don't believe she's going to get her nose. Oh, wait a second.
She gets the bob, but again, this was just like yesterday. She was physically in front, and she never actually went by with the bob. But she looked like she kept on pursuing. Good call by you, Mig, because this horse gave you all you wanted for your money.
Yeah, and listen, the favorite got the easy pass run, right? When the 4, Miss San Gabriel, was trying to get out. You saw Manny Franco trying to hold his line, but he left just enough room for Dylan Davis with Western Lane to squeak through as Duck Fat came around. But she was determined. She kept sticking her head out. We didn't want to get past.
Richie, I kind of consider this from a betting standpoint. I'm curious how you feel from a riding standpoint. I consider this kind of a cancellation trip where, although she did get that beautiful run on the inside, she did not have a comfortable trip early. So I want to just let those two cancel each other out, and I just want to look at it neutrally. I don't think she had a bad trip, but I also don't think she had a good trip.
No, but I think you make a great point, because I was even commenting during the race. She was never in a comfortable position, always kind of in between horses, not quite where you want to be. And then when she got that rail split, it just kind of made life easier for her. I agree with you. I think early, not a great trip. That certainly benefited her getting through. But Duck Fat tried hard all the way to the wire. Pout tended the pace, and Miss San Gabriel, I think she showed she wants turf, because she was going sweet in front, but when the running started, then that's when she kind of came apart.
But this is what we were talking about, the opportunity. I get it. We all had the 3 to 5 shot. But when you throw the 4 out of this race, you can also now get a decent little try and a decent little exacta. 4 was never meant for turf and dirt, and you could tell she started lugging out on the turn, and she was wanting nothing of it.
And, Paulie, the only opinion you had to have here, you had to have 2 opinions, and you could have probably had a very nice try. We'll see what the payouts are. Is that you thought the 7 was going to win, and you didn't think the 4 was a dirt horse. Right. And if you just have that opinion, there is an opportunity to make some money. And it's not a bold it's not a bold opinion. It's very simple.
Sure.
3 to 5 favorite, had to fight for it, but able to get this win. Holding off Duck Fat at 5 to 1, Pout at 9 to 1. At second and third, Dylan Davis for Ray Handel, Blue Streak Racing. And the second win of this one's career. We'll talk Alabama when we come back. Wet Paint looking to go back-to-back. Coaching Club American Oaks Alabama double. Can she pull it off?
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, to win in races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Western Lane gets the bob, and we've got some really fired up owners here in the winner's circle. Winning jockey Dylan Davis joining me, as well as Sean Farley from Blue Streak Racing, who gets the win here. Sean, you were so excited coming into this winner's circle, and you were just telling me a great story with your relationship with Dylan and what this means to you.
It's great. I met Dylan at Chianti Restaurant back in 2005. He said, I'm going to be a jockey one day, just like my dad. My father was with me, gave him a $50 tip, and he said, all right, good luck being that jockey. And here we are together. We became great friends, and it's just, I'm so proud of him. We just happened to draw him today, so this is a treat for everybody. First time I've ever won in Saratoga in 22 years of being in this business, first time. So
what's that feeling like?
I mean, other than the jacket, you saw I reacted like we just won the Kentucky Derby, but you know, it was like our little Kentucky Derby today. I got my dear friends with me. I got some guys that I grew up with. My friend Fran over here, we used to own horses together. My friend Dennis, who unfortunately passed away, but I know today he was there for the win. He was shining down on us.
And Dylan, Sean just told a great story of when you were working at Chianti and the journey you've been on, and you know the scoop of this winter circle at Saratoga, but it's always special to see things come full circle.
Of course, yeah, it's a very special moment to be here, and you don't take it for granted, so we're here today. It's great. It's a great feeling, and a great man, a great team to be here, and we're just celebrating today.
How about holding on for that bob?
Oh, incredible trip. I broke well, and then a couple speeds went in there, but it opened up down the rail. I was able to take it, and that was the winning trip. I went outside. I wouldn't win here.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. Enjoy it.
My partner's in here real quick with the horse. Could you guys get in here real quick? You guys get in here real quick? These are my partners with the horse. And guys, get in. Let's go.
This is what it's all about, Greg. Celebrating the win at Saratoga with all your friends.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dylan. Sorry.
Shows you how much it means, no matter what kind of race, to win at this historic racetrack.
And here's the move that Dylan was talking about. You know, Manny was struggling. His horse was trying to get out. He did the best he could to hold his line, couldn't do it. And Dylan shot the gap there, and Duck Fat took it to her. But your favorite was very game, determined, resolute on the inside, Western Lane. And Dylan's first job was at Chianti as a busboy. Worked his way up. Gave up his dream of becoming a dentist like Hermie in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer to become a jockey.
Well, he gave this horse a tremendous ride. Yeah, and it is sort of special. Like, listen, it's like their Kentucky Derby. He's still pumped up, giving Dylan a hug, and it's special. It really is. Like they say all the time, Disneyland is the happiest place on earth. No, it is not. It's the winner's circle.
My first job was at UPS. those boxes just kept coming. And JK did not come back after lunch on day one.
Day one?
Oh, dude, those boxes don't stop. Like, they literally never stop coming. Ever. Ever. Wild.
My first job was at a pizza place, and I'm like, this pizza tastes pretty good. I'm never going to leave this job. $3.40. Western Lane had to gruel it out, but able to get the victory there. Big one on Saturday. Grade 1 Alabama. 1.25 mile distance for 10 3-year-old fillies, including the one we talked about going to break. It's our ABR race of the week. The Coaching Club American Oaks winner going to try and pull off this double here at the meet. Let's meet the field that's going to line up, beginning with filly that gave Wet Paint a major scare in that Coaching Club American Oaks for George Weaver, Sacred Wish.
Yeah, Sacred Wish, second last time to Wet Paint. And, you know, Manny Franco looked like he had the jump. He looked underneath his arm, and Wet Paint just ran her down. But Sacred Witch really improved. The George Weaver barn is hard. Now Johnny V takes back his mount. It was always his mount, so don't panic that Manny's off the horse.
Here is Wet Paint. She got her first Grade 1 win of her career in that Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, Wet Paint, she was the favorite in the Kentucky Oaks. We didn't necessarily trust her off of that performance, but I thought she ran sneaky well at Ellis Park. She came back and she got the job done in the Alabama. She deserves to be the favorite. I just don't quite trust her yet.
Bred to be a star before she ever ran. Full sister to dual champion Malathot, who won this race as a 3-year-old for Todd Pletcher, Julia Shining.
Yeah, Julia Shining's really never done anything wrong. She's a bit tricky to ride. They got to keep after her, but she certainly has a pedigree to relish the 1.25 mile, and Todd Pletcher off the layoff, I'm not too concerned.
Dallas Stewart, known for big upsets, going to send out Sabra Tough with Raylu Gutierrez.
It's a horse that is, I think, better around one turn, but again, try 1.25 mile by cross traffic, and you're right, a Louisiana bred. Dallas has a tendency to run second or third at big prices.
Chad Brown's going to send out a pair of fillies in this race, the first of those Fire Line with Javier Castellano.
A little sneaky. You see this gray filly looks a little bit like Daddy Arrogate. We know he didn't have a problem with the 1.25 miles here at Saratoga. He's got the track record from the Travers.
Todd Pletcher has won the last 2 runnings of this race. Chocolate Gelato, one of 3 he's going to send out. Jose Ortiz will be awarded.
Yeah, a filly that won the Frizette last year, went into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at less than 5-1. Comeback was a little disappointing in the Jersey Girl, but you gotta think she's gonna have speed coming off of that 1 sprint.
Gambling Girl, the 3rd of this trio for Todd Pletcher. She was the runner-up, beat just a neck in the Kentucky Oaks.
And I think she's the horse at 8-1 that's gonna get bet a little bit in this race. Her Coaching Club American Oaks, she needed that race. It was her first race since the Kentucky Oaks, where she almost caught Pretty Mischievous at the line. She comes from way out of it. She's going to get the same kind of speed that maybe Wet Paint gets.
Randomize. Another one from Chad Brown, coming off a big effort in the Wilton. That was at a mile here at Saratoga. In some ways, is she the most interesting filly in the race?
I mean, I think she's interesting, but I think she's going to probably get some pace pressure from Chocolate Gelato. I would think that Chocolate Gelato will be aggressively ridden in there. Not fully as a rabbit, but at least as a pace to keep the pace honest. I just don't necessarily trust her. She got a pretty easy trip last time.
Hard to find a better story than this filly. Claimed for $50,000 and delivering trainer Randy Morse one of the biggest wins of his career.
Yeah, and her Black-Eyed Susan, when she defeated Hoosier Filly, was really, really good. But she's chased Wet Paint in 3 previous starts of that. Consistent hard knocking's going to have to push it a little bit forward to beat Wet Paint.
And Kenny McPeak, he's won this race twice. Eskimo Kisses, Swiss Skydiver, defining purpose already a Grade 1 winner.
You know what, Greg? You know, we talked about the Indiana Oaks yesterday when Defining Purpose beat Tax last time, and you're just wondering, these 2 horses are going to be probably big overlays, 8, 9, 10-1, and they're kind of quality. I think Tax has improved, and I think Defining Purpose has improved. Have they gone past Wet Paint yet? Well, remains to be seen, but I think both of those fillies are on the improve.
Did you feel coming into the, take away the 1.25 miles, because we don't know who's going to relish that distance, but this group, if they all run their best race, fairly evenly matched?
Yeah, no, I do. I think it is. I mean, look, I know the Coaching Club American Oaks, Grade 1 at this prestigious racetrack, and I think that most people won't agree that if you got to pick a race to win, would it be the Indiana Oaks or would it be the Coaching Club American Oaks? I think most would pick the Coaching Club American Oaks. However, I do think that the Indiana Oaks was a little bit closer in terms of quality of race, which I think is going to offer a lot of value with those 2 horses towards the outside, Defining Purpose and Taxed. So I do believe this is an equally matched group.
Back to the 1.25 miles. If you do have to pick someone that you think, we don't know, but if you had to think on pedigree, who's going to love it the most? Is it the one who's
I hate
full
to take
to Malathot?
I hate to take a deep closer, but I go towards the trainer, right? It's Todd Pletcher for me. You know, and Gambling Girl's a horse that liked this racetrack, and then last time out, it just seemed like she was spinning in her wheels. She had a lifetime top when she ran in the Kentucky Oaks. And I think that Todd, you know, kind of just wanted to give her time and get her set for here. You never prep for a Grade 1 for another Grade 1. I have a feeling she's going to fire a giant shot. And like I said, I just think that Todd's horses, they relish the distances.
Maybe nobody better at getting dirt horses to go around a ground than Todd Pletcher.
It's the foundation he puts in his horses, and if you watch his horses train in the morning, especially when they have faster speed workouts, they'll work to the finish line, but then their gallop outs are aggressive, and they go out all the way to the backstretch. If you see a 5-furlong work for a Todd Pletcher horse, usually they've galloped out a good 6, a decent 7, and pulled up a decent mile as well.
Live coverage, we're going to have it for you on Saturday, 3 Eastern start time, 143rd running. One of the oldest races for females in this country, that $600,000 Alabama, tomorrow on Fox. We hope you join us. Race 9 on that card goes off at 5:45 Eastern time. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Speaking of Alabama winners, how about this brilliant filly, Songbird? So special to begin her career, that incredible win streak to kick things off. Now a Hall of Famer. We'll be back.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't it. 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but we get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but we get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
And here she comes. Songbird's got a 4-length lead as they come into the final furlong. Mike Smith just shakes the reins at Songbird. Going for broke has made progress up into second inside a family tree, but they're 6 lengths behind Songbird at the 16th pole. It is Songbird, this magnificent filly, winning the Alabama. She is a perfect 10.
What an incredible filly. Songbird winning the Alabama. That made a 10 for 10 start to her incredible career. She'd actually win the first 11 starts of her career before finally just getting nosed out of a 12th consecutive win against Beholder in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
She faced an older champion, right? You had the young Lioness taking on the proven commodity in Beholder, and they put on quite a show in a race that did not deserve a loser.
Gary Stevens on board Beholder, and then one of the great stretch stools in Breeders' Cup history.
Yeah, best friend against best friend. Mike on the inside, Gary on the outside. And I always ask Gary, I go, were you guys talking to each other down the lane? He goes, most definitely we were.
Fourth race coming up on this Friday card. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start off with Songbird's daughter in here. And I know that Stunningly is your favorite, but we kind of know the game with her. So we'll take a look at a couple of new faces, beginning with Magical Song out of Songbird by Tappet, a truly regal pedigree. Now, her debut race was very strong. She ran a really good effort at Keeneland back in November, and then she did regress in her next couple of races. Last time out, yes, she was squeezed a little bit at the start, but there was a horse kind of setting the pace pretty quickly, and this one just had no late kick. Watching her in the paddock today, she has been sharp. So the blinkers come off as she makes her first start for Todd Pletcher. She was a little bit tricky at first to get the tack on kicking out. She's been on her toes throughout, but she's a big, imposing filly and a very energetic type. And so I'm wondering with the blinkers off if they want to try and get her to settle a little bit more. She's beautifully put together. Does she have the ability, and will this be the day that we'll be able to see it come out? Taking a look at a couple of first-time starters, the 6, Rihanna, and I guess owner's Fleetwood Mac fan. This one has a big pedigree for turf, actually, on the bottom side. The Dam was a Grade 3 winner 3 times on the turf, and she's the sister to multiple graded stakes winner Divine Oath, who wanted to go about 1.5 miles on the turf. This filly is massive. I don't mind her on the dirt, but she's so tall, so leggy. She's very fit and well prepared coming in here, but I think a mile is about the minimum of the distance that she would want. She's really imposing. I'm curious to see how she warms up out there, as once they got the tack on her, she did get a bit sharper and a little bit more on the muscle. The 3 Miss Our Hero is another one that also has some turf pedigree on the bottom side. Bill Mott trained the Dam Market Magic, who was a stakes winner on the grass, though she did win once on the main track, and she's been a decent producer so far, all 3 of her foals as winners. And this one, I think, could potentially like the turf in the future, has a little bit of a turf hoof, but she's very athletic and she's been super professional throughout all the preliminaries, and we'll see if she could potentially be ready to roll as an intriguing new face at 8-1 right now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up shortly here. Mile out of this Wilson Chute. Maidens all trying to get that first win on the resume coming up. And stunningly, the 4 for Steve Asmussen favored. 3-year-old filly, daughter of Gunrunner. She's had now, it's going to be her 6th opportunity to try and break her maiden. Figures-wise, though, with the experience she has, she's definitely the one to beat in what she's shown us so far.
Well, doesn't it seem like she just needed some racing to kind of figure the game out? And her last 2 races, I think, were a truer barometer of her real ability. And she had a nice trip last time, but she set up her own trip.
Here's Magical Song to kick things off. Out of Songbird, as mentioned by Acacia. Blinkers come off.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed, and an inside draw on a sloppy racetrack, not a great recipe for success.
Rhea Valentine debuts for Chad Summers.
Yeah, filly here by Quality Road out of a Tis Wonderful mare, Kentucky bred. Been working steady here at Saratoga. Gets Flo, the jockey, aboard.
Bill Mott, first-time starter, daughter of Tappet.
Yeah,
our hero.
Yeah, not taking a ton of money, and there is a little bit of turf in this pedigree as well.
Here's the 9-5 favorite, stunningly 6th career start for the Asmussen barn.
You know, she's gotten a lot better when she's gotten Lasix. The 3 back, she had a brutal trip, and then her last 2 races, she's run a lot better. She lost to Pitchcock and Portage. Those are 2 nice horses, or nice fillies, excuse me.
Paris Style, Kenny McPeak will go turf to dirt.
Yeah, tried the dirt on debut, didn't run that well. Was entered for maiden 75, but scratched on July 28th.
First-time starter for Chad Brown, taking money, 5-2 here, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro.
How about Acacia coming with a Fleetwood Mac? There is a line in there, you will learn to love her. Hopefully you'll learn to love Rihanna if the horse wins, and you better.
Keep it sexy. Chris Englehart just claimed this one.
Yeah, it hasn't done much running. Tried the turf a few times. A dirt for 40 last time didn't go well either. Not a lot to lean on.
And then Revolving Credit, a long way back of Stunningly, who was 2nd in that race.
Yeah, and sometimes this will fool you a little bit, right? Greg makes a good point. He was 8 lengths back of his rival, the 4, or she was. You know, but the 4 had 5 races. That was the 8's first start. So you would think that this filly will improve. How much can she improve to catch up to this one?
On this one, yes, Stunningly. Let's take a look at that July 20th race. It was here at Saratoga. 7/8 of a mile and ran 2nd, as Paulie mentioned, to a pretty good one named Portage.
And right here, you're thinking when the horse swings wide, okay, I get it. We got kind of a little bit green, looking a little bit outwards, but, you know, Portage at that time, Mig had taken over the race and just seemed like just put everybody away.
Yeah, and listen, Stunningly got a nice trip, made her run. The thing that troubles me a little bit about the 8 Revolving Credit, she was well beaten by Stunningly. They were within a length of each other going to the 3.5 furlong pole, and Stunningly went on, and she had no response to keep up with her. Now, I know she was a first-time starter, and she could improve and get better, but I don't like that she was outpaced or outfooted around the far turn like that.
Well, there might be some distance questions for some of these first-time starters or some of these horses that, you know, are stretching out. I don't think you really have that concern with the 4 Stunningly, right? She's run well going 7. She ran well going 8 as well, 8 furlongs. So I'm not too concerned about that. And she's got some experience. She's got some recency. She's got a lot of things in her corner. The only real tricky part about this race is what to do with the first-time starters. There's a little bit of an unknown there.
And Mig, it's a big edge, right? I mean, how difficult is it to win going a mile first time out?
Oh, it's a tough debut distance. I think 7/8 is the toughest, but when you talk about the mile here, it's not a 1-turn mile, right? It's about a 1.5 mile. So it's run a little bit more like a 2-turn race. Still a very difficult distance to start at.
Now this, a first-time starter who's going to try and overcome that here in the debut. For Chad Brown with the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. Big day yesterday, 3 victories to go up 11 on his next closest rival in those standings, Luis Saez.
Yeah, and Irad, he missed a few days. But, he's always going to be the favorite to win this meet just because of the success he has, the amount of business he has. He rides for Todd. Basically, first call, it feels like, on the dirt on the big Rapoli horses. And then he also rides basically first call for Chad. Chad uses Flavian quite a bit. And Chad kind of spreads it around a little bit. So he's always going to kind of be in the mix because he can count on 15 to 20 wins automatically from those two guys.
He's the kind of guy that just reminds me of Tony Gwynn. They don't go in slumps.
Yeah.
Slump isn't in their dictionary.
What was he, lifetime? 330?
I don't know, but he's got a stat where Tom Glavine and Greg Maddox never struck him out over like 100-something at-bats.
Incredible.
Something crazy.
Post time coming up for this fourth. Starts at pick 4, by the way. Let's go back to Acacia.
And talking about the favorite right now, and that's Stunningly, as I had touched on back in the paddock, Greg, we kind of know what her game is. And I know she ran very well last time. She is 0 for 5. And the problem with that is that with these big barns, Steve Asmussen, Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, the more times they get defeated, the bigger a negative it is. Now, she absolutely could just find herself in the right spot today. Portage, who beat her, came back 2 days ago to run a distant second while sprinting, which is not what I think she wants to do. Stunningly is sharp. She absolutely is the horse to beat off that effort. I just preferred a new face in here. The 8 Revolving Credit, distant third in that race as well behind Portage and Stunningly. She didn't break quickly last time. She's been very quiet and laid back once again. I'm not sure that more distance is better for her either, but maybe it will help her to not get run off her feet too much. She's got to get out of the gate quicker and into the race in her second start, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Great view behind that Wilson chute as they're about to load up here. 6 to 5 favorite, Stunningly the 4. Career start number 6. And she, not just the experience she has, and yeah, Acacia makes a good point. You start to rack up some losses, it becomes a bit of a concern, but she has good figures too. She's faced some good company, and she has a race over this track.
I think those are all things that bode well for her, and just seemed like a horse that needed racing to figure the game out.
There she is, Joel Rosario back aboard. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thanks, Greg. What a nice field this is. Assembling for race number 4. And they're off. And Stunningly is very sharp away from the gate. So is Revolving Credit on the outside, who in these two have hooked up right away. 3 lengths back to Keep It Sexy in third. Followed at the rail by Paris Style in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Rhiannon is 5th at this point with 4 to make up. Miss Our Hero moving up in between rivals in some traffic, but only 3 off the pace. At the back of the field, Magical Song, who should be doing her best running later, and another length to Rhea Valentine. 24 and 2 for the opening quarter mile. And it is Stunningly flashing that speed today. 3/4 of a length to Revolving Credit in second. At the rail, Paris Style third. Then comes Miss Our Hero on a nice hold at this stage. 4th, 2.5 or so off the leaders. Keep It Sexy is next. Rhiannon and Magical Song are right together rounding the far turn. And 4 more to Rhea Valentine. They went 47 and 4 for the half mile. And they're coming toward the quarter poles. Stunningly and Revolving Credit have been going at it throughout. They've pulled 3.5 lengths clear. Paris Style third, Rhiannon on the outside, followed by Miss Our Hero and Magical Song. They're at the top of the stretch. And on the outside, Revolving Credit, Stunningly. They've been head to head, shoulder to shoulder the entire journey. 3 lengths back to Paris Style in third. And then Magical Song, a 16th to go. Revolving Credit and Stunningly fights back. Revolving Credit on the outside. It will be Stunningly. Joel Rosario with some great tactics, putting her right on the lead. And they're going right to the winner's circle. Revolving Credit ran a great race second, then Paris Style and Magical Song.
The rematch between these two fillies who were second and third when they met last time out at this meet. This one a lot closer.
Yeah, Revolving Credit certainly improved with that race. Flavian Pratt did the right thing. Paulie put her right on top of Stunningly. They basically had a match race. I thought my 5, Paris Style, might have a little shot at it there, but these two put on essentially what became a match race. And look at Joel Rosario's ample strength on display here. He gets stunningly to re-engage and fight back. They put on quite a show.
They did, and here's the thing. Joel didn't go to the crop until about the 8th pole. He was hand riding the whole way, and you got to give Flavian credit. He put the clamps on the 4 the whole way, JK, and made the 4 run to the wire.
Yeah, look, if you're new to this game, it's not a common thing that you see what the 4 did, where they get headed and then come back and win.
Yeah, watch Joel. He's on the inside. All hands, all hands, all hands. Now the 8's got the front. He's going to go to his left-handed crop right here, get this left-handed crop out, get her to compete, and that was the winning. I think, you know, he only used a crop once. It's unbelievable how strong he is. Wow.
He's so strong, but you know, I love that head-on because it's a clear illustration of when we talk about race riding. That was race riding. He put his filly out to meet the challenge without running into her, without playing bumper cars. He turned his filly's head out slightly, gave her one reminder with a left-handed crop, and she re-engaged and kicked on again. Right here, see the way she points out? But there's always space. They don't bump. They just come together. That's the art of race riding.
Is there a rider you feel more comfortable with being out in front on the lead than Joel Rosario? Because it always seems like he's got more left in reserve in the stretch.
He's always saving horse. He always has an answer for whatever challenge comes his way. So similar. So similar.
Right? Eddie D was one of those guys that you've told me, and Gary told you could hear him whistling, and he said, as you see, winning trainer Steve Asmussen, looks like his flow is starting to come back. He cut it a little bit, but maybe it's starting to come back.
There in the history of the sport.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but he'd say Eddie D was really quiet. He would sneak up on you. I wonder if Joel whistles at you when he goes by you.
Now, great partnership that these two have built up. Joel, of course, went to Oaklawn a couple of years ago and started riding exclusively for this barn. A lot of great success together.
You ride for Steve Asmussen. You're riding for a guy that's going to supply you with hundreds of winners over the year.
Wins with the favorite. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Croissants on tap, courtesy of JK in the golf cart as he gets the French Connection together. We'll be back.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Cold Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again. Firing the field of the Amsterdam.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Stunningly gets the job done in race 4. Trainer Steve Asmussen joining me now as we saw her on the lead today. Steve, how much of a difference do you think that made for her getting through to get the maiden win today?
Well, she was away cleanly, obviously the favorite going into the race. I thought Joel, when she was away well, I was glad he just took it to him. The off-track conditions, no sense in having them throw it at her, right?
And Joel Rosario, such a strong rider, and you could see that with the way that he had enough left, and she really fought for it at the end.
Well, I think Joel does a great job of saving some horse for the finish. Obviously, her having a little more seasoning than the other filly played into it, but all maiden special weights at Saratoga, you're going to meet quality. Just very proud of the race stunningly ran, and the fact that she seems to continue to improve.
In the Skidmore coming up a little bit later, off the turf, but you are running Go Auto Go, whose 2 races so far have been on the main track. What can you tell us about that horse?
Well, as you mentioned, both of his races have been on the dirt. I was anxious to try him on the turf. I thought that he worked exceptional over it, but he's not run on the turf yet, so just more of the same.
Give it a shot today. Best of luck. Congratulations, Stephen. Another gun runner filly with the win.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Always fun to see the progeny of a very special horse that Steve trained in the winner's circle, Greg.
Yeah, it was a pretty special one, connected with story we have coming up as well. We'll get to that in a second. $4.70, stunningly. A little bit closer with revolving credit this time around in the rematch, but able to prevail and get that maiden win. Mig, nice call at Paris Style, who was third best of the bunch and helps a very healthy trifecta there. Now, this trio has been aboard some of the very best of their generation, many who will wind up across the street one day in the Hall of Fame. From one who already is in Tepin to Forever Together, Gun Runner, as we talked about, and last year's Horse of the Year Flightline. The one thing all those horses had in common was the French connection. Julien Leparoux, Florent Giroux, and Flavien Prat. This week's guests on Kart Talk.
What's going on, fellas?
All good. All good, JK, you?
I'm good. I know you guys are riding today, but I brought some, I don't know how do you say it? I'm going to say it the wrong way.
Croissant.
Croissant?
Some croissant.
Croissant. See, I thought it was croissant. So if you guys get hungry on this trip, they're right up here.
Well, thank you.
Get in there, yeah, there's chocolate, all kinds of stuff.
We should wait after the riding, but it's okay.
Did you guys know each other back home, or was Julian kind of already gone and you were watching him from a distance?
Me and Julian, yeah, we did meet before.
I met both of them. They were little kids.
Julian, we'll start with you. Tepin, what an outstanding mare she was. I was so shocked that she never won here at Saratoga.
She was special. She's still special to us. Like, my kids still talk about her all the time. Yeah, what she did in Royal Ascot and during all her career was amazing for sure.
Well, unfortunately, Tepin never won here, but you do have a pretty amazing accomplishment in winning the Diana 2 times with Forever Together, and actually probably an unlucky trip away from winning it 3 times.
I think that was the first time I rode her was here and win the Diana. Yeah, she gave me a boost in my career at that time. She was definitely special too.
Flavien, you spent last summer was kind of your first full summer here, but last year you didn't win any grade 1s. We're halfway through the meet and you've already won 3. Tell me a little bit about wet paint.
She started in Oakland with a graded stakes. I don't think at that point everybody expected much from her, and she just race after race kept improving, and here she came at Saratoga and ran a huge race as well.
It's probably not often that you can be in the conversation of riding arguably the greatest horse ever, and Flavien, I feel like that's kind of happened with you recently with Flightline. Like, did he just move so effortlessly you didn't know what was happening?
I did feel special from the beginning. As I said multiple times, first time at Breezy, John Sadler came to me and said, that's the best horse I ever trained. And when you know John Sadler, he's not the guy who's, brag about horses and is super high on them. He's just really realistic. And so when he came to me and said that he was the best horse he ever trained, obviously from the get-go, you know that you got something special there.
Flo, two of their biggest highlights, Tepin, Flightline, never won at Saratoga, but it so happens that I think the highlights of your career, they did run here. Gun Runner, Did you know you lost a shoe?
No, no idea. We just figured that out in a winner's circle when we started walking back. I don't really remember about the shoe, to be honest. It's more about how the horse ran that day and how easily he won those two great ones here.
Guys, I gotta ask you, stereotypically, your favorite American French food? French fries or French toast? Flo?
French fries.
French fries.
Julian?
Well, it's not really French though. That's Belgium, so it's not really French fries. It's not really
Can you
from
come up
France.
with something
But
else?
okay, I'm gonna take it French fries too, I guess too.
You know, for me, I'm a French toast man myself.
Are we eating croissant now?
Yeah, you want one?
They look good though.
Yeah, get in there.
Good.
There you go.
Good thing I don't have to make weight to handicap.
Just miss a glass of red wine.
Before the race, I might be better or might be worse, but
I can see it now. Julian Leperoux, 1 pound over. I forgot we still have these berets on.
I know.
everybody's looking at us funny.
They're like, what's wrong with those guys?
Maybe they don't recognize us like this. How you wear that thing?
That's like this.
Nice, no?
How do we look?
Let's see.
Oh, your hair too.
I know.
Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm. The costume change was just terrific. JK, you look great in a beret.
I was not sure how that was going to fit over my hair, but I found a way to make it happen. I didn't want to leave the guys hanging if they were fun enough to put those on. I figured I'd jump on with them. And I also want to let you know that was not for TV. They ate, all three of them ate their entire croissant, and it was delicious as well.
It's a lot of grade 1 wins that trio have put together.
159. I'll just add it up for you.
Thank you.
Did you do that in your head that fast?
Yeah.
I'm impressed. I was still
It's a lot
taking
of
with the
great
berets.
ones. Gunrunner, Flightline, Tepin, as we talked about. I mean, incredible list.
And yeah, those are the super horses, right? And we would forget the other horses that they've won on. And they all got their own style, right? You got Flo, who kind of Brad Cox. He kind of lays a little bit right off the pace. Flavian's more in between. And Julian's a great turf distance rider. He likes to take back and make one run. They all got different styles. Pretty crazy.
That was a great one.
That was well
Card
done,
Talk.
JK.
I mean, with the berets and the croissants and all I kept hearing was raspberry beret.
All I know is that it was Flavian or somebody was polishing that croissant at the end of that.
We all were. They were delicious.
That's one we know. JK's always going to bring top-notch food to the party.
That's true.
I'm going to try.
That was a great one. We always love seeing those editions of Card Talk here. You talk all the time about how good these guys are. Flavio Pratto has made that move east, and he has been sensational.
I love that he challenged himself. He was in a place where he dominated 5, 6 horse fields, small fields, and he's riding one of the contenders in every race. Coming here, he had to take on, a deep jockey colony, get in a new comfort zone, a new place. I give him all the credit in the world. It would have been easy for him to sit back and rest on his laurels. Him coming here shows he wants to be a champion.
We're taking time out. We'll be back. More coming up on the post parade for race 5 when we return. Start of the pick 6. Stay with us.
This is the horse.
Is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
To win the Grade 1 Spinaway in Saratoga And she wins the percent here at Belmont.
Echo Zulu takes command. They come to the 16th pole. It's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu enters in by 8 widening lengths.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage. Good to have you with us. And new audience joining us as well. Welcome to those watching on Valley, SoCal, and San Diego as we get set for the Pick Six coming up on this Friday card on the eve of the Alabama Pick Six, beginning with a race that comes off the turf. We're off the turf all day long today. Now 1 mile and 1/8 main track in this entry-level allowance. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, since there are just 3 of them, we'll talk about all 3, starting off with Paddington to the outside, who's had a couple of impressive victories in his last 2, both at the 1 mile and 1/8 distance, and that's what the distance of this race will be coming off of the turf here. Absolutely a horse that wants to go a distance of ground, and he has a lovely pedigree too by Curlin out of Sea Island, who was second in the then grade 1 Gazelle during her career. And this is a horse who went right out to the lead last time out and just never looked back. He has that speed and on a wet track and in a short field. I think that's a very dangerous commodity, and he's like a fire-breathing dragon here in the paddock today. A little bit sharp getting the tack on, but it looks tremendous coming back off of those victories, and great weight, great energy, all of the things that you'd want to see. Linda Rice's other horse is the 5 Royal Spirit, who has been screaming his head off in the paddock ever since he walked in, but that's very normal for him. He likes to announce his presence and is always very vocal in the paddock before the race. So not a negative, because that's typical. He's a horse that got pretty antsy trying to rear up in the
Trying to get Acacia back. Apologies there, some technical difficulties. We'll work on that as we get set for this Pick Six coming up. And here is the only one in the race not trained by Linda Rice. This is Krupe, one of the main track only runners for Todd Pletcher, coming off a maiden win. He put this horse in the Wood Memorial as a maiden 2 starts ago.
Yeah, and this is a horse, Krupe, that has always hinted at ability, took a lot of money in his first couple of starts. Names for James J. Krupe, who a great consigner, was a terrific horse trainer in New Jersey for years. He's never really panned out, though. He's never fulfilled the promise they held for him early on.
He's an interesting horse, and I'll tell you why. If you look at earlier in his career, this horse could not get out of the gate. I mean, literally would get left, welt a couple times, stumbled, bobbled, you know, and then finally after the layoff in the last race, this horse finally broke. I get it, 70 cents on the dollar, supposed to win the race, and was life and death to win it on the inside. But maybe this horse is figuring it out. I'm just telling you. I mean, this horse is going to have to improve to beat the 11. No, JK?
Yeah, I mean, Paddington's supposed to win, but I don't, you know, if you were watching, I think it was last week, the weeks run together, we had that match race where Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher were both in there, and Chad looked like a huge standout. In a small field like this, weird things can happen. Although the 11 should win, should be able to take advantage of the tactical pace here, Paddington. I do think that Krupe's at least interesting.
In that race you're talking about, Luis Saez kind of took it to that horse too, right?
Right. Popped away from there, made the front end. I mean, look.
And he's on Krupe today, the 10.
Yeah, Krupe is against it based on the figures that this horse has run. But it's not outside the realm of possibility that Krupe could take another step forward.
Well, we know all these horses.
He just hollered at you, by the way, Krupe. That was Krupe, by the way.
All these horses that Linda Rice went into Kentucky and claimed, it has given her so much firepower. Is this the best claim, Paddington, that she came away with from Kentucky?
I mean, you certainly got to start thinking along those lines. I mean, she's made others. This horse has come back and won 1 race for her so far. But if he continues along the path he is, yes, he will wind up being the best claim she's made. Difference this time instead of the match race the other day, and, you know, obviously this is 3 horses, but essentially this is similar circumstance. Krupe doesn't have natural speed, and Krupe doesn't always break well. So I don't see Krupe being the one to kind of take things away, even with Luis Saez aboard, from Paddington, who has natural speed. In a situation like this, give me speed all day, and I'm going to control it.
Well, 5 Royal Spirit, I would say, is not a chump in here. If you look at the will pays, he's actually second choice. The 10 is third choice in this small field. And the 5 ran a bang-up race off the turf, albeit only 8 horses, but 14-1, ran the 1.25 distance and got a nice little buyer. Actually stuck his head in front for a little while, JK. I don't know what you think.
And Costa Terra, I mean, Costa Terra got a monster number in that race, didn't he?
And yeah, and a very fast number. The other thing, too, to think about with Royal Spirit is, you know, they're dropping in from the 10 furlongs. So while if this turns into a stamina race where they're all three kind of chasing each other around there, you like to think that Royal Spirit might have a little bit of an edge from a stamina standpoint. I just don't think, look, the 11 is meant to be the favorite. The should be odds on, but it's just, it doesn't feel like a foregone conclusion that it might seem like on paper.
How would you like to be running, by the way, in a 3-horse field for a $150,000 purse?
Right.
Not bad. Here is the 5 Jose Lezcano on Royal Spirit for Linda Rice.
Yeah, cutting back from the 10 furlongs, back-to-back races going 10, in for 9 furlongs today.
Krupe coming off that maiden win at Monmouth we showed you. Luis Saez will ride for Pletcher.
I will say something I just noticed on Krupe. Best 2 races by far with Lasix. Gets Lasix again today.
And here is Paddington. Linda Rice claimed him off a 19.5 length maiden win. Came back and dominated here at Saratoga.
Regardless of the outcome, Richie, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I think if Irad is not on the lead, he's making a mistake. Even if he wins, I think not putting this horse on the front end, you're asking for trouble.
I agree. I think you play to your strength. The horse's natural speed, put him on the lead and control things.
Here's his Saratoga performance. There were, maybe some who questioned if that was for real. In that 50 maiden claiming win in the slop at Ellis, this performance said it probably was.
Well, let's be honest. There's not many people lining up to claim from the Brad Cox barn. And then you got to give Linda credit. She goes into Chad Brown. She goes into the elite barns, and, she trusts that they got these horses right. And more times than not, when you claim for Brad Cox, I know a lot of people think, oh, whatever. But this horse came right back and sort of franked that effort from winning by 19.5 on the slop. And here's the other part. The horse came back and worked on the slop with a bullet drill. So this horse obviously loves a little moisture in the ground. It's a little washed out, though, on the racetrack. I will say that.
Yeah, you see that sweat on the shoulders.
I remember him getting a little bit hot last time. I don't think as hot as this time, and it was a warmer, more humid type day. So I'm not going to say it's 100% a negative, but watching these 3 horses warm up, now, albeit on television here from the paddock set, I'll take the 5 all day long, Royal Spirit, the way the 3 of them warmed up. He's going to be my top selection, and I think he is run against tougher horses.
Let's get more from Acacia.
I agree with Richie as far as the warm-ups are concerned. Royal Spirit looks great out on the track, and as we left off back in the paddock, he is one that typically is really vocal and not agitated. It's not a negative. It's just something that's typical of him. He's very chatty, I guess you could say. But he warmed up beautifully once again, showed that he could handle the dirt last time out. And I feel like if you like Krupe, you have to give a look to Royal Spirit because they are half brothers. Royal Spirit by Into Mischief, and you can see that influence. He's a big, solid, very well-muscled, well-conditioned type of horse, whereas Krupe, the 10, out of the same mare, Don't Forget About Me, is by Curlin, and he's one of the smaller Curlins, but sometimes the Curlin progeny can be actually a little bit more tucked up, and that's what Krupe is. He's never been a horse that I've been overwhelmed by physically. He's a little bit handier. He never grew a ton. He did get a little bit warm out there, showing some kidney sweat. And he just, as you guys were touching on before, at the beginning of his career, he never was able to get out of the gate. He broke better last time out, but he was just able to get the win. And he's warmed up fine out there on track. And I wish that Paddington hadn't gotten so hot. I just feel like with his speed, he could potentially take them every step of the way, but kind of fun to have some siblings in the same race together, Greg.
Yeah, how about that? Mig, you've ridden in plenty of races, I'm sure, like this. Compact fields, they can be strangely run races, can't they?
Yeah, but I think sometimes riders overthink things in these kind of situations. And in a short field, I think you want to be involved. You want to be forward. If you can control the race, control the race. I don't think that, coming out and looking at horses and go, well, am I going to get the mile and an eighth? This is basically last man standing. It's a battle of attrition. I'm going to be involved. I'm going to put my horse in the game. I'm not going to allow a horse a free ride if I'm riding in this situation.
Do you think the 5 and the 10 know that they're brothers?
No.
They haven't had a chat on the phone?
Nah, Mom probably didn't have them like for holidays and stuff.
It's crazy that the 5, a little older brother, the 10, half older brother.
But how cool is that, though, in a 3-horse field that you
Yeah.
have siblings? A great pickup and call by Acacia. I didn't even notice until she said it.
Poor Paddington probably getting bullied out there.
By the 2 brothers?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they'll quarrel, and Paddington can just go on with it. Look, Paddington has to come backwards a little bit, right? In all, and everyone else has to. The other 2 have to move up quite a bit, don't they, to contend here, JK? In your opinion?
Yes, but I will say this: Kruppe's maiden special weight race as a 3-year-old in January 21st of 2023, depending on what speed figures you look at, was just as fast as what Paddington ran last time. So if you think that maybe Kruppe's figured it out, and that was as an early 3-year-old, now as a late 3-year-old, it makes complete sense that they could turn the tables.
In the post raid, you've got Royal Spirit from the Linda Rice barn and Paddington from the Linda Rice barn. Now, Royal Spirit is a half-brother to Kruppe. Do you think Kruppe looked over in the post raid and said, don't ever take sides against the family again?
Well, that's going to be the key. You have 2 Linda Rice horses. If the 10, usually up to his antics, and probably going to lay 3rd in here because he doesn't really break, they're not going to duel each other. So now you make a great point. Makes a great point. Does Lascano take the initiative, or does Irad take the initiative? What did Linda tell? What were the instructions that Linda said?
I got to think Irad's in front
I
here.
think Paddington goes, but if I'm on Irad, even if I'm not supposed to go with that horse, I'm running from here to the turn. I'm going 100 yards like intention. I'm not coming out letting him just gallop to the lead. I'm going to come out forward and then let it shake out.
The other part about this, though, Royal Spirit's had 2 races on the fast track, never been over a wet surface. So we could be looking at the same thing we saw in the last race. I understand this horse got a giant number in his last race, but it wasn't over a muddy surface.
Another fun fact, Royal Spirit, if you look deeper in the past performance, you'll see was trained by Todd Pletcher, was also owned by Rapoli and St. Elias. So Rapoli and St. Elias owned the brother, lost the brother, but bought the other one as well. They must like the pedigree.
Very good call.
See what happens. Not often we see it. 3-horse field lining up. And you would maybe just not much separation at all early on this race. You can't let anyone get too far away in here, can you?
No, but that's why if you do make the lead with Paddington, let's say you got on the lead, don't go as slow as you possibly can go. Go in a nice, good clip. Make everybody have to work to stay in the race with you. I will say this, though, from a former rider's perspective, basically $150,000 purse, 3-horse field. Jockeys get 10% of the winning share of the race and 5% for seconds and thirds. Even if you finish 3rd as a jockey, you're making a minimum of $750 in this race.
The other part about this, Paddington gets weight. And we talked about it with that Jamie Torres horse the other day that wanted a big prize at a long. The horse gets weight because the horse won for $50,000, claiming what a lot of these horses won maiden special weight, the other 2 at least. So getting a little bit of weight, but that wouldn't mean much.
A phrase that sometimes is overused, which is like, this is a rider's race. I mean, I think when there's 3 horses in there and they're all not similar, but they're all comparable, I think it really does become the decisions that they make. I think that when we look back at this race, regardless of the outcome, I think we will feel very confident in saying the winner's rider made a lot of good decisions.
2-5 favorite meets leading rider, Irad Ortiz Jr. on a 3-year-old, trying to put together 3 consecutive wins in a row. $50,000 claim for Linda Rice. Go ahead.
This horse wins. Was this tie, Chad Brown?
No, it still would be 1 back.
One
Linda
back.
with 22, okay. Chad with 24, but she'll inch within 1. And she's got 2 and the 3 in the field to try and do it. 5th from Saratoga. Start of the pick 6. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Paddington will be the last one to load. 2 Curlins and an Into Mischief. They're in the gate. And they're off. Royal Spirit is hustled out, but Paddington is very quick on the outside too. And Krupe, who got a little squeezed out of the gate, will be at the back of the field early on. And so Paddington makes the pace. And Paddington has opened up around the clubhouse turn to lead it by a length and a half, almost two. Royal Spirit is second, and Luis Saez keeping after Krupe to try to keep Paddington in his sights. 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. And so it's Paddington leading the way by 2. Krupe kept in the clear second, and Royal Spirit is third, but still in hand and only about 3 lengths off the heavily favored Paddington, who runs down the backstretch. Royal Spirit moves through on the inside to reclaim second. He's in a little tad tight, 47-4 for the half mile, and Krupe just outside of him. 2 lengths front to back. Paddington, the controlling speed. Krupe reclaims second. Luis Saez earning every penny as he sends Krupe right after Paddington, and Royal Spirit on the inside. They went 47-4, and Krupe has put his head right up alongside of Paddington's. 1:11-2 for 6 furlongs. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Krupe starts to inch a little bit clear. It's a length now. Royal Spirit will swing to the outside for the drive as Paddington is under pressure. They're coming to the 8th pole, Krupe, and on the outside, Royal Spirit. Krupe lets it out a notch, 2-length lead. Royal Spirit chasing. Paddington fades. 16th pole. Krupe by 3, and Krupe's going to outclass them. Reunited with Luis Saez for a nice victory. Krupe by 3.5. Royal Spirit second. Paddington finished third.
Luis Saez not letting anything come easy on Krupe with Paddington, the big favorite in here, and that horse you saw eased up at the stretch, and Krupe with the win.
Krupe with the win, and Luis Saez with the amazing fitness level. He rode Krupe for 1.1 1/8 miles every step of the way, and the horse kept finding. Great call, Jonathan, with Krupe. Just putting him in the game and hustling. You want to talk about a bicycle horse? Man, I think Louis is ready for the Tour de France.
And like we said at the top, this race was going to be determined, in my opinion, by a rider making a lot of great decisions. Louis' great decision was to ride the horse all the way around there. And then the ability that he has physically to continue to do that all the way through the stretch, that was the ride that made the difference on this horse.
Yeah, when you watch we're going to go all the way in the back. When you watch the way the 11 is moving on the front end. In no way, shape, or form do you think the 10 has gotten a legitimate shot. You can see now this, he got squeezed out of the gate too, did the 10 in here. But when you go down the backside and you look, Irad got the 11 to switch off and was nice and easy. Louis was pushing, and I was looking at Mig, I'm like, is this 10 dead or not? No, he just kept on going and then won the race by 4 or 5 lengths.
It just kept finding. The more he was asked, the more he found. And after being made a sandwich early on by the 2 Linda Rice runners, right? One horse broke out a step, the other horse broke in a step. Nobody's fault, both riders corrected. But then for this horse to find his stride immediately, and that was certainly on Louis Saez. And look how easy he's winning. The ears came up, looking around. You want me to do something else?
Wow. Todd Pletcher, no one better at getting him to go round of ground here. He gets his 18th winner of the meet, 28th for Luis Saez, and a 2-5 favorite. This is the biggest price on the board, by the way. 7-2 on Krupe in a 3-horse field. Prices for you when we come back. This one started the pick 6. Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Again, NairaBets.com to get signed up and started. 3-horse field. Biggest price of those 3. To start off the pick 6 here with Croupi. Luis Saez taking it to the big favorite Paddington and then just pulling away in the stretch.
Yeah, and Luis Saez was on his bicycle from start to finish, pedaling, keeping Croupi involved. Was able to Carlo Paddington, who, let's be honest, he just was no good today. He was done a long way out, and then held off the run from his brother in Royal Spirit, his older brother at that.
Yeah, it's a good effort. I mean, you go back and you look. Greg made a good point. Instant Coffee, Lord Miles, Angel of Empire. I know he's been in some tough spots. And in a 3-horse field, it's hard to get into trouble. And when he doesn't get into trouble, you just saw what he could do.
Well, there's clearly some talent, right?
Yeah,
it's
100%.
It's not like
100%.
Todd Pletcher's this guy who's thirsty to get a runner in the Kentucky Derby. Like, he's been there before. For him to run this horse as a maiden in the Risen Star and then to come back in the Wood Memorial tells you that Todd has seen something from Croupi in the morning that suggests that he's got some talent.
And there was
maybe
buzz
now
about
we're
this
just kinda
horse before
figuring
he
it
even
out.
started.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
$9.70 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Todd Pletcher. We just watched his race over at Ellis as well. But Todd, I talked to you the other day when you won a match race this time in a 3-horse field, and Croupi getting the job done. Has to be special to see him put it 2 in a row now.
Yeah, he's a horse we've always thought a lot of. He's been a little slow to put it all together, but he keeps getting better now. He's put together 2 good races, like you said, and I thought this was a pretty good race today. 149 and change over kind of a sticky track. It was a good effort.
He seems like the type of horse that you have to keep after a little bit, and Louis really seems to fit him well.
Yeah, when Luis's horse scratched, we thought he'd be a perfect fit because he's an active rider, and this is the kind of horse that needs that kind of ride.
You'll run 3 tomorrow in the Alabama. I wanted to ask about Julia Shining, another one that maybe you have to keep after a little bit. We haven't seen her since April. What have you seen from her since then?
She's training really well. It's not an ideal setup. We'd love to have a race in between the Ashland and now, but it's not the way it worked out. But we've always felt like the 1 1/4 miles and what she really wants. So hopefully we've done enough with her to have her ready to run her best.
She's got the pedigree for it, right?
For sure.
Good luck tomorrow, Todd.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher with the win with Croupi. Greg?
And Philly, Acacia was talking about, certainly does have that pedigree, trying to follow in the footsteps of her full sister Malathot with an Alabama win. Julia Shining, of course, one of 3 in that grade 1 tomorrow for Todd Pletcher. He's the king of these 2- and 3-horse fields.
By the way, little brother beat older brother, by the way. They
How about
disposed of the other one. They said, you know what, we're done with our other friend. We just want to be friends by ourselves.
Late pick 5 starts in this race, comes off the turf, now 1 mile out of the Wilson Chute. State bred, New York bred, maiden special weight to start things off, and Dancing Mischief for George Weaver. Would have been the favorite on turf. Right now, still, interestingly enough, your favorite. Been a roller coaster, no question, for the Weaver family. What happened with his wife, Cindy Hutter, but it's turning into a very positive story. We'll be back with more right after this.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down to the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
The day before I'd gone to Delaware Park, we had a nice horse named Main Event that Cindy got on. Came to the barn the next day, Sunday, just a normal day of training. Everything went smooth. I was feeling a little bit tired. You know, I heard a horrific yell. I knew something bad had happened. I got back to the barn, got off the pony. I didn't see Cindy back here, and all of a sudden, like, it hit me. From that moment on, it was just, I don't know, just like a surreal experience, you know, like out of body. You know, I went over to see her. The filly she was riding had died. She was, you know, with the paramedics, struggling to breathe, unconscious, and I mean, just scared to death.
I don't remember anything.
She didn't show any signs of consciousness for the first 3 weeks.
Only after I was there for a while did I come to know what happened to me.
Even when she did start showing signs of consciousness, it wasn't like, boom, she's awake. It was a very slow and long process for her coming around and getting to the point where she could do some rehabilitation and get to the point she is today. Life does go on and the show has to go on. I know Cindy would want me to keep on going and get the job done. Luckily, we were able to keep it going. Things went well and things have continued to go okay for us.
Here's a stake sweep for George Weaver. Here's Crimson Advocate in front.
You know, we had some precocious 2-year-olds this year, and you know, the couple of them won it at Gulfstream in the prep, and I was like, you know, as soon as that happened, I'm like, man, it looks like we're going to Ascot. If these horses are doing well, that's where they need to go to run. You know, she decided to go.
I brought my son, and I brought my sister and her husband, and that was special.
But near side it continues to be Crimson Advocate with a clear advantage. Crimson Advocate and Relief Rally.
Winning the race was like a dream come true. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy fun. You know, if I went over there and won the race without her next to my side, it wouldn't have been the same. It was extra. Just wouldn't have been the same. Even before the accident, I felt like my family was the most important thing. And then somehow this happened, and I feel like we're even closer.
Even though they were the most important anyway.
Good, babe. I felt like we lived life and lived it the right way beforehand, but now I enjoy every moment.
And there's George Weaver. He has a lot to smile about now. So great to see that his wife has recovered, is doing better, able to make that trip with him. Just the third North American trainer ever to win over Royal Ascot.
Yeah, fantastic. And, you know, Cindy's such a good horsewoman, can gallop any kind of horse. And her and George have been together basically their whole lives. They worked, you know, for Todd together. They worked before that for Wayne together, and they went out on their own and started this successful training career together. She is, you know, his right hand. I mean, she really takes up all the slack in the barn, and this was emotional. I mean, I know how much they mean to each other, but to see that emotion from George, and just so happy that things are going in the right direction.
Such a soft-spoken person, too. I can't even look up at that feature anymore because I start to cry. Because George is the kind of guy, he's just not an outspoken guy. He's a quiet guy. JK is a tremendous trainer. He just kind of keeps to himself, under the radar, and just keeps his clients happy.
No, absolutely. And look, I think that maybe even lost in that piece is that you know, it was touch and go from the start. Yeah. And I think that every milestone that has happened since the accident, I think that the Weaver family is happy that they've got to that point, because there was a point where it wasn't sure, you know, if she would walk, if she would make it, and all of these things. And so it's interesting because they all work together every day. So now when George goes to the barn, it's got a different feel for him, I would imagine, and that's obviously tough on everyone.
Great that she could just make that trip, but apparently she got out of the hospital and doing so much better in this barn. Is doing tremendous at this meet, that historic victory at the Royal Meeting as well. And he's going to have Sacred Wish in the Alabama on Saturday. It looked like for a long time in that stretch that she was going to win that Coaching Club American Oaks until wet paint ran her down.
Yeah, she looked home. She really did. Manny Franco took a quick peek under her arm. He knew that wet paint was lingering. She got clear, but wet paint just proved to be just a little bit better, but she ran dynamic.
What do you think in rematch, JK, her chances, Sacred Wish coming out of that? Hard to say you like her better than wet paint because wet paint did get by her, now gets more ground?
Yeah, I mean, I think Sacred Wish ran extremely well that day, but I think she was kind of sitting off of softer speed than I think she'll probably be able to sit off of here today. She's going to be going a little bit further, and that might help. She might like the added distance, but I also think that you know, wet paint kind of proved, you know, that in a grindy type that she is. So I think it's going to be a tougher trip for her on Saturday than she got in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, I agree. I see more speed and more quality speed signed on instead of sitting up off of basically what turned out to be a pacemaker for her. I think it's definitely a different scenario, especially from the inside post. Her hand's a bit forced.
John Velasquez will be back aboard. It was Manny Franco filling in for him last time out. But look, adds more intrigue to this race. So it's going to be fun on Saturday. We have live coverage, 3 Eastern start time on Fox tomorrow. Goes as race 9 on the card, $600,000 Alabama. Again, coverage begins 3 Eastern start time. 10 will line up in that race. Let's get into the late pick 5 On this Friday card, again, comes off the turf, 1 mile distance now for these New York Preds in this maiden special weight, and it is George Weaver's barn, still with the favorite despite the surface switch. The 3 Dancing Mischief at 5-2.
Yeah, horse had 2 starts on the turf, one going short, one going long, and he's run well in both of the starts. And you're wondering, is this horse getting played off those turf efforts? But obviously been working well in the morning to get this kind of money, and the one's taking some money too in here. But again, this is one of these races, and we're just getting in our ear, late scratch of the 10 in here, unaudited for Michael Maker and Manny Franco.
All right, so 10 comes out. This 1, the 3, both at 5-2 on the board. You have the 4 and 6 taking a little bit of money. The 4, the 6 both have been on dirt. The 1 and 3 have not. Joining us for the first time this afternoon, hello, Maggie Wolfendale.
Hello, Greg Wolf. How are you? It's a lovely day out here, and considering we've missed most of the rain that we saw earlier today. It's nice and cool, but let's start with 2 of the horses that do come out of that August 3rd effort, including Frozen 4, beginning down on the rail, and he was one that I thought had a really good trip in that race. Now, looking at him, he is the son of Frosted, and also, he looks as though he should be able to handle the dirt in here because he doesn't have an overwhelmingly turf hoof to him. And I think it's promising that a trainer like Christophe Clement keeps him in this race. I wasn't in the paddock that day, so I don't have any notes to compare him to, but he's definitely acting better than most of these in here, which I think speaks to the sign that he took that first race in stride, showed some ability. We'll just see if he can show the same ability on the dirt, but I don't see anything holding him back. Number 3 is Dancing Mischief. He's taking all the money and he ran well. He did lug in a bit down the lane, but looking at him, I think he is one that is a little bit distance challenged when it comes to the dirt. You have to be a different kind of strength, a different kind of frame when going long on the dirt, and he's just very compact. Yes, he might be fine doing that on the turf, but I don't know if I love him going longer, which this race does convert to a mile on the main track, and so therefore I'm a little against him as a favorite, as he is fairly sharp here in the paddock as well. Moving on to number 5, that's another second-time starter. He'll be stretching out. Savage Spirit, I actually wrote in my notes first time out, doesn't look like a turf horse. So I actually think he's interesting getting to this surface as Accelerate. His progeny are best going long on the dirt. It is all turf on the bottom, but I think he should be okay on this surface, which is wet and sealed. I was just about to say he's being a lot more professional, and then he keeps doing little random things that maybe hint at the fact that mentally he still needs another start, but he's a lot more fit with that one outing under his belt. Moving on to number 6, Eric from Miami, Horacio de Paz. Now, he does come in as a new gelding, listed as a new gelding. He didn't run that long ago. I mean, it's less than a month. So seriously, for the gelding to be A, completely healed, B, really to take effect, it's unlikely. But with that start, he is a lot more tucked up. And he was one that was very laid back in the paddock, but once he got it on the track, he did act a bit green, and he was just kind of very green in the running of that race. He kind of wanted to shy away from other horses, and he did make a little bit of a run around the turn, and then he flattened out, speaking to the fact that he just wasn't that fit. He is a lot more tucked up, and at least he physically has a frame that going from the 6 to the mile doesn't look as though it's going to be a problem. And furthermore, Greg, he has the dirt experience to kind of build off of.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to our post parade here coming up as we get a look at Eric from Miami, Ricardo Santana Jr., Horacio de Paz. Start number 2. He debuted on dirt. New gelding now for start number 2.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mick this because you never really know. Now, this horse ran first time out. Actually got played in 9-horse field. Gelded reportedly on August 12th. I always thought it takes like 10 to 12 days before you can maybe get a work in or they come back. So maybe this horse got gelded a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I also think, just the technological advances in veterinary medicine.
They can come
have
back
made
quicker?
it, had a
Okay.
less of a recovery time, although that still seems a pretty quick turnaround to me.
Yeah.
I think what happens in those situations is that it just gets reported late. It gets reported, you know, it gets reported on August 12th when it actually happened sooner than that. It's a kind of a new thing in like the last maybe 10 years where they've included that in the form. But I don't think they've necessarily perfected the method in which it's reported.
Gotcha.
Post parade coming up in just a little bit as they come down Champions Way. See what happens here in a race that was meant for the grass, now on the main track. And makes it a bit of a head scratcher here as this pick 5 pool, 418,000 and growing. And we'll talk more about the rest of the sequence in a moment. Let's get to our post parade. We start with Frozen 4. Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, this is the one I like in here. I thought ran well last time, trying to close into a slow pace, albeit on the turf.
14-1 next door with Love That Bird, K. Barcoa.
Yeah, this one for Anthony Ferraro. Blinkers will go on this gray son of Stefan Otzi.
Here's the 3 with Javier Castellano, Dancing Mischief for George Weaver.
Yeah, had a little bit more tactical speed in that same race that Frozen 4 was in, but it was a little bit closer. So I had to pick one. I went with the one who I thought had the worst trip, and that was the one Frozen 4.
A Knight's Courage, David Donk or Rat Ortiz Jr. First 2 starts did come on dirt.
Yeah, I get it, but this horse is getting played way too much. And then they're thinking, okay, Katie Davis, Rat Ortiz Jr. I don't know about that at 5-1.
Here's Savage Spirit, Dylan Davis, sprinted on the grass in the debut.
Yeah, it didn't take much money on debut. Didn't do much running, albeit did have a little bit of trouble in that race.
Eric from Miami with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, when you watch this horse's last race, because I actually bet this horse last time, first time out, he was very, skittish a little bit. Maybe that's why you're getting gelding.
Here's Cadula, Rudy Rodriguez. All 3 starts have come on dirt and showed some speed first out.
Absolutely. Speed always dangerous. The problem is this horse stops going short. What's going to happen going long?
One with everything, Julian Leperoux, first-time starter for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, Julian Leperoux and Kenny McPeak hooked up in a race a little bit earlier at a big number to get involved. Predict this one will take back, make one run, try to pick up some pieces.
Just to clarify, guys, too, I got a text from several people about Eric from Miami. The gelding was reported at time of entry, so the horse was gelded previous to the time of entry. That was the first time it had to be reported. And Eric from Miami is a friend of Jonathan Schwartz. John is a kid I've known, not a kid anymore, an adult, with Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, their son. So his friend is Eric, and he's from Miami, so...
You did scare me a little bit, Richie, when you said is a friend of Jonathan. I was like, Eric from Miami? I don't know who that is. Oh, my gosh.
Jonathan
Gotcha.
Schwartz.
Okay, good. You scared me.
4 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5 here. Later in the sequence, JK, did you see horses where you could say, I can narrow things down a little bit?
You know, I thought maybe in the last, the 14 to the outside was one that people will probably lean on quite a bit. And then in the 9th, I also thought that that was a race that I think people will probably end up using a lot of horses. And I thought the 2 inside horses, the 1 Seven Nation Army and the 2 Prisoner, were horses that you could help try to lock that race up with.
Good luck to everybody going after this late pick 5. As we get a look here at the 4. This is a Knight's Courage, David Donk. Ran on a wet track at this meet back on July 16th. 5th in a field of 9 that day. Getting a big warm-up.
I was over at Sloppy Racetrack, and the blinkers went on for the first time. They tried something new. So David Donk tried this horse at 5 furlongs, then 5.5. Then they went long on the turf, put blinkers on. Now they're going to go long in the dirt. So they're trying a little bit of everything with the 4, and then a jockey switch to Irat. I just think that's where the money's going. I just don't see where you go with the 4 here, but maybe this horse can win the race.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at A Knight's Courage. Look, this is his 4th start of his career, and he was still quite green with the pony. You know, you don't love to see that. I will give him check marks for being a lot more fit looking than what he was going back to his, I believe second start, first start? I can't remember now which, sorry, second start was when I was in the paddock. But like just. It's your fourth start. You should be a little bit more professional than that. Now, Irad's given him a nice warm-up, and he's moving well over this surface. But at the end of the day, he doesn't really look like one that wants to go too much further than 6 furlongs. So if this race was at 5.5 or something like that, I'd be a little bit more encouraged. But again, I'm kind of with Paul. I think the money coming in on this horse might be due to Irad, but is moving very well. He definitely gets that at least over this sealed surface. Now, number 3, Dancing Mischief, who is, vying for favoritism, got a really big warm-up from Javier Castellano, just asked to really kick on. So I think they're going to try, I would think, to take it to this field a bit. Now, he didn't switch leads as well. I mentioned that he was lugging in that last start, and he didn't switch leads, and I just felt as though, yes, the pace was slow, so he was a little bit compromised from that perspective, but also he didn't do himself any favors last time out. We'll see if he can be a bit more professional here, but again, I do have my doubts about what distance and whether he's really going to be an effective dirt router, as we'll go on to your favorite here, Frozen 4. He's just done everything right, from start of the paddock to approaching the gate now. Beautiful mover over this surface. I think you'll be okay. It's a little bit of a tricky situation with young horses here. I think, you have that temporary rail for a bit, but then you kind of have open space when we're dealing with this Wilson chute. And so I just hope he's professional enough to handle that. But otherwise, I think he will be. And I think I think he should be a solid favorite in here. But favoritism going back to number 3 in here, Greg, Dancing Mischief.
Yeah, that remains the favorite, this 2-year-old colt who's been only on turf his first 2 starts for the George Weaver barn. But again, this barn going incredibly well, especially with his young horses.
Yeah, I mean, his horses are running well, and he left his horse in here. And I like a few others a little bit better. But listen, at least his horses run well in both his starts, and he has foundation. I'm going with the 6, Eric from Miami. Coming back as a gelding. He showed some greenness first time out. And I'm sure the gelding lightened him up a bit and probably made him a lot more attentive.
Yeah. I love the name of the 3, Dancing Mischief. The damn shoop for all you TLC fans. I know you used to dance to that, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
Shoop, shoop-a-doop. Is that TLC? Or that might be Salt and Pepper.
Is it
Salt and Pepper?
Okay.
My bad. But a well-named horse in Dancing Mischief by Maximus Mischief. It's tricky. It's a tricky read on the 3. George's barn's going well. The money is held steady on the horse. I'm kind of in agreement with Mig where the 6 is taking money, Eric from Miami, and might show that speed. These races are tough to figure out.
Yeah, and you mentioned the success George has had with his 2-year-olds this year. In the last 9 months, so given 18 days, forgive me if I've missed one here, 11 for 33% with his 2-year-olds. And if I'm not mistaken, that probably doesn't include Crimson Advocate, who won over at Royal Ascot.
Yeah, the Queen Mary.
Yeah.
Beating, I want to say, a 26-horse field in that race.
And got all the bob to get it done. I mean, that was as tight a photo finish as you're ever going to see.
It's crazy. Some horses have run 4 or 5 times here that even faced 26 horses in the 5 times.
It's true.
It's the truth.
Joel Rosario here, Frozen 4 for Christophe Clement. I mean, we'll wait and see. Obviously, anything can happen anytime here. But these kinds of races meant for a different surface, we can get some chaos.
No, for sure. These horses. I'm surprised the field stuck together as much as it did. Especially with young horses that are pointing towards the turf to show up in here. But I also think that one of the other parts that come with 5.5 turf sprints is that it is for precocious, speedy types. And so when you're having an opportunity to then go 5.5 on the dirt, there's still a lane for you to have some success as a precocious, speedy type.
Pick 5 pool over $700,000. As we get set for the beginning of the sequence here off the turf today, this race will kick it off. We're going to go 1 mile and 3/16 on dirt in the next race. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati for the call to get us started in this late pick 5 on this Friday card from Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Greg. We have a few more left to go in. They're in the gate. They're off. And a very nice beginning for Dancing Mischief. Love That Bird came away in second, and here's Kadula. And Kadula sprints up to take the lead. Dancing Mischief on the inside, just 3/4 back in second, followed by A Knight's Courage and Eric from Miami right together. Eric from Miami now taking third. Savage Spirit leads the next flight, racing on the outside of Frozen 4. Love That Bird is next, and a gap of 4 to 1 with everything. 24 seconds flat. Kadula makes a relatively easy lead. Heading toward the half-mile pole with a 2-length advantage on Dancing Mischief second. Eric from Miami, a clear-cut third, followed by A Knight's Courage. Savage Spirit is in fifth. At the rail, Frozen 4, 6 lengths off the lead. A big gap then to Love That Bird, and 1 with everything. 47 3/5 seconds for the half. And it's been all Kadula and Jamie Torres leading the way a length and a half. Dancing Mischief moving to re-engage once again. And then comes Eric from Miami. A Knight's Courage is next. Another 2 back to Savage Spirit. Frozen 4 has tailed off with a 1/4 mile to run. Dancing Mischief turns the pressure up on Kadula. And Dancing Mischief is up to take a narrow lead. Kadula back to second. Dancing Mischief loving the mud and opening up. He's in front by 3, and no one's making any headway as they come to the 16th pole. Dancing Mischief and Javier Castellano by 5 close to home. Center of the track, Savage Spirit is trying to get a small piece, but the battle for second between Kadula and Eric from Miami. As Dancing Mischief airs them out. Kadula, Eric from Miami in a place photo, then Savage Spirit.
Dancing Mischief, much the best in this group. Javier Castellano, no one else making a run.
It shows, again, when horses break so sharply, they kind of signify that they're going to run well, right? That's a signal, and he exploded out of the gate. The 3 Dancing Mischief allowed Kadula to take over, and then went and reeled him in. Very close for second here, though, between Kadula and the 6, Eric from Miami.
That man, what, now 12 for 34?
Yeah, 12
with
for
his 2-year-olds?
34. Yep. And I want to say they got very tight for second. I was paying attention to Eric Miami. I'm going to go on a limb and say the 7 held him off, but I'm not sure yet. But there's George Weaver going down to the winner's circle. And listen, the public was right on. They had this horse pegged, and it wasn't even close. I mean, this horse never looked like a loser around the racetrack. The rest of them were staggering home, JK.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those situations. You got to take a chance when you have a 2-year-old that you think has some ability. It's, you know, especially if you think they're ready to run too. You don't want to keep scratching the horse because you're not getting the surface. I think that can kind of mess up some trainers' plan. You get a horse ready to run, you got to kind of run them.
Do you have any harder photos? Don't even ask me the 7 got second or say that.
Shame on our producer, Bobby Klatt.
Bobby, come on, Bobby. I love Bobby. But Bobby's
3,
the best.
7, 6, 5.
I got it. Oh, I didn't mean to throw you under the bus, Bobby. You're the best producer we have. I love you.
But I needed Eric from Miami to get his nose down for second.
But yeah, I mean, like, again, sometimes we had a horse earlier in the card that was on the dirt we thought was a bad favorite. This race, we couldn't figure out. We didn't say this horse was a bad favorite because we kind of knew this was a shaky field. This wasn't a bad favorite at all.
And throw in a wet track too. A lot of these wanted to be on the grass anyway, and you just get some who just do not want to run on this surface, and maybe a case of that too.
Kind of true. And you know, I give Kadula credit. Kadula was the one that went out there, put all the fractions. The 3 put, you know, her away or him away, and Eric from Miami was grinding away for us, Mick, trying to get the second, just couldn't get to the 7.
Yeah, I was leaning, it went out of the frame, and when it hit the wire, I kind of was of the opinion but I was like, gosh, Eric from Miami just get his nose down there would have made my day a little bit better.
Javier Castellano on board, who's the reigning National Jockey of the Week, by the way. Took 2 of the 3 stakes Colonial on their big day. We're going to take a timeout while the prices for you when we come back. 3, 7, 6. Here in the 6th to start off the Pick 5.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead.
Thanks for tuning in to the program. It's Saratoga Live, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, the public had this one pegged right as Dancing Mischief, first time running on the dirt, comes home an emphatic winner and brought to the wire first by this man right here, Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. And Javi, I saw you warm him up. He had to give you the right feeling that he was going to handle this sealed surface today.
Absolutely, they give me feedback right away as soon as lose him up without the pony. Let him go one more, let him feel the track a little bit. The track he plays silk, and the horses sometimes they like it. When you lose him up, warm him up, let him feel the track a little bit. And it seemed to me right away, he gave me the battle lean with right away. They give me the sign the horse he's gonna like the track, the way he feel good. He give me good feedback.
And two, you were aggressive with him, and I think that paid off. How important is it for these young horses not to get all that dirt kicked in their face their first time on the dirt?
Absolutely, it's kind of reaction. And it seemed to me the horses and the jockey too, you got to be clear, give a chance the horse to develop in the race and give it, find the best spot in the race. That's a little bit, teach a little bit, aggressive a little bit, get a good position in the race, and take it from there.
Javi, as we are 8 days away from this year's Travers, as you'll look for your 7th win, you'll be aboard Belmont Stakes winner Arcangelo, and you've been aboard him for the majority of his preparations. Talk a little bit about breezing this guy in the morning for Jenna Antonucci.
Absolutely, Maggie. Give me the horse, give me a good sign. The horse is developing good in the morning. The way he works, very mature. He grows since the Belmont Stakes. Big horse, good mind. The way he handled the track so well. Keep your finger crossed, keep it healthy, the horse for the bigger race for the next Saturday.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with him. Congratulations here, though.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Dancing Mischief, loving the slop out there today, Greg.
Yes, he was, and Javier Castellano continues to have just an amazing year, reigning National Jockey of the Week with taking 2 of the biggest stakes races on that Arlington Million Day Colonial Downs. Had a tough choice to make. Kentucky Derby winner, Belmont winner. By not making a choice, he essentially made his choice. He's going to be on Arcangelo.
Well, I think he had 2 very nice horses to choose from, and I think Arcangelo is doing extremely well here in Saratoga. I've watched him a lot of mornings. Looks like he's carrying good weight, great energy level. I like what I'm seeing from him, but you can understand both sides of this. Ryder wants to keep everybody on the hook as long as possible, because you never know what's going to happen. Horses, you know, can come up with a little cough or a little issue and they don't make the race. So you're trying to hold both of them. And the connections want to lock in on a good rider. They don't want to be stuck scrambling at the last minute. So I understand both sides of it.
Well, I think Team Mage was thinking, listen, we need to make a move soon as it gets a little windy here. And they went with a familiar face. Luis Saez had ridden the horse in the Florida Derby and almost beat Forte. So they thought, okay, you know, let's lock Louis back up. Let's get him back on Mage, get him familiar, maybe jog him in the morning a little bit, because we have to make a decision here. And Javier, I think, like anybody else, listen, you're a professional athlete. If I had 2 teams playing me either way and one guy's telling me, hey, you need to sign this contract now, and the other team, you got to play a little bit of poker too as well. That's what your agent is for. He kind of plays the bad guy for you. But at some point, Team Mage wanted an answer. And then I think that Javier is probably thinking, listen, I got to go with my gut. Arcangelo might be working a little bit better at this racetrack. I think that was maybe the ultimate factor, JK. It's tough to take off a Kentucky Derby winner, let's be honest.
No, absolutely. I'm sure it was a tough decision, but a decision that was made nonetheless, and we'll have an answer to if it was a good one or not in about 8 days.
We will find out. Yeah, Luis Saez will be on the Kentucky Derby winner Mage as a result. Javi sticking with the Belmont winner after making history for Jenna Antonucci in the Belmont Stakes. That's next weekend. It's 3-year-old fillies this weekend in the Alabama, and we have a special story about an Alabama winner. Didn't start out with a huge pedigree or big dreams, but it certainly panned out that way.
They're in the gate for the Shuby. And they're off. Start for Nest. Goes right to the lead. Nest in full flight. Clairiere still with 2.5 to make up. $5 million in earnings between these 2 daughters of Curlin. But it belongs to Nest, who comes back in style and finishes full of run to score in the Shuby by 2.5 lengths. Clairiere second.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Princess of Silmar.
We call the house that Princess built. Every day we walk in, it all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're going to breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders. We're not commercial breeders. What else are we going to do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare. None. I go, well, what do I do? They said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior. Don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire. There's no numbers. I said, how long do I have to decide? I got to call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Silmar Farm. And then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Silmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred. Let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred. Let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Silmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never going to sell her. Close hatches beat us in the Gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her, and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1, and I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's going to be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Silmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Silmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, here she goes, pick them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Silmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream since I was 8 was to saddle a horse at Saratoga, and then to go on and do this. It makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
Such an incredible story, and Ed Stanko, he and his family, such great people. To have one of that ability, you're not a big breeder, and for things to just happen to work out like that, that's why this game is so great, because anything can happen.
And it was a confluence of things that had to happen to create Princess of Silmar, and then him hanging on to her, and you could just see the emotion involved, and you know, even more so for the Alabama than the Kentucky Oaks. But when you're a local person or a New York person, I understand that those races are going to tug at your heartstrings a bit more.
She got dismissed in the Kentucky Oaks. You know, Money Mike, or Money Magic Mike, pulled off. I can't believe she paid $40-something on Kentucky Oaks Day, did she not?
38-1.
Wow. It was a good field, though. I mean, it was a giant field, but she's a small little thing, but she could run.
Yeah, the funny part about that is that the day that she paid all that money in the Oaks, Dreaming of Julia was the favorite. And Dreaming of Julia, the dam of Julia Shining, will be running in the Alabama tomorrow.
Pretty cool.
It all comes full circle.
Right?
See what happens on Saturday. 1.25 miles for these 30-year-old fillies. Live coverage again, 3 Eastern start time on Fox tomorrow. We hope you join us. Race 7 coming up next. 1 mile and 3/16 in this allowance optional claiming field. Preakness distance here. And a look at Portos. Junior Alvarado will be aboard. Ron Moquette bringing a runner in here in the 4 Speed Bias. And speed is his game. He's the current favorite right now. He's faced some tough company of late.
Yeah. Listen, he lost in the Pimlico Special. Was one of the worst beats. He got ripped by Rowell and Rolla, a horse that was actually on a roll for Kenny McPeak, and is a horse that comes from way out of it and just got ripped at 7-1. Then came back in the Stephen Foster. Just that field was way too much, and then ran second to Bright Future. But here's him. I mean, he fought to the wire, because Rattle and Roll is the type of horse that comes from way out of it, and he really did dig in, JK. At this point, you think Rattle and Roll is going to go right by him, but it's a game effort.
Yeah, Speed Bias ran extremely well in this race. If he can find that form here again, he should be tough to beat. But he's got to deal with a few others. This is a pretty deep field, although there's only 7 horses. I think 3 of them could definitely be the ones to get their picture taken.
Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll start with Speed Bias in here. I've seen him before, albeit that was when he was second off the bench at Oaklawn Park during the springtime. And he was a completely different horse in the way that he is acting to that day to this day. He's so much more quiet. He's quite frankly sleepy. He was really on the muscle, really revved up going back to April. But maybe it's just coming with more frequency of his races that he's kind of settled down a bit more. Now, physically, he looks tremendous here. I mean, Ron Moquette's horses do tend to look very good in the flesh, but just a definite difference in his overall demeanor, which I think is intriguing, but obviously might be a good thing given the fact that this 1 mile and 3/16 he'll have to try yet again, though ran very well at it in the Pimlico Special. 3 back, and last time the race just dominated forwardly, but again, he was just second best to Bright Future, who really stepped up his game. Next, we'll move on to Costa Terra, who's making his 3rd start of this meet. Now, his last 2 efforts have come in off the turf races, whereas this one's scheduled for the dirt. He does have a propensity to lug in, and he's wearing a ring bit, which is a good piece of equipment for a horse that wants to lug in or lug out. I would have loved to see a Houghton bit. I think that works a little bit better with horses that have that tendency to lean in either direction, where a ring bit just gives a rider a little bit more control for a horse that wants to be too free. But nonetheless, he's physically looks fine given the frequency of racing, but it's another one that's a lot more quiet than what he was going back to August 9th. Next, we'll move on to number 6, Blue Devil, who may give, he's probably not quite as fast as Speed Bias, but might give him a little bit of company on the front end. But Blue Devil, I know he looks a little bit overmatched in this spot, but and he only faced 3 rivals last time out. But he just strikes me as a horse that's doing very well right now. Coming up here to Saratoga, carrying great coat, great flesh to him as well, and is kind of reserved, but just bubbling under the surface, kind of keeping a lid on it, but there's a lot of energy there that I like to see. So I think he's an interesting player that might provide a little bit of value, guys.
12-length winner. Thank you, Maggie, in a race that came off the turf here at Saratoga last time out. 5-2 favorite. Speed Bias. You know, Luis Saez had been the regular rider on this horse each of the last 4 starts, including a race here at Saratoga. They make a switch to Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising because he's ridden him in tougher spots, and I think he's ridden him well in all his starts. Now, it's interesting, and a little bit of human nature involved here. Louis picks up the 7 horse. He's a mess. 6-1 now, 20-1 morning line. A horse that has marginal amount of speed. I don't know the circumstances regarding the rider switch to Rat Ortiz on the 4 Speed Bias. But when I was riding, if I wound up getting taken off of a horse like Speed Bias and I pick up a horse in the race, I'm on a mission.
So you're saying...
I'm going to show more speed.
So you're going to put it to the 4s, but you're saying, you know, he's a mess. Interesting pedigree. Son of Dramedy out of a Catalpa mare. You don't see that often, but PA bred. Horse does like to win races, JK, 9 for 11, but this is all over synthetic. Does have 1 fast win. It was on a fast track. It was a slow win. It's just going to have to improve immensely.
Yeah, so I will say this. When you're looking at this situation with the Louis thing getting taken off or not, and while we always talk about it's a tricky game to play the musical jockeys game, is because if it was a decision, I think it's a silly decision. If the decision was made to take him off, like, what did he do wrong, right? The horse, last time this horse won, he wired a field. What did Louis do? In the last 4 times he rode him, he put him on the front end, he just got beat. Now, if that's the case, silly decision in my opinion. But it's also probably a possibility that maybe Louis committed to ride something else in this race. That horse didn't make it, and then they had already made a decision to switch to Irad. It could have been a Louis decision too. So I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it could be a lot of different things.
You're 100% right. We don't know the circumstances surrounding it. At first blush, though, that's the way I think.
Here's Portos, Junior Alvarado, Amira Shishakli.
Yeah, this is a horse that we know appreciates these longer distance dirt races. Didn't run as well as I think a lot of people hoped last time.
Red Run coming out of a couple longer races, 1.5 miles, or 2 back, I should say, in the Brooklyn.
Yeah, and this is a horse that, like you said, is behind Next and Warrant, and now gets Lasix and has a pedigree to love the wet surface.
Bourbon Calling, Manny Franco aboard, an 8-time winner.
This horse is a different animal at Aqueduct. Unfortunately, Aqueduct, about 3 hours south of where we are today.
Well named Speed Bias. He is quick. Rat Ortiz Jr. taking over for Saez.
And I would think he's the horse that's going to cut out the fractions. The last time he was on a sloppy track, he lost a Smile Happy, who's a freak over the wet.
This horse interesting. Race came off the turf, got beat a neck. He ran a huge number.
Yeah, 2 races back. This horse ran a lifetime best. First time for Linda. The last race ran another step forward and ran another lifetime best, going in the right direction.
Here's Blue Devil Maggie was talking about when a race taken off the turf, gate to wire last start.
Yeah, kind of a scary horse here for rocket ship racing. 1 start over the dirt and you win by 12 lengths. I know it's only a 3-horse field, but you just don't know how much is in the tank.
And then here's the horse Saez winds up on. It was 20-1 morning line, actually 7-1 right now. No Luis looking for the pilot here.
Maybe Louis not riding anybody in this race.
No, Louis is like, give me the 4 back. Give me the 4. Oh, there he is. Just kidding.
Yeah, obviously some issues with the 7. He's a mess, and maybe he's living up to his name. And Louis looking it out. It's a little tricky here. You got to get in between the pony, the lead horse, and the horse. Okay, now the groom gets him away. Get a leg up before you get back to him, because you get smushed in between them. It's not fun.
Yeah, but you would just get on bareback. You didn't need any help.
Vault,
right,
I might have done it from behind him, just vaulted up there.
Back in my day. 2-1 favorite, Speed Bias. There he is, the favorite. He wants to do his work on the front end. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. We'll be back. More coming up. Meet's leading rider. Can he pick up number 39 at the meet coming up? Arad Ortiz Jr. been leading the way throughout.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California with us as well for Friday at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Muddy and sealed still to this point off the turf all day long, and a great crowd on hand on the eve of the Alabama.
I'm seeing a lot of heads with bucket hats on, too.
Yeah, the bucket hat day. And gosh, the model that did the bucket hat day, he's a dashing young man.
It's a lot like you, Mig.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of my better pieces of work this summer. Promoting the bucket head.
I'm just hopeful that the 13 wins the next race because Rudy Rodriguez has on a bucket hat. I've seen him running around. I need the post-race interview in a bucket hat.
That would be something to watch. Let's go to Maggie.
It's funny, one of the photographers, Sarah Andrews, down here is taking pictures of all the jockeys in the bucket hat, so I can't wait to see what she posts later on. But we'll take a look here at number 7. He's a mess, as I find it odd that he's a shorter price, at least as of now, than the 6 in here. And maybe he's correctly named, because you guys saw it, everybody saw it. Luis Saez and him parted ways when he hit the track. He's been a literal hot mess ever since setting foot in the paddock. Just really expending a lot of energy prior to going in the gate here for this mile and 3/16 contest. Again, maybe he's named correctly, and he's always like this. And I will say this about his last effort, albeit on the synthetic at Presque Isle. He was really, truly hitting his best strides late behind a gate-to-wire winner, and it does feel like watching some races from Presque Isle, you want to be forward. You want to usually be on the lead, and he wasn't. He was tracking, and I think that he'll handle the extra ground, but I just don't love the way he's acting here, getting Luis Saez aboard, though, as, you know, many of the major players in here are at least capable of handling wet tracks, and Red Run is one of those. You know, last time I think he kind of got to the top because of where the gate is placed on that Belmont 1.25 mile configuration. He was inside, and it's just easier for horses on the inside to get to the lead. I don't think they want that here, but he's a handy horse. He's very unassuming. I would have never guessed. Only Mike Maker could have guessed that this horse would want to run long on the dirt. He doesn't look like it. I get why Steve Asmussen was gung-ho about the turf, but here we are. We'll see what he does, getting a little bit of class relief, Greg.
8-5 favorite. Speed Bias wants to be forward. Arad Ortiz Jr. beat earlier on an odds-on favorite on the lead. We'll see what happens here, teaming up with the Ron Moquette barn. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's Costa Terra going in. Blue Devil acting up. Ricardo Santana Jr. jumps off. Blue Devil just a little fractious behind the starting gate. Assistant starters get a hold of him as he walks up. 11-1 on the board right now for Blue Devil. And the last one will be He's a Mess. Coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Speed Bias is going straight to the front. Blue Devil on the outside, and Red Run is up close too. He's a Mess joins the fray on the far outside. Then it's Bourbon Calling. Costa Terra has settled toward the back of the field, and Stretch Running Portos is the trailer. They move around the clubhouse turn, and it's an easy lead for Speed Bias. Opens up a length and a half. Blue Devil is in second, followed by Red Run. The opening quarter in a moderate 24 1/5 seconds. He's a Mess is on the far outside, taking third. Then Bourbon Calling fifth and 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 to Costa Terra and Portos. Down the back stretch, and it's Speed Bias, 3/4 of a length to Blue Devil in second. He's a Mess, a 3 wide third. Down at the rail, Red Run and Bourbon Calling are right together. Costa Terra still second to last. Portos has trailed throughout the half in exactly 48 seconds. Speed Bias, Arad Ortiz Jr. inching away a length and a half now over Blue Devil, who's called on past the half-mile pole, trying to get a little bit closer. Bourbon Calling takes third, 3.5 or 4 off the lead. Red Run is retreating. Costa Terra moving up inside of him. As they come toward the quarter pole, He's a Mess has dropped out. And then Portos, 1:11.3 for 6 furlongs. It's been all Speed Bias. Blue Devil chasing on the outside, trying to make another run at him. Costa Terra, steady progress. Red Cap at the rail. They're a furlong from the finish. And Speed Bias going toward that inside. Costa Terra not the most comfortable position. He angles out to come after Speed Bias now. Blue Devil on the outside. It's Speed Bias just in front. Costa Terra in between. On the outside, Blue Devil very game. 3 of them coming for the wire together. Costa Terra in between. Costa Terra in a very close photo with Blue Devil. It's close between those two. Speed Bias finished third.
Costa Terra the 5, the 6 Blue Devil. Jose Lezcano, Ricardo Santana Jr. both right there at the wire.
This is some horse race here. Your favorite, Speed Bias. Now here they come to the wire. Keep your nose.
No, if you have the, it's a bad beat if you had the 5. The 6 got up here. Blue Devil on the outside gets Bob of all Bobs, and I told you this was the dangerous horse. When you know the cameraman's got it on the 5, but I don't know.
It looked like the 6. I mean, not only did he get the bob, it seemed like the longest bob. The nose just lingered there for about another half a stride.
And the 5 got shut off too, JK.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? I mean, it's a bad beat at the wire, of course, but the bad beat, in my opinion, actually took place right inside the 8th pole when the 5 was trying to go up in the inside and got shut off.
Yeah, he had to alter course, stop some of his forward momentum, and then the 6 gets all of this crazy bob.
And the worst part about it is that If the 4 were to win this race and the 5 were to run second, they would probably take a look at it. But at this point, because the 6 won, what happened between the 4 and the 5, not really of any consequence.
It's been posted. It is unofficially the 6 Blue Devil, 11-1 over Costa Terra, Speed Bias, and Red Run, the 2 completing the Superfecta.
Again, if you just want my phone number, you can just call me up and the numbers will go up quicker.
Best eyes in the business, Paul LaDuca. Don't question him
By
either.
the way,
he gets a little testy.
Here's the thing about it is Costa Terra was game. And then Blue Devil actually re-engaged a little bit. So did the 2. That was actually an unbelievable, great stretch duel.
Terrific horse
And
race.
Lascano did all he could do with Costa Terra because he really did get cut off by Irad. Tried to squeeze him on the rail there a little bit.
2 races in a row where Irad Ortiz Jr. has been on the favorite, the lone speed, and gotten beat.
Yeah, maybe Speed Bias just didn't quite stay the mount at 3/16. I think he had the trip he wanted. And if anything, the 5 was the best. He did kind of have to tap on the brakes at a critical moment.
Well, despite what happened, we know one thing for sure about Speed Bias. It's not the rider.
No.
Yeah, right. That's good point. Good point.
By the way, if it had been Costa Terra and it was how much, Linda Rice would have been within 1 of Chad Brown here for this training title. Got a long way to go still, but things get very interesting between those 2. Don't forget Todd Pletcher either still to come. Later today, coverage over on FS2. Ship Cadet and the Skidmore. One first time out on turf, going to try and win on dirt later today for Mike Maker. How about Seize the Gray for Dwayne Lucas and Billy the Greek. Move to the main track, and the Skidmore still to come.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Off into Perryville. All alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Alabama Stakes. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
And they're off at Saratoga.
You got it. Welcome to the program at Saratoga Live, and thanks to those joining us on FS2. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. It is a glorious Friday afternoon. It was a giveaway day. Brought a lot of people out wearing some bucket hats here at beautiful and historic Saratoga Racecourse, and we had a bit of an upset going back to today's 7th race. It was a marathon on the main track, mile and 3/16, and it went to 11 to 1 shot Blue Devil. And please be joined by his trainer, Jeff Hiles. And Jeff, he's now 2 for 2 here at the spa on dirt, and a horse that I know you kind of just kept in last time. It wasn't that many horses in there, but talk a little bit about entering him for the dirt today.
Well, after you win so impressively last time, you kind of question, because we have the same race going tomorrow on the turf. What do? Do you go back to the turf or leave him on the dirt? And talking to the owners and the racing manager, we decided, heck, let's just give him another shot on the dirt, see if it was a fluke or if he's legit, and he proved today he's legit, so it paid off for us.
He was very game. He was glued to the heavy favorite Speed Bias throughout, and he was relentless. Is he a horse? I know you guys, you bought him and paid a good bit of money for him, but is he a horse that kind of strikes you as one that's developing into one of those dirt marathoners?
It sure seems that way. I mean, he's got a lot of heart. The way he trains in the morning on the dirt is he closes really strong. So what I mean by that is his breezes, he'll start off slow, but he finishes extremely strong. So we would not have tried him on the dirt had he not have come off the turf that day, and we just decided to do it, and it's really paid off for us, so we've been lucky.
Jeff, this is your first season up here at Saratoga?
Yes.
Did you buy that hat just to fit in?
I bought it to try and get myself up here.
Well, it's paying off. Congratulations. Really nice horse here at Blue Devil.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, Jeff Hiles picking up his second winner of this Saratoga meet as we welcome in a new crew as they get it over to Lafitte Pinkai. Hey, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Excited for the last 3 races on this Friday program. It's really easy to get excited about everything happening tomorrow with the Grade 1 Alabama and championship implications. 3-year-old fillies taking center stage. But, yeah, lots of exciting racing on this Friday afternoon. Well, 3 races, but we still have the feature and the Skidmore, which is the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. That's coming up next, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief. Field for the Skidmore. Stupid rain. Off the turf. Turf course listed, and the main track is muddy. Main track, you see the field. Updated odds, Seize the Gray for D. Wayne Lucas. Even money with about 24 minutes to post. So welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Guys, let's start with a little rapid fire. Gary, if you could ride one of these 2-year-olds in the Skidmore, who would it be?
Even before they took this off the turf, it was going to be Seize the Gray. I loved his maiden breaker. He was impressive, ran a fast number, and listen, he's got some grass pedigree on the bottom, too, to go with it. So we'll see him later on the grass, I think, eventually.
Handicappers have zeroed in. Currently even money, Tom. For a trainer, the adjustment. 2-year-old expected to be on grass at Skidmore. Now it's on the main track. How do you adjust?
Yeah, well, a lot of what you have to do relates to your horse and what he can or can't do on this particular surface. It used to be, especially in New York, a lot of the guys would change shoes up and do different things, but under our new set of rules here, you're fairly limited doing that. So it's inherently what the horse can do on this kind of surface.
Andy, you like talking about themes of races. What is the theme of the Skidmore now on the main track?
I would argue we hate losing turf races. But in this particular case, it's actually a more interesting and wide open race on the dirt than it was on the turf because you've got dirt form. Ship Cadet, the 2 has dirt form. He could be the favorite by post time. Seize the Gray has dirt form. The 10 Go Auto Go has dirt form. There's one MTO. He's going to be a long shot in this race. On the turf, They may not have won, but no-name Mets and fandom would have dominated the betting here. So it actually may be a more wide-open betting race on the dirt. We had 10 on the turf. We've got 9 in the dirt. So fortunately, in this particular case, we didn't lose much. In fact, we may have gained something by coming off the grass.
And Seize the Gray, who is the current even money favorite. Let's go back to his maiden win. This was Jim Dandy Day. Gary, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, as you mentioned, 16-1. It's in the slop, and he beats Mage's full brother, Dornoch.
Yeah, he was. He had no betting the first time that he ran. He was beaten a long ways, and he came back with this effort after a good work out of the gate. He was getting pressure all the way, and he just kept digging, finding, digging, finding. Looks like a horse that wants to get more distance eventually, and for him to break his maiden like he did second time out, and that big a change, that much improvement, he's got a good future ahead of him.
You surprised, Andy? He's this short, Seize the Gray, even money?
Yeah, I don't think he'll be that short by post time because the 2 Ship Cadet ran a very good second in a fast 2-year-old race against a horse that kind of stumbled a little bit in our Sanford, but he's a good horse for Steve Asmussen. And I think the 10 Go Oughta Go is a dangerous horse. He might be one of those 2-year-olds that ran a decent race first time out, took a little step back the second time, and ready to get back to a better effort for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and with Seize the Gray, who's our favorite currently, the 4-horse, you got to ask yourself, you watch 2 of his races, and we oftentimes see that improvement, Gary, as you pointed out, from first to second race. But Seize the Gray was able to take advantage of making the lead early in his last race and going forward from that. He's going to get pressure from the inside, maybe from the 1 Untroubled, and he's going to get pressure from the outside as well. Maybe Sebastian Run, the 3 as well, but he's going to get a lot of pressure up front. So the question is Seize the Gray a horse that needs to have the lead to run his best race? In this race, I think he's going to get a lot of pressure both
sides. And don't
sides.
you think a lot of people are seeing that he won a sloppy sealed track last time, muddy sealed track today? Are they similar tracks? Absolutely, but it doesn't necessarily mean he has some advantage because he handled it so well last time out.
I think that's a big reason why he's even money currently, just that wet track synergy. So the 2-year-olds are in the paddock. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The Skidmore is next. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, race 10 off the turf. Wide Wilson Chute, mile distance, main track, muddy, temperature around 79 degrees here in upstate New York. Gorgeous Friday afternoon. Tomorrow, the Alabama. Next week, Travers. Get signed up if you haven't. Go to NyraBets.com, and when you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NyraBets.com. When we return, you'll hear her name a lot over the next 24 hours. Wet Paint, CCA Oaks winner, Alabama favorite. A title beckons, maybe, if she's good enough. What will she do in Saratoga's marquee event for 3-year-old fillies?
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Not above the law, not above the law to win. Spenderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted NyraBets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
On this eve of the Alabama, welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Adelapa. Week 6 stakes scheduled. The Skidmore minutes away tomorrow. Big day, 3-year-old fillies, Lake Placid, Grade 1, Alabama, Sunday, Bolton Landing, female equivalent of the Skidmore. Cue the animation. America's Best Racing's race of the week. What else? 143rd running of the Alabama. Here's the field. Nobody hiding from Wet Paint. 10 deep. Mile and a quarter, $600,000 purse. Wet Paint number 2. 2-1 morning line favorite, Gary. This was the coaching club. American Oaks. Top 3 are back. Wet Paint relentlessly chasing Secret Wish to the stretch. Sacred Wish.
Yeah, it didn't look like she was going to get there. Sacred Wish, she was in the perfect spot all the way and it made the lead. And she looked like she was going to be home free. And Wet Paint, she did her deal and just kept grinding away, and came late and was able to nail her in the final strides.
Tom, not brilliant, but gutsy.
Yeah, gutsy, and then let's not forget, this race is at 1 1/8 miles. Tomorrow's Alabama's at 1 1/4 miles. Another 1/8 of a mile for Wet Paint to use her late run in the race, and I think that's significant. Not a lot of horses are bred to go 1 1/4 miles. Wet Paint looks like one that wants to do that.
What is it about this Alabama, Andy? Do you think why so intriguing?
Because it's a very evenly matched group. The 3-year-old fillies as routers, nobody out there is scaring anybody. I mean, Wet Paint ran well last time, probably the best race she ever ran. She overcame a disadvantage, a slow pace in the race. But still, she's not running particularly fast figures. Nobody's scared of her. And the Alabama is as prestigious a race for 3-year-old fillies as you'll see in the country. And I think these trainers are confident their horse can get the distance. But it'll be an interesting race because there's potentially a rabbit in here. With Chocolate Gelato running in there. Now, that'll help Wet Paint, but it's also going to help her uncoupled stablemate in the race, Gambling Girl, who ran so well in the Kentucky Oaks. Now, was the Kentucky Oaks an aberration? Because so far, it's her only really good race. We'll see. Maybe she needed the race last time, and obviously I think they're confident she can run better, or why even enter a rabbit in the race? Especially because they know it's going to help Wet Paint, too.
The table should be set for Gambling Girl to see a better version of her, like what we saw the runner-up effort in the Kentucky Oaks. Dating back to 1872, the Alabama tomorrow on Fox. It is Saratoga's most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies, and championship implications are real. Fox Saratoga Saturday continues tomorrow. The Alabama, 3 Eastern, only on Fox. When we return, gearing up for the Skidmore, 2-year-olds looks a lot different than when it was drawn off the turf, a dirt sprint. You're looking at the favorite for D. Wayne Lucas, Seize the Gray, proven on the wet track, 6-5, 13 minutes out.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Forte on the outside, Cave Rock along the rail, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 as our featured race is in the paddock and ready to rock and roll. It is the Skidmore off the turf, but still a very contentious field that we see going forward. And while Seize the Gray is your favorite, he looks much the same as when he broke his maiden a few weeks ago on a sloppy sealed track. I'm going to take a look at a horse that might have just a little more impressive credentials in a way, as he's already stakes faced, and that's number 2, Ship Cadet, as he's one that is equitalented. He can handle turf or dirt. In fact, his race 2 back in the Tremont was very good behind Gold Sweep, who, yes, didn't necessarily run as well as expected going back to earlier this meet, but had a lot of trouble that day. I just respect Ship Cadet because he's an incredibly athletic looking horse, and he just feels as though he's the one that you can lean on, that you can depend on to be okay over this surface as well. And he's just laser focused. He's nicely on the bridle. He's doing everything that you want a young 2-year-old to do in the paddock. Like I said, no problems with Seize the Gray. He looks fantastic as well. As we'll move on to a horse that's coming in off of a poor effort in the Bashford Manor, and that's number 10, Go Auto Go. He was setting the pace that day, and he easily broke on top, and he was inside of horses. Then when he switched to his outside lead in the stretch, he really put on the brakes. So I didn't love seeing that, if you will. So he looks great here for Steve Asmussen, whom I'm assuming has him ready to go, and the 5.5 seems right in his wheelhouse. I prefer him cutting back a little bit in distance because he's a small, typey, compact sort of horse where less ground is going to be preferable. So we'll see how he does here, but certainly making the right impressions in the paddock, Lafitte, as I know you guys are interested in taking a trip in the time machine to 3 years ago with a very impressive winner of the Skidmore Stakes.
The field is in the stretch, and it is Golden Pal in hand here with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Golden Pal opening up here by almost 5 lengths. Golden Pal will get his maiden victory in Saratoga's Skidmore Stakes, and he did it impressively.
Just electric. Golden Pal, 2020 Skidmore, Tom, and over the next 2 years, North America's finest turf sprinter.
Yeah, I mean, he broke his maiden in a stakes race on this particular day and went on to win 7 more times on the turf, 8 for 12 on the turf. These weren't ordinary races. 2 of them were year-end championship races, Breeders' Cup races.
Stake Golden, Ponyboy. Who did that? Who did that? Who's responsible?
Big Outsiders fan, S.C. Hinton fans in the truck today. Very impressive. I like it.
It was so exciting, Gary, to watch, and it was just a glimpse of one of those performances from a 2-year-old at Saratoga where you know you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, he had like uncontrollable speed, literally. I mean, he'd get the throw in his head a little bit, and he started later on in his career where he'd relax a little bit and save it a little bit for the end, but some kind of racehorse. He was very, very fast.
Golden Pal, that first career win right here at Saratoga. Riders up. As for the influence of the race, the Skidmore, we love postcards, don't we? Skidmore College here in Saratoga Springs, about 2,650 students by my count. Sports, 19 varsity teams, basketball, hockey, rowing, and riding. And the team mascot, Andy, the Thoroughbreds. Like, if you weren't a fan then, you're a fan now. The Skidmore Thoroughbreds.
I spent my my final semester at Saratoga High at Skidmore, taking classes.
Plenty sports?
Oh yeah, you know me. I'm quite the athlete.
Were you on the?
I just met a piece of pavement with my head.
I was going to say. I was going to ask if you're on the
athletics
biking team.
Kind of out.
And Andy was going for the older co-eds. Andy was trying to impress the older co-eds with his knowledge as a high school student taking college classes.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
How did it turn out?
Well,
the lobotomy. I can see that they, did it work okay?
Unfortunately not.
Post parade for the Skidmore. That's untroubled. Then a contender here in Ship Cadet.
Yeah, maybe they hope that this horse would run well on the turf. This is a long shot shipping in.
Sebastian Run, maiden winner on grass at Monmouth.
Yeah, but the dirt race was atrocious.
Sees the Gray 8-5. Joel Rosario takes over.
I think Joel is going to try to make it out of the gate, try to make the lead, and try to put some distance on this group right away.
Apprentice Jamie Torres rode in the impressive debut win. You see the My Racehorse Black, number 5, is out. 625 to 1 shot 5-0 somewhere, who graduated at Hawthorne in July.
Yeah, I mean, this is another horse that likes to use his speed. Hadn't even run 5.5 furlongs yet. That's unusual for a horse to run less than that in 3 starts, but quick, quick, quick.
Billy the Greek and a Ken Ramsey homebred.
Well, won first time out, had a little trouble in that race. It was an off-the-turf type of race, just like this one is.
Go Otto Go, 4th in the Bashford Manor at Churchill.
Yeah, interesting horse. Won first time out in the Bashford Manor. Maybe had the appearance of a horse that needs the lead to run the best races.
El Grande O draws in Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, always dangerous.
You guys are wearing me out in this post parade. All the evens, all the odds are out. You know, another one was speed in El Grande Oro.
We have one odd. Antonio of Venice, dangerous, entered main track only. Make the rider Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, being overbet because she's an MTO and he's got IRAD based on his form. He's at best a bit of an outsider.
7 to 1, Andy. I thought he'd take more money.
Really? I mean, I'd bet him over. If El Grande O is 9 to 1, he should be 2 to 1. But I just don't think he's quite good enough. I'll be surprised if the winner isn't among the 2, 4, and 10. And to me, the value right now is the 10. Go Auto Go should be the outside speed, and I'm hoping the horse bounces back from a slightly subpar race last time out.
And that blinding glare front side here at Saratoga. Tomorrow, that $1 million late pick 5 bonus. Very windy, very breezy as these 2-year-olds warm up for the Skidmore.
Do you need another hockey puck, Lafitte?
I need lots of things, Gary. I need lots of things. Go Auto Go. Let's go back to his maiden win at Churchill Downs here. And the thing, Andy, with this is that he drew the rail. He didn't break, and in the end, it simply didn't matter.
He really ran well in this race. Obviously, it wasn't a huge figure, but I thought he ran well to break his maiden first time out. He just strikes me as a horse that got involved in a tough pace last time that might just not have quite run his race, and maybe he could take that step forward here.
I think Lafitte's onto something. You know, you don't get to see the beginning of the race, but not only did he not break, but almost in the first 60 of the mile, he has to check out of it, lose a lot of ground, then he goes around everybody, he dominates this group. They want this kind of race back here, for sure.
And with an outside post, he's much better off, probably make it easier for him to break well.
8 to 1 if you like him. Go Auto Go. Sees the gray. 8 to 5 favorite here, Gary. And again, we're on the main track. And this race can often be looked at as perhaps a stepping stone, as it was for Golden Pal, towards the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. The last 4 winners of the Skidmore have all raced in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And in one occasion, 2 years ago, Averly Jane, the filly, she beat the boys, and it was an off-the-turf race. Then she ran on grass at Keeneland, the Indian Summer, and was the heavy post-time favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. She didn't win, but just because we're on the main track here doesn't mean it couldn't have those types of implications for the Juvenile Turf Sprint this fall.
Well, of course not. But the reality is the 2 biggest players in this game on the turf were No Name Mets for Alex Bregman and the 9 Fandom for Stone Street Stables. And they scratch because they're turf horses. So anything's possible. Look, there could be somebody here that's a hidden turf star. You never really know until you try. The likelihood that this is going to have effect on the Breeders' Cup races seems pretty small right now. But there are races like the Matron and the Futurity at Aqueduct, and then you've got races at Keeneland and other racetracks. It'll be feeders, so horses in here can take a shot in those races and see if, in fact, they're turf horses.
Gary, you learned things about horses that you didn't know prior. If it wasn't for an off-the-turf race, Big Brown was supposed to be just a grass horse until he made his 3-year-old debut in an off-the-turf race, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and I mean, I had it happen on more than one occasion. I'll tell you another horse that was all turf pedigree. That the first time I sat on his back, he broke a track record going a flat mile, a 1-turn mile when they had it at Hollywood Park, and that was Rahi. And what he do, he went on to be the sire of In the Wings and several other good horses.
Breeders' Cup turf winner.
That were turf horses. So, look, sometimes I know they're bred for certain surfaces, and sometimes they'll run both, or they're better on the surface they're not supposed to be. It just happens.
They will surprise us from time to time, Maggie, especially when you're talking about inexperienced 2-year-olds.
I think we just saw it in the last race, Lafitte, with an older horse in Blue Devil. That connection seemed adamant and running on the turf, and now he's gone 2 for 2 on the main track. As we'll check in with your current favorite, that is Seize the Gray, who does go from the 5-pound apprentice to Joel Rosario. But make no bones about it, Jamie Torres gave this horse a fantastic ride last time. So, maybe people are seeing that, but I'm not. That's not something that makes me want to bet him necessarily anymore, but he's doing everything right. Look, this was a horse that was very green in his debut at Ellis, and then when he walked into the paddock last time here at Saratoga, he just stood there like a statue, just laser focused, and today it's much the same. So I appreciate that professionalism that we are continuing to see as we move on to a horse who was utterly unprofessional in the preliminaries first time out, and that was number 8, Billy the Greek, but yet got the job done in and off the turf event. He's been a different horse second time around here for Saffie Joseph Jr., just acting much better, especially back in the paddock. There was not a peep out of him. He did not turn a hair the wrong way, and that wasn't the case first time out. And he got a really nice warm-up here by Luis Saez, which I like to see, and just a lot more together physically, too. So he's one that's already proven over at least the dirt course. It was good in Harrow last time that he ran, but still, this course continues to dry out, albeit still sealed. As we'll move on to number 13, whom I agree with Andy, there's not much to recommend on paper with this horse. I get it. There were 2 horses that came out to win and to improve their numbers a little bit. The thing that caught my eye about this guy is how well he was moving over the racetrack. He is wearing front wraps for the first time, but he was really bouncing over this sealed surface, and one that at least there's the dirt for him to go on, Lafitte.
Antonio Venice, Red Ortiz, 7-1. Tom, circling back to Ship Cadet at 5-2.
Yeah, his last race, I mean, down the backside, he had a wide post. They moved way too early with him, used up a lot of energy. I look for him to have a better trip. I think this will be a very challenging pace up front. No one getting out on a lead by themselves, and a horse like the 2 can sit off and make that run at the right time.
I agree. I think the 2's the horse to beat in here over the 4, personally.
Sebastian Run, coaxing him forward. Seize the Gray for Dwayne Lucas, the 9-5 favorite. We're all set for the Friday feature on this eve of the Alabama. Post time for the Skidmore. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Sebastian Run, named for Jose Delgado's son, Sebastian. Seize the Gray coming up. Seize the Gray and Joel Rosario. Joel just giving a little bit of a nudge to the son of Arrogate. Antonio of Venice completes the line for the Skidmore. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Ship Cadet rockets out of there. Untroubled comes away in good order. 5-0 somewhere is in the early mix, moving up now to take second as they go toward the half-mile pole. A Grande-O is now a clear-cut third. On the far outside, Antonio of Venice, untroubled, is back to 5th. They're followed by Billy the Greek, who races 6 lengths off the lead. Sebastian Run is next, just in front of Go Auto Go, and Seize the Gray is last. The quarter in a rapid 21 3/5 seconds. Ship Cadet, Antonio of Venice looming up on the outside to take second as they turn for home. It's still Ship Cadet, very strong on the front end, has a 3-length lead. Antonio of Venice is in second. El Grande-O, middle of the racetrack, Seize the Gray, trying to make some late headway, but with a 16th to run, it's still Ship Cadet with a huge lead. El Grande-O is running very fast in second, but time has run out. Ship Cadet all the way in the Skidmore. El Grande-O, a very good effort. Seize the Gray got up for third. Long way back. Billy the Greek was in the battle for fourth.
Broke sharp, while others did not. Gives this field the slip, does Ship Cadet in the 2023 Skidmore.
But not a lot of them can go 21-2 and keep going, and he did. He was impressive doing it. The favorite, he broke with them, but he was really sluggish, lethargic. He didn't look like he was liking the kickback. Got spun about 7-8 wide, maybe wider, coming to the lane, made a decent run. But the El Grande-O he ran huge too. Any further, but I'll tell you what, this horse, the winner, if he can do this on the turf, he is, and there's no reason he can't. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with as well.
I'd love to tell you that that's the way I had it drawn up in my head. I really would, but I didn't. But you know, it's just
here's the start, Tom.
When horses break well, you got to take advantage of it, Andy.
It's not just that. That's correct, obviously, and Manny did. That's why he's riding well.
Break to me, guys.
But also, when you have more speed and your two main opponents, 4 and 10,
yeah,
they're a little lethargic early, and they're supposed to be both forward, at least somewhat forward here, and they're last and second to last, and you're cruising out front. Gary, you've been in these races before. That's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll tell you one thing about Seize the Gray. He was cutting back in distance. He broke his maiden going 6.5 furlongs. They went 22-2 that day versus the 21-4. He was probably about where he should have been because he can't go 21-3.
I'll also tell you he ran very right. I was going to say, it's just what I was going to say, Tom. I think Cesar Gray actually, I'm not sure he didn't run the best race in here because the race was dominated up front. It's not like El Grandeo came from far back as well. So fast pace or not, and coming apart a little bit late, to be fair, but that was the only horse really making a run. So I don't think Cesar Gray lost a lot in defeat here. He just met a horse that was faster than him today.
About as much emotion as you'll see from Mike Maker. Very proud of.
You doing a little jig in the winner's circle?
Ship Cadet,
Man,
2-1. And you're right, Gary. It wasn't Seize the Gray. He didn't stumble. He didn't veer in. He didn't veer. It's like he just got caught flat-footed, and a tremendous effort to complete the trifecta. 2-12-4-8. Ship Cadet, Mike Maker, Manny Franco in the Skidmore. 2 for 3 now by a Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner in Midshipman. Ship Cadet in the Skidmore. Results, reaction as he takes it all in at Saratoga.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins fully over Bluegrass.
There it is, Skidmore College. Welcome back. Dust settling after the Skidmore. Watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Ship Cadet in the Skidmore. Winner Circle Lead-In brought to you by the Phasic Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Ship Cadet Manny Franco over El Grande O sees the gray. He has a future, a solid third-place effort as a defeated favorite in the Skidmore, but all about Ship Cadet on this afternoon. Down to Maggie in the Winner Circle.
And here with winning trainer Mike Maker Lafitte and Mike Ship Cadet. He seems to be a dually talented horse and can really handle any surface.
He's very professional. He didn't show us anything when he first came in, so we stuck him on the turf at Belmont to try to woke him up, and he completely shocked us that day, and then wasn't really anywhere else to go, so we tried him on the dirt. He ran a credible race, second to a very good horse, and then we had Kentucky Downs in the back of our minds, so we kind of kept him on the grass. Drew bad last time, although I think we were second best no matter what, but anyway, it worked out today.
And to talk a little bit about Manny Franco, how aggressive he was with him. And I think in these off-the-turf races, it always helps for a horse to keep their face clean.
Yeah, very good. Got an excellent break, and the rest is history.
Now, you're not necessarily known for winning first time out, so does that speak to, the talent that's within this horse?
Yeah, the horse overcame the trainer.
I love your dry sense of humor. It's great. I was trying to get that line.
You got it.
Well, Mike, congratulations. Really well done on a very nice horse.
Thank you.
All right, Ship Cadet, guys. Californian bred. Looks pretty good. Future's bright.
Boy, why you sound surprised when the California breds do well? What's up with that, Maggie? Sneaky funny, Mike Maker. Sneaky funny. Horse outran the trainer.
I think he'd be really good in the show.
Let me tell you something. If Maggie can get Mike Maker to chuckle and laugh, that just tells you what a great interviewer she is.
I joke around Mike all the time. What are you talking about?
That's the
Probably
most
isn't like you, Tom.
That's as many words as I've heard him say in an interview. I made the mistake of interviewing him at Oaklawn Park. Yep, nope, smiled.
And a few words.
That was it.
We could use more of that around here. Ship Cadet, Paradise Farm. 2-year-old race of the day was brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Why were you, hold on, what?
No, I mean, with the man of few words, we can use more of that. Right? Whoa, wait a second.
The Skidmore and Gary, yeah, so Ship Cadet, as fast as he was getting out of the blocks and something to build on moving forward. And sees the gray, yeah, a solid effort. Just kind of caught flat-footed at the start of the race and farther back than expected.
Yeah, I think Ship Cadet, he's a pure sprinter. He's very quick. I think he can be tactical if he needs to be on turf. Tom said he didn't draw the game plan up like that right after the race. But look, I think he sees the gray. He wants to go. I think he's going to be better at a mile or over in the future. I was really surprised to see Wayne had him in this race, shortening back up to 5.5 furlongs. And I'm wondering if he thought the timing as far as having a race rather than working him, if he's got sights on something else down the road. And he's already put that map together.
Oh, Wayne's got his sights on something else down the road, some things else.
Do you think?
He's got a big year ahead of him.
A busy year.
Yeah. Busy, hopefully big.
Turning the page, race 9, $50,000 claimer, 6 furlong sprint. 2 of the 3 Davis siblings riding in this one. Dylan on the 6. Think about it. Katie on the 9. Wendell Fong. The Davis family. You haven't seen this. The siblings, super competitive. They want to win. They want to beat each other. And overseeing all of it, their father, who couldn't be prouder. That's next.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate.
280,000 just way.
In the back, 191,000. 150,000 Nader Tomas, thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, Be sure to lock in your odds with Fixed Odds Wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Reading Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Alabama Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
So you've gotten comfortable with making the most basic bets in horse racing, win, place, and show. But today, we're gonna help you raise your game and up the ante. We're talking about getting exotic. When we talk about exotic bets in horse racing, we are talking about higher risk, higher reward. Exotic bets involve correctly selecting combinations of horses. You can pick the top 2 finishers in any race. That's called an exacta. If you want to bet the top 3 finishers, you're talking about a trifecta. You can even bet the first 4 finishers. That's called a superfecta. Sounds tough, doesn't it? Well, it's really not much harder than betting a parlay in sports. Again, the more elaborate the bet, the more money you could potentially win. And there's a bit of a safety play called boxing. When you box your combination in an exacta, for example, the 2 horses you pick can finish first or second in any order. Meaning if you pick 3 and 6, you'll make money if the 3 wins and the 6 finishes second, or if the 6 wins and the 3 finishes second. Learn more about different bet types and how to get started when it comes to wagering at the races at americasbestracing.net.
Whether you're brand new to the sport, lifelong fan, great stuff for everyone at ABR. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Want to visit us next summer? Get Andy's autograph? ABR, Naira Bets, and My Racehorse have this contest. You want to enter. You elevate your summer with a trip to idyllic Saratoga Springs. There are the details. 1 grand prize winner plus a guest, VIP hospitality, $1,000 wagering voucher, thank you, Naira Bets. $1,000 spending spree, thank you, My Racehorse. Travel covered, backstretch tour, and much, much more. Scan the code on the screen to enter now. Even better, you'll have a chance to see the Davis siblings ride in person at Saratoga next summer. The Davis family, you know all about the brothers and sisters here that ride at Saratoga. This is a little bit different. This is more about the family. Where did all of that start? Mom and dad, simply a couple meant to be together.
So happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here and Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about being in racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. you'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And you know. So he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He was like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know. I'm just like, get across there and say, winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
So many layers to that story, Gary, from the competitive siblings to the pride of a father.
Yeah, and I'm getting a kick out of it myself. Robbie's from Idaho as well. We never knew each other until we rode against each other here in New York. We knew of each other, and we knew we were both from Idaho. I'm from Boise, he's from Pocatello. And so we had a lot in common. He likes to ride dirt bikes, I like to ride dirt bikes. And I saw these kids grow up. And didn't know they were going to be jockeys, but I knew they were going to be good kids. I knew they're going to be good people because his mother and his father are such good people. But they've learned their lessons well, and I loved what he said. They're still doing what they were doing in the backyard. They just have moved the competitiveness to the racetrack, and it's a great story. And you could hear the emotion in Robbie's voice at the end of that, and I can understand it, and I'm happy for him as well.
Katie, Jackie, Dylan, and how much they like, even if they don't win the race, like they want to beat each other.
Oh, yeah, and for Robbie's a great rider back in the day, and I saw him in the paddock in the morning. He had a horse he was schooling and taking the track. I said, Robbie, you still getting on horses? And he used a famous line from the Eagles song, Hotel California. He said, Tom, you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave.
Let's get right to Maggie.
What? They're already race riding me here, guys. This Davis crew. What are we gonna do with them? Dylan, we just saw the feature, and it didn't dawn on me that you're the baby. Was it always were you always struggling to kind of find your way as one of 6 kids?
Oh yeah, we had like teams growing up. Me and Katie were the little team, and then my brothers, and then my 2 other sisters. But we kind of stuck together as a whole, and we found our way on the racetrack.
And find your way you did, all the way to the pinnacle here, guys. And Dylan, talking about teams, Katie, you're on the same team virtually, although still riding for the win. Yes. But you're both riding for Ray Handel. Talk a little bit about riding against your brother, but today, you know, it's kind of a different game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a team effort, I guess, in some aspects, I guess you would say, because same trainer, you don't want to really get in each other's way. But can't say I wouldn't let him out, or, you know, I'd keep him stuffed down in there for sure. But that's just us. We're very competitive, and it's every man for themselves out there.
But most of all, you guys have fun together. I can tell.
Oh, yeah, every day we have a lot of fun. We grew up together. It's our family, so we kind of have that competitive sport and family together, and we have fun out there.
Katie, you getting them today? Yes. Boom.
I waited for the second last race.
It's all about Wendell Fong, guys.
Do some of that trash talking, Gary, and you can relate to this. You rode with and against your brother Scott for many years.
Yeah, when I started in Boise, Idaho, at
Early
the Bois
on, yeah.
Park, we actually, our lockers were right next to each other. Same thing at Portland Meadows. When I wound up at Portland, he came to Portland, and lockers right there next to each other. And he was hard on me when I first started out. And
Big brother, supposed to be.
Yeah. He made me better, I can tell you that. Just the drive between the two of us, we made each other better, I believe. And, yeah, it's a different world. It's tough to explain when you're in there, and then you're going to go out and do battle. And look, at the end of the day, you want to beat your sibling as bad as you want to beat anybody else, if not more so. Bragging rights at the kitchen table at night.
I thought it was great, Robbie, their father, talking about her going to the Chris McCarron jockey school and telling Chris that Katie, oh, this is just a whim. She'll fall once. That, trust me, she's going to get it out of her system. And it was Chris McCarron who calls Robbie and is like, Robbie, she's really good.
Yeah, and she is really good. She is really good. You know, and in a business that's very serious 99% of the time, as it should be, because it's a business, it's refreshing to see them walk into the paddock with smiles on their face, laughing. I mean, they're going to put their game face on, Gary. I know we all know that when they hit the track, but that's nice to see.
And Katie Davis, last year was Jackie Davis, her first career win, one of the best moments of the meet for a horse trained by her father, Robbie. Dylan Davis having a big meet here at Saratoga. For Katie, five wins this summer so far.
Yeah, it's incredible, and she's riding smart races out there, and she hasn't been riding the best horses. She rode one the other day that I think she was on the best horse. That wasn't bet like it was the best horse, but she rode a tremendous race, saved ground, and was very aggressive, and finished really strong, looked great, and she's made the best of the few opportunities that she's had here at this meet, and her business is picking up because of it.
Andy, the Davises, can either of them get one here? Dylan on Think About It, currently 4-1, and Katie on Wendell Fong to the outside.
I mean, Think About It is not the kind of horse I would bet on because he won at 20-1 last time, and now he's a fraction of the price, but he was best last time. Got interfered with badly and still got the job done. And I think Wendell Fong is a major player in this race. I used a couple of horses in some multi-race bets, the 5 Happy Farm and the 9 Wendell Fong. I think they are both live, and I think Katie has a good chance with Wendell Fong. Either one of them could win.
Time for a paddock report, and Maggie, great stuff with Dylan and Katie.
They make it easy, that's for sure. I consider them both good friends as well, and a privilege to have them as mates. As we'll take a look at one that they're not riding. That would be ridden by Jamie Torres, and number 2, Prisoner, who comes in off of a trio of Monmouth races, winning at least 2 of them. And he is a horse that was able to sit off of a pace stool last time out, switched out going into the turn, and really kicked on nicely. And he's a horse that the only other time I saw him as of late was going back to the winter time, January, and he just didn't look that good. He wasn't carrying the weight and conditioning that he is now. He didn't look great in his coat. He looks like a completely different animal. He's really kind of turned inside out for Charlie Baker. So we'll see if he can bring some of that Monmouth form over here to Saratoga. But I think he's a real player in this crew. So does the public. As we'll move on to the one that Dylan's riding, that's number 6, Think About It. He looks fantastic as well. I mean, he's always looked good, but I thought, just as Andy pointed out, overcame a lot last time out. And he's one that feels like there's an intention with Ray reclaiming him, that he kind of knows and has the keys to the ignition and knows how to deal with this horse and handle him. And I think he is another one that's really touting himself here in the paddock. As we'll move on to Wendell Fong, who does come off a little bit of a layoff, looks incredibly fit here. And I know that the short comment says extremely wide stretch. I don't think that was him getting out or anything like that. That was just the rider staying away from the kickback, and a horse that I think struggles with breathing because he has, as of late, worn a Sherwin, and that's that piece of equipment that you see. It's a rubber piece that attaches to the head stall, which is at the horse's poll, and runs down the middle of their face and splits into 2 and holds the bit up in a horse's mouth, so they don't have an obstructed airway. And he doesn't wear anything else on his face either, which says to me that it annoys him, it bothers him, and this is the best piece of equipment for him to wear. Again, look for him to stay out of that kickback. He looks great here, coming in for Ray Handel, incredibly fit, off a little bit of a layoff, Lafitte.
Ray Handel, Wendell Fong, both of the Davises riding for Handel here, circling back to Think About It. Dylan Davis, Andy, his latest opening week, same level, same distance. What happened at the start with Think About It?
Well, nothing happened to Think About It at the start, but C's Get Degrees will come out sharply and interferes badly with Happy Farm. Now, Think About It's on the rail, but Happy Farm gets badly interfered with. So Flavien Prat ends up ducking inside of C's Get Degrees. And in doing so, hitting the turn, he interferes badly with Think About It, who eventually wins, and Robbie Davis. In fact, I believe Flavien got a 3-8 suspension. The stewards. He finished behind Think About It, so he didn't disqualify him. But there it is right there. It was bad. And
Really
Think
bad.
About It was able to recover and still win it. But my problem is, horses don't often run necessarily, or they don't sometimes back-to-back races. He got $42 on that horse last time. Do you think, having seen that performance, it's worth getting $10 on him today? If you do, you bet him back. To me, I just feel like I missed the boat last time.
I thought it was bad enough that I did. He's my pick today. I was between Prisoner. He ran awesome last time at Monmouth Park, and I think that trouble was bad enough that
it was
he
serious.
was much. And if he can repeat that. If he's got that much horse under him today and doesn't have that type of trip, I think he's good enough to repeat today.
That was a huge race. It was a huge race, and it was at Saratoga, right here, and it was at this distance.
No denying it.
Yeah.
No argument. He was on the rail. The rail was good that day. That helped a little, but that trouble was significant.
A lot of horses, Gary, when that they will quit.
Just completely throw in the towel. And he didn't. He jumped back on the bridle, and I mean, he came close to falling. You saw that stagger step there. It tells me that horse is, I mean, Tom, you said before this race that you love this race. You love these kind of horses. They're hard knockers.
Yes.
They show up every time. They perform. You know you're going to get your money's worth of them. They're like a good boxer. They're going to go out there and they're going to fight to the end. They're going to fight every round and come back and do it again for the next fight.
And they're evenly matched.
It's it's a great race.
Warriors, these vets, and there's another Seven Nation Army 8-year-old, 43rd career start.
Don't love the claim. The trainer has not been winning many races, to say the least. Also moving way up in company.
Prisoner, who's won 4 of his last 6.
Ran great last time, won last time, drops in for claim for the first time in about 4 starts.
Happy Farm, Irad Ortiz, first or second in 27 of 44. Think about it. Dylan Davis aboard.
Irad will have to try to get him into the race a little bit. We should be able to do. The scratch of the 3 took a lot of the speed out of the race.
C's Get Degrees representing speed in this race.
Yeah, I don't love the claim. We'll see if he can run that race. And frankly, he should have won last time.
Ram in 2021 raced in the Preakness for Dwayne Lucas.
Yeah, he's a horse that, you know, if he can get back to that form, that's one thing. But lately, not competitive with this kind of horses.
And finally, Wendell Fong, Katie Davis in the irons.
I think Wendell Fong is dangerous, has some very good back form. Gets the trainer switch to Ray Handel. We'll see if he can get back to that good form. As far as Ram, he's on non-winners at 3 lifetime. And Wayne keeps running against open claimers. That is a very, very tough spot given his condition.
Never been shy about it or being ambitious. Wayne Lucas, Ram, the field, these $50,000 claimers in this 9th at Saratoga, and circling back to Happy Farm. After today, Gary, we have about 13 days left. Irad Ortiz, I believe, 4 wins yesterday. The chase for an Angel Cordero riding title, he's created more separation, and time is running out for the others.
Yeah, I mean, the big day yesterday, and it really is running out for the rest of these jocks, because he's got other ammunition coming. When you're leading rider at a meet like this, everybody, they work their way down from the leading rider down to the top 5 if they've got a live horse. You can bet that Steve Rushing's phone is ringing, and he's not going to run out of any business by the end of this meet.
It's worth noting, though, if Jose hadn't been injured, he'd probably have 6 more wins, and Irad might have 4 or 5 less wins. So it would be pretty close if that hadn't happened, but that's a very unfortunate part of the game.
Irad Ortiz seeking yet another Saratoga riding title. Circle back. Is that Prisoner there? Turning to the side, number 2. It is Prisoner, who's the current 2-1 favorite. Take a look at his most recent. This was July 9th, Monmouth Park. Prisoner, Tom, who's going to take advantage of a perfect trip, sitting off 2 dueling leaders.
It was a perfect trip for Prisoner. Sits behind the leaders, moves around to the outside of them, goes about his business, and wins very easily. That race was a non-claiming event. I mean, you couldn't buy him out of this race. And to then take him and put him in a for-sale race or a claiming race today, there's one of 2 thoughts that's going on around here with the trainer, Charlton Baker. It's either, hey, this is Saratoga and I want to win a race, or, hey, maybe this race was the best we're going to get from him, and now we're moving to the big leagues from Monmouth, and we're going to try some kind of claim race.
It was an optional claiming race. Now, I don't know how many horses were in for the tag. It was an optional
But he
claiming
was
race.
not.
He was not in for a tag, but there likely were $25,000 claimers in there. He ran a big fig. I think the interesting thing is that he's a horse who used to have uncontrollable speed, and he managed to rate in this race. Perfect trip, absolutely, but rated. I wonder, though, with the scratch of the 3, if you're going to see them be more aggressive with him today.
So if you want to get really in depth, and we should, just for a second. Sure. So we just, we saw my horse, He's My Honey Badger, win for $62,500 claim. That race was split that day, and he had 18 in that race. I thought that would be the logical spot for a horse like Prisoner. He chose not to run there. Instead, he moves down the ladder a little bit, in my opinion, to run for the 50 here.
I just saw the picks.
I thought he'd run for the wide open 62.5.
I wouldn't have, but
Yeah.
okay. That's why Charlie Baker wins a lot of races in New York, and, you know, you're having a pretty good meet.
Yeah.
I think that race would have been uber tough for him, especially if he got in the other division. Now, you happen to have been in slightly the easier division, so that worked out very well.
One man's
I don't
opinion.
know. Well, they did go a second slower, Tom.
The track doesn't stay static
Yeah, an hour
from
later.
start to
You
finish.
guys, hour later,
keep
it
arguing.
changed.
We're going to check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I think Charlie's just being logical. When you run at Monmouth, I feel like in those races, this is probably the logical spot. And look, he's a horse that, going way back when, I think picked him up for $25,000. So this is double that. And he's even run him cheaper than this in the past. I just think he's doing very well. So I do think they'll be aggressive with him as well. He got a very aggressive warm-up from Jamie Torres. Sorry, guys, I'm going a little bit out of order here, talking about Prisoner first off the bat, just because the guys were speaking about him first. So he's going to be my selection here, but no doubt about it, Happy Farm, the other favorite in here, looks fantastic and is doing very well. Another one that I think is doing well is number 1, 7 Nation Army. And I know this is a step up, a jump up here for Gustavo Rodriguez first off the claim. And I like the fact that, yeah, that race was wired by St. Selby. He chased from the inside. He kind of switched out stretch, and he just could never reel in that leader. Now, Senor Jobim came back and won, albeit in a lesser spot than this, but with an 84. He just looks really good, really happy, healthy. I don't know, maybe just one to use underneath, Lafitte.
7 Nation Army, 7-1. Gary, and the gelding you like is in Prisoner, 5-2 at post time.
Yeah, I was in between the 6 and the 2. I couldn't remember who I picked, and it was the 2 horse. So, good race, though.
Prisoner, who has won 4 of his last 6 races in a groove, the 5-2 favorite. Frank
Full
Mirmati.
disclosure, I put a claim in for Prisoner, the 2 horse here.
All right. Added intrigue, added interest. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time race 9 of 10 on the eve of the Alabama.
Thanks, Lafitte. Here's Ram. And Wendell Fong. Got some veterans in this field. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Prisoner is very quick away from the gate and takes the early lead. He and Happy Farmer going at it. They race together as one, with Think About It much closer today in third. Seas Get Degrees, Red Cap fourth. 7 Nation Army on the fence in fifth. They are followed by Wendell Fong and Ram. It's Prisoner with a half mile to travel, leading the way now. 3/4 of a length, very willing. Opens it up to a length now. The quarter went in 22 seconds flat. Prisoner now 2 lengths in front. Happy Farm is in second. At the rail, it's 7 Nation Army third as they come toward the quarter pole and start to separate. Wendell Fong fourth, another 2. Back to Think About It as the field turns for home. Prisoner is the leader. Now here's a threat. 7 Nation Army trying to run him down. Prisoner digs in. 7 Nation Army right to him within a half length. 3 lengths back. Happy Farm on the outside. Wendell Fong and Think About It. And 7 Nation Army is up to take the lead. Prisoner fighting back bravely. Prisoner would not be denied. Turning away a huge bid from 7 Nation Army. And then the minor awards. Ram and Think About It.
He is a warrior. And no, he would not be denied. Prisoner turning back 7 Nation Army. snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, look, it should be pointed out, Jamie Torres gave this horse a really good ride. They didn't go absolutely crazy up front, but to come back, this kid's getting a 5-pound apprentice allowance, and that's like stealing right there with that. It does make a difference when you're dealing with a rider that is this talented in finishing up. And look, Flavien Prat was all in with Seven Nation Army. Looked like he was going to victory, and
some trading of paint, a brush there at about the 16th pole.
I didn't catch it, but I will tell you, I think this race was won in the first quarter of a mile of the race, you guys. We're going to watch the head-on to see if that's true. But for our winner, Prisoner, out of the gate, wasn't urged all that much, was able to make an easy lead, keep some energy for the end of the race, so when he did get headed, he was able to come on. We're watching right here down the lane, guys. Let's see if we see anything.
All good so far. Left hand now, Gary. What do you see?
Anything. I never did see anything. I see the outside.
one's coming in.
Yeah, and listen, that's about when prisoners start coming back. He said, really? Will you give me a little bump?
Yeah, straight as an
Good
arrow.
call by
there.
Maggie saying the one looked live.
Give me a little
Maggie had some
wake-up
good
call.
things to say about Seven Nation Army. Do you literally feel that underneath you? Have you experienced that, Gary, when there is contact, there is bumping, where you can feel a horse literally getting more competitive?
When you're riding one of these old warriors like this, and these are expensive old warriors right here, and you feel them jump back in the bridle, they love a fight. And he, I don't know how to explain other than if you push me one more time, I'm going to nail you. And that's kind of what happened there.
Could have been the Michael Jordan tongue wag from Prisoner. They're not grade 1 types, Andy. These are $50,000 claimers, but that is the example of a horse that might not be the fastest on the backstretch, but who has that heart and class.
Well, these are not bad horses. I mean, these are horses that are running mid-high 80s to 90 buyers. I mean, stake horses are running 10 points higher. These are good horses. I mean, this is not a lower-level horse. It's kind of a gutsy horse, and he's changed his life around. He rated last time. We talked about it before. With the scratch of the 3, the speed came out of the race. With an inside post, Torres had to go. He did. He won, and I see Charlie Baker get another win as well. Charlie Baker, one of the better trainers around here. He doesn't necessarily get the opportunities, but he's a man who claimed a horse joking and won a grade 1 with him.
He's won 5 of 7 now, Tom. You wait and see. I hope you got him.
Yeah.
Well, he got him. There's nobody else would have got him for this horse.
Oh, come on. You think I'm the only claim in?
Well, I think if you go in for a horse, guys,
that's silly. There's more than one claim in.
Really?
You guys bet dinner on it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Either way, you're a loser, Tom.
Yeah, you're right. Either I get the horse and I have to go to dinner with Andy even though he's buying,
I told you, Colleen,
or I don't get the horse.
Just send Colleen. I'm much happier with her. She's smarter than you. She's definitely better looking than you.
That's where the show is going?
No, the lobotomy did not work, guys.
We tried.
That incision on Andy's forehead, it just didn't work.
Unfortunately, it didn't.
I understand you're getting up and you're leaving. You're batting .450 at the meet, so you can just leave the show whenever you want.
Yeah, I guess. No, but I got one in the next race. I have the one horse, Rally Squirrel. Race that's come off the grass, small field. A lot of horses want to do what my horse wants to do, which is go to the lead. But I got the inside post, and that's a bit of an advantage when everybody wants to show speed. We'll see how it goes.
For the players, for the handicappers watching, like level of confidence, how confident are we going in?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that my horse was helped by the track last time. He went to the lead, and the track played to the speed pretty darn good. But I sure think he's a competitive horse in this spot.
Good luck. Hope you got Prisoner. Thanks so much for the time. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
Tom Amos tomorrow. You'll see him on the Fox broadcast for the Alabama. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Andy sticking around. Gary sticking around. Maggie probably split. Done with all of us. We have one left. The nightcap in 30 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to the program, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as it's Saratoga Live. The penultimate race of the day, going to the very speedy prisoner for Charlie Baker as he picks up his 8th win in 15 career starts. And pleased to be joined by his pilot, Jamie Torres. And Jamie, you took literally no prisoners today and seized the lead. Talk a little bit about the stretch, because we saw Flavien Prat and Seven Nation Army come to you, kind of make it tight, and boy, it emboldened him.
Well, I was a little bit scared about his breathing, but I took that time in the back stretch and in the turn, like, to try to make him relax so I can have a little bit from him at the end. And he's a fighter. When he came, he just got encouraged, and I'm very happy that he came back again.
Like I've always said, you can't necessarily breed or train hard, but some horses just have it. And how much confidence, how fun is it to ride horses with big hearts like him?
It's a lot of fun, and I feel like we match good, because I feel like that too. I don't care how much my horse is paying, you know, I just want to win every race, no matter what.
You certainly give them every opportunity, and Gary, our Hall of Famer, resident Hall of Famer, very complimentary of your riding.
No, I'm very blessed, and I appreciate everything to all of you guys in the set. I'm a really fan of y'all, and I appreciate the good things that you all talking about me. I appreciate a lot.
Well, we know you're a good kid and a very good rider and talented to boot. Jamie, congratulations here.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Have a good one.
And Jamie, riding very well as an apprentice in Lafitte. As we all well know, it's tough to be an apprentice rider up here at the Spa.
So competitive, the talent in that room, and Jamie Torres holding his own, Gary.
More than holding his own. He's made a great impression up here. He's going to go on to a very good journeyman career in my eyes. If he stays healthy, keeps his nose to the grindstone, and works as hard as he has been, and he'll continue to improve. And he's very polished for a young man that's about ready to be a journeyman. He'll be just fine.
Helps when you're riding a horse who wants it that badly. I feel like I know the answer to this question. Like, toughest horse you ever rode?
I don't have to think twice about it. The horse that loved the battle more than any horse that I ever rode was Silver Charm. And listen, he was like a street fighter. In the mornings, he didn't give you any kind of impression what kind of horse he was. He worked fast with me one time, and it was the first time that I ever worked him prior to the Santa Anita Derby. But from then on, if he could feel the battle coming to him, if he could sense a horse next to him, he didn't get beat. And legendary Chris McCarron, he knew him well too, because that's who I picked him up from, was Chris. And Chris knew how much he loved to fight. And when he nailed me in the Belmont Stakes, he stayed way out, about probably 5 horse lengths away from me. And when Silver Charm saw him pass the wire, he re-engaged, and I was back in front in about 3 strides after the finish line. But that, yeah, it's a great feeling when you get one that gives their all to you when you ask for it.
If you wanted to beat Silver Charm, you had to ambush him the way Touch Gold did in the Belmont. Andy, it seems like fans fall in love with 3 types of horses: the Come and Catch Me If You Can front runner, the Silky Sullivan Zenyatta Stone closer, and horses that love to fight.
Well, I'll tell you a similar horse and 2 horses in situation to that, and Touch Gold also was an incredibly talented horse, and I love Silver Charm. Affirmed in Alydar. One of the 3 times Alydar got a win, but only 2 times he finished in front of him. One was second start of his career, or third start of his career, I think, in a stake race. But in the Champagne, Alydar ambushed Affirmed in that race. He came out, and he was way out in the track and ambushed him, because once they got into a battle, Affirmed seemed to win just about every time. In fact, he did win every time.
Prisoner at 5 of 7. Still not quite sure if he is headed to Tom Amos's stable. We'll keep you posted. And along with this late pick 5, our screen just went out.
It keeps going out. They're doing
I'm looking forward to my dinner with Colleen, though. I tell you what, I'm paying, but I lost.
You lost the bet?
I lost.
We've got
so
Dave.
I hope our viewers at home can see what's going on.
We've got Dave back behind the
well,
TV.
You got a horse that got 3
things,
2-to-1 shots, and you had a horse that paid, what, about $18 or $25? So the parlay's around $80. It's around, $800 or something for $2.
Did you have any thoughts on the last race? We saw the longest price of 3 horses winning an off-the-turf race earlier today. Any clever ideas here?
I like Cut the Cord, who I think should be favored in this race. I do not like Asymmetric, who's entered cheaper the other day. I don't trust him off the layoff. I think Tom's horse is very dangerous in here. I used 111 in my now defunct multi-race bet.
If I didn't put the whammy on him, that's who I picked is
Rally Squirrel.
Rally Squirrel.
For Tom Amoss, batting .450 at the meet. Ladies and gentlemen, gorgeous day in upstate New York. When we come back, Saratoga Live continues the 10th and final in 22 minutes.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Elate has taken the lead. It is Elate coming to the final furlong in the Alabama, putting away It Is Well. Salty runs through an opening on the inside, up into third, Lockdown is fourth, and then Actress on the outside, but Elate is clear. Elate has moved away to a 4-length lead in mid-stretch. It Is Well clings to second, and then it's Salty. Elate has won the Alabama.
She was good, real good. Elate in the 2017 Alabama, owned by Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. Elate, who also finished second in 3 other Grade 1 events at Saratoga, the Personal Instant twice, and the Coaching Club American Oaks. As always, coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Postcard kind of afternoon in upstate New York, the Alabama, Saratoga's marquee event for 3-year-old fillies. Let's go by the numbers. First number, 1872, first running. That is a long, long time ago. Who was fastest? New York's darling. Go for 1, 1 1/4, 2 minutes and 4/5. Most wins by an owner, Bel Air Stud, 5 Alabama wins over 3 decades. Most by a trainer, a legend, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8-time Alabama winning trainer. Most by a jockey, number is 5. 3 of the very best, Mike Smith, George Velasquez, and Jerry Bailey. The only mare to complete the Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff sweep, Royal Delta, 2011. Alabama winners, crowned champion. It's amazing. 27 Alabama winners crowned, 3-year-old filly champion, and finally Alabama winners in the Hall of Fame. The number is 12. Songbird, most recent, inducted a week ago. The Alabama by the numbers, so much history and tradition. Andy, do you have a personal favorite?
Well, I've seen so many great horses this race. Seeing Go for Juan just made me remember once again how much I loved her and what a great horse she was. And she was a truly great horse. And, you know, the Alabama really is the premier race over time for 3-year-old fillies. The Kentucky Oaks is a young upstart but the Alabama is really the one that's been around a long, long time. I got to say Royal Delta is one of my favorites. I really loved her. And remember the classic Bill Mott? He used the Coach Club American Oaks, where I think it's Tricky won and beat Plum Pretty, kind of as a prep for the Alabama. But he knew what he had, and I remember just sort of waiting and waiting. And as soon as they opened up in the stretch, she took over and won incredibly impressively. And she obviously was a tremendously talented horse as well. And that's one of my favorite Alabamas, if not my favorite one.
The only one to complete that double from the Alabama to the Breeders' Cup Distaff Royal Delta. And naturally, it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. The Alabama, Grade 1, 1.25 miles, the field. Much, much deeper than the CCA Oaks, and more talent than the CCA Oaks. $600,000 purse. Number 2, Wet Paint, 2-1 morning line favorite. We did a little barnstorming. Let's meet the field in post position order. Number 1 is Sacred Wish, narrowly defeated by Wet Paint in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, and guys, she ran really too good to lose that race. George Weaver, I'm sure at the 16th pole, even 100 yards before the wire, probably thought that they were home and free. This is a totally different setup than what they had in the Coaching Club, but she's in with a good chance.
Godolphins, Wet Paint, CCA Oaks winner.
Well, she's going to benefit from some pace in this race, and she's the favorite in here. She's fine. She's never run a particularly fast race, but fast enough to beat this field. And with a likely pace scenario, she's, if not the horse to beat, certainly one of them.
Godolphins won the CCA Oaks 5 times. Only Questing came back to win the Alabama. Julia Shining, 1 of 3 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, she's been off since the Ashland at Keeneland in the spring. And you can bet that Todd Pletcher has her cranked up and ready to go this 1.25 miles, and it could be a distance that she's going to love, and she could get a good setup.
Pletcher seeking a 3rd straight Alabama win. Number 4, Long Shot, Sabra tough, but a Dallas Stewart trained Long Shot.
She'll make some of those second-place finishes at long odds in the Derby look like 1-9 shots if she's successful in here.
Never dismiss Dallas Stewart on the big stage. An outsider indeed. Number 5 is Fireline, Juddmonte. Homebred defeated Delaware Oaks favorite.
Yeah, and listen, there was no real excuse in that race either. Up against it here, she's going to have to run faster than she's ever run in her career, I believe, to get this, but the distance being by Arrogate could be in the wheelhouse.
Would be a 2nd Alabama win for Chad Brown, Dunbar Road, then Chocolate Gelato, graduated here last summer, Grade 1 winner.
Obviously, she was very good in the Verzette, but her form went bad, and she ran terrible in her comeback race in the Jersey Girl. And the only thing I can surmise is she's in here to be a rabbit to ensure a fast pace for her uncoupled stablemate, Gambling Girl. I think it makes perfect sense, and she'll help Gambling Girl. She's also going to help Wet Paint.
Right on cue, Gambling Girl, Rapoli, Pletcher, the fillies will break side by side.
Yeah, and listen, this filly, she was favored in the Coaching Club, and she was a little flat. That was off of the layoff. She hadn't run since May at that time. 2nd race on the comeback off the comeback for Todd Pletcher, so she could be ready for the right one.
Randomized, fast, talented, and dangerous.
It's interesting you mentioned Questing before. Randomized, if I was in charge of the tactics, I would say ride her like Questing. Send her, outrun Chocolate Gelato, go to the front, go maybe too fast. But I think she's going to win this race. She's going to win it by going out at the front and trying to wire the field. She is the fastest horse based on speed figures, but is she going to class up to these 10 furlongs?
Taxed, a Black-Eyed Susan winner for trainer Randy Morse.
Yeah, and listen, Randy's a good horseman. I don't think he would have shipped up here unless he thought that she could get the 1.25 miles. She could get good setup. She's going to be just off at the pace, which I think is going to be lively early on.
There's some buzz here. I think she's going to get bet tomorrow. Then number 10, Defining Purpose. She just beat Taxed in the Indiana Oaks.
And listen, she won the Grade 1 Ashland as well, and she's a talented filly. She's a little slower than the others, though, and her wins have come when she's been able to stalk long shots, overmatch long shots. And in this race with so much more pace, she's not going to get the same kind of comfortable trip. So she's got to both run faster and do it under less comfortable circumstance.
And trained by Kenny McPeak, already a 2-time Grade 1 Alabama winning trainer. So that's the field. Then you have the key preps, Gary. Going back to the CCA Oaks, Sacred Wish. Gambling Girl was flat that day, and Wet Paint. Again, it wasn't her brilliance, it was her dogged determination.
Yeah, I mean, Sacred Wish, she came into the stretch loaded. And when they asked her, she responded the right way. And Wet Paint, she's just grinding right here. Flavian is just, he's all in right now, but he knows his filly so well and he trusts in her. And he rides as hard as she's running. harder he rode, the faster she ran. And right here, you say, well, maybe she's in with the shot. And she was. She's a grinder, and I think the 1.25 mile distance is going to help her.
If Sacred Wish couldn't beat Wet Paint under these circumstances, the chances she's going to do it in this race are almost nil, because she had such favorable circumstances, like the horse Defining Purpose. She was stalking a slow pace of an overmatched rival. She ran well. I'm not trying to knock her, but it was her opportunity. That was her chance. And Wet Paint still beat her under more adverse circumstances she's likely to face in this Alabama. I think the interesting horse is a little bit of Gambling Girl in there. She hadn't run Kentucky Oaks. Maybe she needed the race. Maybe she's a horse that was a little too close to the slow pace in there. Her best race, the Kentucky Oaks, she sat far back. They're hoping with more speed in there, she could sit back and make one more run. The question, though, with her is, was that Kentucky Oaks kind of a one-hit wonder race? Because it's the only fast race she's ever run.
Fascinating edition of the Alabama Championship implications. Saratoga's most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies. On Fox tomorrow, coverage begins at 3 Eastern. Who will emerge victorious in this race with so much history and tradition? Wet Paint looking for a second Grade 1 win of the meet. First things first, this 10th and final. Maggie's in the paddock. Maggie, Rally Squirrel picture. Tom Amos looking to pad those gaudy stats this summer.
Yeah, exactly. And he's in a pretty good position to pump up that win percentage just a bit more here with Rally Squirrel in this off-the-turf event, which features many horses that can handle the dirt, including the few that stayed in the body of the race, but a solid grouping of MTOs as well. Now, Rally Squirrel is a horse that I know because another guy named Tom trained him early on in his career. That would be my husband, as he's always been, as we affectionately, us weird horse girls like to call some horses, chonks. They just carry their weight really, really well. Very round barrel, round hind end, cresty neck to him. And there's no changing Rally Squirrel. And if I didn't know him, I would be dubious of how fit he is. He is getting a little hot, which I don't necessarily love because it is pretty cool. And it's usually an indication of a horse that is coming off a break that often needs one, but still, he looks great. He looks strong at least, and maybe there's reason to believe he should be running on the dirt all along in his career, as he's 2 for 2 at least on a fast dirt track, with that fast one probably aided by the track at Ellis being a little bit more insidey and tilted towards speed. But at the end of the day, all the siblings on the bottom side have handled wet tracks too. As we'll move on to the far outside with the horse coming back off of a layoff and trying a longer distance for the first time, as this will be contested out of the Wilson chute, going a mile asymmetric here. He'll step past 6.5 furlongs for the first time. And while, yeah, I guess there's some pedigree to say he could do it, I don't know. He's not that convincing, especially having to do it off of a layoff. He looks great. He looks healthy. I mean, he's on his toes. He's a little bit agitated, too. He keeps swishing his tail, shaking his head. It just seems like he's kind of angry about something. But I just wish he looked a little bit more fit and tucked up, considering that this is the farthest he's going to ever go in his career with a layoff in mind. So I'm a little bit suspect of that, but people, the public, Lafitte, just can't get enough of Bourbon Galling.
We've seen some of that. Absolutely, Maggie. Asymmetric there. Riders up. Currently 3-1 asymmetric. Let's go back to asymmetric's maiden win. 14 months ago, it was at Belmont. Asymmetric, Andy. Stalking, pouncing, and really digging late.
The way you said, I was thinking of that old show, You Are There, and you are there. And beat a horse in this race named Ocean Reserve, who has a win at the meet. In fact, has won 2 straight races. The good asymmetric is going to probably beat this field. I don't think there's a big question about that. But he's also got to do going a mile. He's never run beyond 6.5 furlongs, and he came back this winter at Aqueduct, and we're in a dismal 4th. Now, even his dismal 4th is good enough to compete in here. But he was also entering a $25,000 claiming race here a few days ago. They scratched out, but still, that makes me worried a little bit with this horse if we're really going to see any kind of semblance of the form he once had. If we see that, he's going to be tough to beat. And obviously the connections, taking a lot of money and such. I'm a little bit dubious of this guy, though, to be honest. I hope he runs well, but I'm dubious.
3-1, Manny Franco looking for a second win this afternoon. Gary, what'd you come up with here?
Well, I like Tom's horse. I like Rally Squirrel in here right back. I claimed him off a sharp race at Ellis Park. Those Ellis Park shippers have done well here at the meet, and he's been training just fine here at Saratoga.
Called to post. 10th and final. Saratoga, New York Breds. Allowance off the turf of the main track. Wilson shoot 1 mile. There is Rally Squirrel. Good luck, Tom Amos.
Yeah, he was helped by the racetrack last time running that big figure. His other dirt figure is 69, a win, but not going to get it done here. Great claim by Tom, though, to get a New York bred a month before Saratoga for $10,000 that can run on turf and dirt. I mean, this was a brilliant claim by Tom.
Has it all going right now. Bourbon Chase, Red Ortiz, Todd Pletcher teaming up in tomorrow's Alabama.
He won finally last time after failing miserably at short prices. He's a bad favorite at 2-1 because of the connections. He's slow.
Scratch numbers 4 through 9. There's factually correct. Rudy Rodriguez dropped a couple of bombs on us Wednesday.
Yeah, first time gelding for Rudy Rodriguez. Jose Lascano riding for him. He's coming off of a dull performance last time out on the turf.
Number 11, Cut the Cord. 1 of 3 running, entered main track only.
I don't know where his racecrack came from last time, or his race. He runs his last race. He'll demolish this field. He should be 2-5 if he runs that race. Well, will he run it? But maybe even his race 2 back's good enough to win.
Little Matty Brown, fast sprinter, stretching out.
Got to be the speed in this race, right?
Yep. Pedal to the metal right from the start. Currently 11-1. Asymmetric, world-class connections, just rarely races.
Yeah, and this horse will be just off the pace and try and swoop him late.
That's the field for the 10th and final. Cut the Cord, and this is what we were talking about. His most recent, this was a 1 1/8 opening day. He's 20-1, and he cut the cord, and right here, right in the mix in this wild finish.
I mean, this race was just way faster than any race he's ever run. And these are legit horses. I mean, these are sort of older, hard-knocking claimers going 1 1/8, and he was coming back on. Dust Devil got a perfect trip and had been in good form. Now, maybe being a little close to the inside didn't help Dust Devil, and this was the day he didn't want to be on the rail. But still, Cut the Cord was fighting the wire, and it does feel like he's kind of a new horse in his last couple of starts. Now, I don't know if he's going to run that last race, but I'm going to find out at 3-1, I'll tell you that.
Currently at 3-1 there. Cut the Cord, and that broken field running we saw late. It looks like he is trending in the right direction, Gary.
Yeah, definitely. So, horse that's run 12 times, took him a while to show the consistency that he has in his last 2 races. So, if he can run back to those last 2, he's going to be in the mix. It'll be another cut and run for him.
And the favorite, Andy, who again you're not a huge fan of, Bourbon Chase, winding up here with a Red Ortiz 5-2, 5 minutes out. If you don't like the favorite, great opportunity elsewhere.
Well, I'm not saying he can't win the race. I just think he's overbetting here. He's slow.
Yeah.
And he won last time. I mean, that was a pretty weak off the turf race. I know this is an off turf race as well, but you've got some legitimate MTOs and Cut the Cord and Asymmetric. And the other thing is, now he'll benefit from pace, and I think the pace probably works against Rally Squirrel, right? When Rally Squirrel has been successful in the dirt, he's been forward. And it's just hard to imagine, Gary, with the presence of little Matty Brown, that there's not going to be an honest pace in here, right?
That's the downfall for Rally Squirrel, is little Matty Brown. Because little Matty Brown will be in front. I mean, according to the early speed figures.
Shouldn't be close, right?
No, it shouldn't be. And then the factually correct, he's also got speed. He's going to be in about the same spot as Rally Squirrel is going to be, and he's going to be down on the fence.
That's fair. That's fair, yeah. I can't argue with that. He's got legitimate sprint speed. If you look at this race, a turf race, the 10-1 were supposed to be forward here. It feels like Rally Squirrel could be sort of under the gun here. You got a horse off a perfect trip, bias-aided win, and now you've got a horse under the gun. He's in trouble. And listen, maybe it helps set it up for the 3. And maybe the 13 doesn't run back to his last race, right? And then suddenly the 13's in a good spot because the 14 might be a little bit questionable here. A lot of might-be's, though.
A lot of might-be's. Maggie, Bourbon Chase we're looking at. Pletcher, Ortiz teaming up once again.
A lot of pontificating going on. It's number 3, Bourbon Chase. He's ultimately going to be my pick in here. Not one that I'm necessarily proud of because I feel like he's a horse that I've poked fun at times for consistently being the favorite and consistently failing to get the job done. But woof, he looks best out on the racetrack, just the way he's moving, at least, over this surface. And we know he can handle the distance, which is a question mark for some of the others in here, from my vantage point at least. He's incredibly fit, kind of second off that little bit of a break from May to July here. And I just feel as though he's the one most well-suited to these conditions. but he is going to have to likely run a bit faster here, but maybe that light bulb has gone off with the victory finally last time out. Moving on to number 11, Cut the Cord. He's a really tall, lanky, very leggy horse, and there's just something about that physical makeup to me that says 2 turns is better than, well, I mean, it's kind of the 1.5 here. So maybe I'm splitting hairs a little bit with him, but he looks well out there. I have no problems with him, but I just feel like a little bit more ground, oddly against what his record may say, might suit him a little bit better in this spot, as we'll check in with the likely speed horse in here, and that's number 13, Little Maddie Brown, who is sharp. As you can see, he's got some, sweat lather on his neck. He came in bouncing on his toes from the moment he stepped foot in the paddock. They saddled him away from all the other horses. He's just very, very sharp. So yeah, that's always a good thing for a horse that wants to show speed. Now look, he's also one that has run and won going a route of ground, albeit at Finger Lakes, over a wet track way back when, going back to the fall of 21. I think he's an interesting component to this race that maybe he gets brave out there on the front end, Lafitte.
If he gets brave, he should be loose, Gary. Little Maddie Brown stretching out, and a big price at 12 to 1.
Yeah, I just saw the same race that Maggie was talking about at Finger Lakes, going a mile and 70. And look, he's 7 years old. We were talking about old war horses, and this horse won 6 of his 19 races. So he's for being 6 years old, he hasn't run that many times, but he's always consistently showed that speed, and he's won at different distances. So, if he's going to stretch this speed out to the flat mile today, he's done it in the past, although it was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
Could we see a one dreamer, Gary Stevens, 40 to 1 Breeders' Cup Distaff theft here?
I don't think so, because I don't think Jose Lezcano is going to make it easy on the rider coming in from Finger Lakes with the horse you brought up, factually correct, Gary. I just don't think he's going to make it that easy for her. And frankly, Tom, he's got Luis Saez. Luis Saez is not a guy who rides conservatively. So I don't know that this horse is going to have an easy time coming in here against the big guys.
The early race today, going a mile and an eighth with, he won it on the Pletcher.
Yeah, a horse that Louis rode for 9 furlongs.
From
start to finish.
Fall to finish.
Yep.
And, Croupy. And his fitness level is as good as Todd Pletcher's distance horse fitness levels. The cardio. All about the cardio.
Oh, Louis could ride him a long, long way, no doubt about it.
At the gate here. Love that angle. Great shot on a gorgeous Friday at Saratoga on the eve of the Alabama. Tomorrow, 3-year-old fillies taking center stage. The 10th and final New York breds on the main track out of the Wilson Chute. One final time. Here's Frank Mirmati.
And here's Asymmetric. Going in. All set. And they're off. Factually Correct in the blue blinkers is sprinting out for the early lead. In the center of the track, here's Little Maddie Brown, and Little Maddie Brown intent on getting to the front and has done just that and clears off to lead it by 2. Factually Correct is now in second, and they are followed by Rally Squirrel, well spotted in third. It's another 2 back to Asymmetric as they race in single file. Cut the Cord is second to last, leaving Bourbon Chase at the back. 23-4 for the opening quarter mile, and it's Little Maddie Brown with a 3-length cushion on Factually Correct in second. Rally Squirrel hustled up in third. Another 2 back to Asymmetric in fourth. Cut the Cord inches a little closer to that rival with less than a half mile to go. A half dozen to Bourbon Chase. 47-1 for the half. And Factually Correct has overhauled Little Maddie Brown. Rally Squirrel third. Asymmetric in the thick of it. Has 3 lengths to make up. It's another 4 to Cut the Cord. And Bourbon Chase, they pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Factually Correct narrowly in front. Asymmetric chasing on the outside. From the back of the field, Cut the Cord is starting to finish very well. He's coming fast, and the same can be said for Bourbon Chase. Here's Cut the Cord on the outside. Sweeping up and right on by. Cut the cord from last to win it going away by 3. Tight photo for second between Factually Correct and Bourbon Chase. Asymmetric was fourth.
He is in a groove. Not the 20-1 he was in his latest when he ran so well, but still had to settle for a second-place finish today. Cut the cord, and Kendrick Carmouche in the 10th and final at Saratoga.
And got the perfect setup. They were flying early on, and those fractions may look normal for a mile race, but Andy explained why they're not normal, what we just saw.
Isn't a really much of a run-up into that first quarter mile in the start, and also they're running on sort of partly at a turn, so they don't have a chance to get going fast, and we're seeing fractions where they're going 24.5 to 25 usually. For this level, a horse 23 and 4 is absolutely flying out there, and then they go faster the second quarter because they get that straightaway, right? So they start speeding up, and you see that 47, just under 47 and 2.5. They're flying up front, and frankly, Factually Correct ran an unbelievable race to finish second here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, ran a huge race. But when I saw that 23 and 4, I asked Andy, I said, have you seen this at the meet? No.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a 2-year-old race where they went a crazy pace and it just completely and totally fell apart, the race. So this is what happened here, and the closers did well. And frankly, Bourbon Chase, who got this great ride coming up the inside from Irad, not to even be able to get second from the 10, that's a black mark against him. That was not a good performance by him. But Kendrick, the right closer, and I don't know if this horse ran back to his last race, but he ran well enough to win today.
You got 5-2, Andy. Cut the cord. And he's just, Gary, right now, he's just in. Maya Engelhardt has him going well. He's in the rhythm right now. Cut the cord.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's 3 races back-to-back where he's run huge. Smart, energy, main track only. He checked the weather map, and about 3 o'clock this morning, he had to love what he was hearing outside because it was bashing down.
Worked out beautifully, main track only. Maya Engelhardt, owner and trainer. Kendrick Carmouche, the beat goes on, an 8th win of the meet for Kendrick Carmouche.
He's had a really good meet, consistent meet. Last year came in here, I believe it was last year with coming out. He missed part of the meet.
2 years ago, he missed the whole summer.
2 years ago.
He wouldn't leave us alone.
He spent the entire summer with us in the set.
That was a pest here. Migliore was shaking every time he showed up.
He never has a bad day. Never has a bad day.
And you mentioned that, Gary, and it's true because, you see Kendrick, and he's so upbeat. And listen, it's a struggle up here. You come up here, he's not going to get the choice mounts. He's hoping to win, 12 to 15 race would be amazing for him. He rides well. He takes advantage of the opportunities he gets, but he keeps a good attitude. It's tough, Gary. I mean, I can't tell you. You know what it's like. I'm sure you've gone as great as you were through some losing streaks.
Absolutely.
We love a good Kendrick interview. Cut the cord in the 10th and final. Results plus look ahead to one of 2 graded stakes races tomorrow for 3-year-old fillies. The Lake Placid on grass, and Chad Brown well represented, seeking yet another Lake Placid victory. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Italian to win it. And here is domestic spending. And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading.
Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch. Victoria Road down to the line. Will be State of Rest.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS2 as we are brought to you by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. And hopefully you did so in this nightcap with Cut the Cord, making the last final strides, the winning ones, as I'm pleased to be joined by what can only be described as a Christmas card here with Jeremiah Engelhart and pretty much his entire family, or his children, and I think a few nieces and nephews, or nephews?
Couple nephews too, yep. Jason, Liam.
And your mom, of course.
My mom. Oh, yeah.
And of course, I mean, it wouldn't be complete without Kendrick Carmouche.
Don't forget the jockey now.
Don't worry, we never forget you. Talk a little bit about the pace that was unfolding out in front of you, Kendrick.
Well, I know my horse was on the cut back there without running him a little bit early, you know, so I just wanted to break him good, save as much ground as I can, and once I angled him out, they was coming back to me. I just had to ride him home from there. I mean, Jeremiah had this horse ready to run today. I'm just pleased that I got to stay on him to get the victory.
And Maya, when you're the owner, you can bring your entire family, extended one too.
Yeah, no, it's very nice. We're going to be going to Sizzler tonight. Can't wait.
The 99 cents?
Yes, yeah. Going to get myself a good skirt steak. Can't wait.
Now, Kendrick, before we came back on, was saying you guys go back quite a ways.
Yeah, actually reminded me of a horse that we used to have down at Charlestown and Mountaineer, anywhere else, Good Man Sam. And I think Kendrick won a race for me that was probably, God, almost 20 years ago. Yeah, so we're aging ourselves a little bit.
Kendrick, how much you miss that bull ring?
I really do miss it. To tell you the truth, it taught me a lot how to be a good jockey, an aggressive jockey. And when I left out of there, I was very polished because I rode with a lot of good bull ring riders, and this is why I'm here today.
Come on.
Louisiana in the house.
There you know it, guys.
wouldn't have been complete without it. Little known fact, after every one of Gary Stevens' Kentucky Derby wins, Sizzler. Every time. Winning color, Sizzler.
Tom's going to have a great dinner there.
Oh, no.
Thunder Gulch, Sizzler.
One of them, you're not going to believe. You're not going to believe where one of the Derby dinners was.
Oh, God, we're still on air. What?
We went to the bowling alley behind the Executive West, and we got burgers, and we bowled.
You know what's funny? I actually do believe that. It sounds fun.
It was.
That would be awesome.
Bowling? Bowling's great.
That would be awesome. Cut the cord, 750. The pick 6, I believe, over 20K. Yes. Pick 5, 3,500 plus for the Friday program. And yes, I look at Blue Devil, Andy, now, you know, by millimeters in the 7th race. That was a tough one.
70, 90. I'm going to give it 90. I'm going to say 13 times 90 to 1,200. 1,200 of that, 480, and about 5,400 is the parlay for $2. So that's $1,350, and it paid $3,531 with one horse that was tough. Now, that horse was tough, and that was probably bigger than 11-1 in the pick 5. But you had 4 horses that paid under $7 or under $8. 3 under 7, 1 under 8. And you got 3,300. One tough horse.
That
pick
one
5s, pick 6s, they're not based on short-priced horses. You got to get that one big-priced horse in there, and that's one of the reasons you want to make sure that you're not overly dismissing shorter-priced horses.
You lost me when you started with all the numbers, so.
I just want to get back to bowling, Gary. Do you have your own bowl?
Bowling and Sizzler.
Absolutely.
I know you do.
Can I get to the Lake Placid?
Yep.
No.
Chad Brown, well represented. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. And for Brown, who's had so much success in this event, he has surge capacity. Joel Rosario to ride, 3-1 on the morning line. And against tax implications, Andy, what we saw from surge capacity in a grade 3 event, the Lake George, winning in just his 2nd career start in a great ride from Rosario.
Tremendous ride. I think tax implications was hurt by less pace, and I think there's going to be more pace in this race, so I actually prefer him to surge. I'll tell you something amazing about surge capacity. This dam has had 4 horses, foals. One of them didn't run. One of them was highly motivated, who split the field in Derby, and was a very, very, very talented horse, second to
Essential Quality in the Bluegrass.
Another one is this filly, who won a stake in her 2nd start. The other one is Ways and Means, who may be the best 2-year-old filly in the country.
Wow.
So she's been a pretty good producer and a homebred as well.
That's unbelievable. Can she do it again?
She can. I prefer tax implications, but this filly's good. I mean, theoretically, they're all going to keep getting better, right?
Do you want to lose another dinner?
What's the bet?
Here we go.
I'll take surge
capacity.
capacity
Against my friend's horses. No, I got nothing but
We have
love
a bet
for
or no
Surge
bet?
Capacity. No.
Deal or no
There's
deal?
one Chad Brown horse I don't like in here. Prerequisite.
Uh-huh.
On the outside, I don't like that horse.
By the way, Andy, Tom heard the interview with Kendrick Carmouche.
And he wants Sizzler?
You're headed to Sizzler tonight.
Okay, I'm buying for him and Colleen. I have plans, though.
Chad Brown over
Send
the
me a
years
check.
in the Lake Placid Hottie, technical analysis, Regal Glory Superstar, and Rushing Fall, multiple Grade 1 winner, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner, Rushing Fall. Of course, that took place the year after she won the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. Juvenile to Philly Turf winner. So you were just saying, Andy, you don't like Prerequisite. He was tough on the lead. She was tough on the lead in the Belmont Oaks. And Spray, who was right there, but flattens out late. Why don't you like Prerequisite?
Because she has had the absolute run of the race in both of her last 2 races. Both of those times the rails had just come down, and the inside paths were a gigantic advantage. She ran well in there, but still didn't run necessarily as fast as the other horses. Now, as Spray, who probably better shorter than the 1.25 miles of this race, she had a wide trip chasing on the outside. So I don't think she really ran worse, and she's probably going to be better going shorter. So I think a Spray is dangerous. If the horses from Lake George lose to a Chad Brown horse, it'll be a Spray. I don't like Prerequisite at all here.
Well, she's going to have company, too, up front.
But that's the thing. It's going to be a more honest pace. Exactly.
Glorious
That's
Princess for Brendan Walsh is going to be up there with her. She is shortening up, but she's not going to get loose on the lead.
You know, Glorious Princess is an interesting horse in here. She's a half to Harvey's Little Goyle, who won the QE2. I think it's a half, not a full.
One of your favorites.
I love
Harvey's.
her.
You just like saying her name.
Doyle. He was a fan. Yeah, here she is, 3-5, and Gary does what she's supposed to in this front-running victory.
Yeah,
Glorious Princess.
It's only her 3rd race of her life, and she's, consistent. She's 2 for 3.
Isn't she going to have to deal with Heavenly Sunday down on the rail? That one's got to go, right?
Yeah. She might be faster than any of them.
They're pretty close.
They're two time form speed ratings, American time form, early pace, 2 numbers off.
Right. So they got to be forward in there. And I'll tell you something else. They're good horses. I mean, they're getting an acid test in here, but they're not slouches. So I think all these horses really have a chance in here. It's obviously a lot of Chad Brown runners in here, but those horses, besides his, aren't slouches. I tell you what, the Todd Pledger horse in there, that horse ran pretty well last time. Think I'm taking your hockey puck?
There's
you
a
gotta
wall
be fast,
here.
Gary.
Force field around him here. And even when Brown does win in these races that he has multiple runners, doesn't mean you can't find a price. We saw it once again with White Beam in the Diana opening weekend.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are going to be that short, are they?
No.
The Lake Placid in tomorrow's stake schedule, or for the weekend, the Alabama coming up. Live coverage on Fox 3 Eastern. The Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 2 Lake Placid, and the female equivalent of today's feature, the Skidmore, the Bolton Landing 2-year-old turf sprinters. Also, for Flavian Pratt, busy enough Saturday for Flavian Pratt. He's riding wet paint, amongst others, in the Grade 1 Alabama, and then he's taking place in the match race for charity. Flavian Pratt representing Faith House of Saratoga, Beckwith representing the Franklin Community Center. Flavian Pratt with those harness roots, Gary. I don't know if it's ever been done. A guy riding a Grade 1 winner in the afternoon and driving a winner, a standard bred winner, in the same day. I don't know.
I highly doubt it. At least when I went over and drove with your dad at Los Alamitos years ago, it was a dark day for us at Santa Anita. I think it was a Monday night. Still didn't turn out well for your dad, though.
So Flavian Pratt's tougher than you is what you're really saying.
Oh, I was fine. No.
He was fine. He didn't get launched 30 feet in the air and lose them out and lost them out on Criminal Type, Horse of the Year, and Bayakoa as well. But I digress. Tomorrow on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3 Eastern with the Grade 1 Alabama, $600,000 on the line. Wet paint, the morning line favorite. If she wins, is she the leader in the division, the leader in the clubhouse for a 3-year-old title?
Her stablemate is
pretty mischievous still. Both,
it's close.
Both for Godolphin. So Godolphin with a lot of talent with those 3-year-old fillies. That's going to wrap things up for us here on Saratoga Live. Exciting Skidmore earlier today. Surge Capacity tomorrow. Will she provide yet another victory for Chad Brown in the Lake Placid, plus the Alabama wet paint? Just like Ness last year, seeking a second Grade 1 win of the season. In fact, trying to become the 6th TCA Oaks winner to capture the Alabama. That's tomorrow on Fox. We'll see you then.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she